Chapter 1755. After some discussion, the group of four decided to find a nearby place to adjust their breathing. After all, in the process of opening the entrance to the severed world, both Ni Guang and Luo Lan had consumed a lot of energy. In this kind of dangerous place, they needed to maintain their peak condition in order to cope with the dangers they might encounter next. Fortunately, there were no abnormalities in the vicinity of Ping Nan. Ni Guang led everyone into a gully and hid their figures. The gullies here were crisscrossed and crisscrossed, like a series of large and small canyons. After diving into the gully, looking up, one could only vaguely see the dim light coming from above. This place was at least a few thousand meters from the ground. At the bottom of the gully, a cold wind blew and it was quite cold. Yang Kai and Shui were both full of energy, and although their cultivations were not as strong as Origin King's, they were not weak, so naturally, they were responsible for guarding this place. Ni Guang and Luo Lan each chose a position not far from each other, took a spirit pill, and sat down cross-legged. Yang Kai guarded Luo Lan while Shui guarded Ni Guang, each performing their own duties. The world was silent, and the only sound that could be heard was the cold wind blowing from the bottom of the gully, adding a sense of horror to the atmosphere. Shui glanced around from time to time, seemingly a little nervous. No matter how high her cultivation was, no matter how strong she was still a woman and instinctively felt fear and vigilance towards this kind of environment. Yang Kai, on the other hand, had an indifferent look on his face as he simply closed his eyes and released his divine sense to monitor the surroundings to avoid any accidents. Time passed slowly. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes. He realized that he was lying on a bed. The bed was probably a wooden one, and the material was hard. He looked up and saw a simple and crude roof. Wind was leaking in everywhere. He turned his head and looked around. The furnishings in the room were also extremely bleak. There was only a table and a chair. This scene was quite familiar. Yang Kai could not help showing a puzzled look. His mind was muddled, making it impossible for him to think clearly. He instinctively felt that something was wrong, as if he had forgotten something important, but he tried to recall. All he could do was feel pain in his head. He couldn't even remember what he was doing before. He shook his head. Standing up from the simple wooden bed, he opened the door. Then, he pushed the door open and walked out. He stood outside the house and looked around. Memories flooded his mind like a tidal wave, and Yang Kai immediately remembered. He was now a trial disciple of High Heaven Pavilion, but because he had been in the sect for almost 3 years, he had yet to meet the sect's requirements for his cultivation, so he was unable to be promoted to an official disciple. He could only sweep the sect's floors to make a living while cultivating, hoping that one day he would be able to achieve his dream of being promoted to an official disciple. There was a broom outside the house. At this moment, the sky was not yet bright. It was the darkest moment before dawn. Yang Kai laughed at himself and walked up to pick up the broom to start the day's work. In front of the sect's main roads, the contribution hall, the martial testing hall, the martial skills hall, all that was left was Yang Kai's busy figure. All the roads had been cleaned up. He was the lowest ranked disciple of High Heaven Pavilion, and also the most hard-working disciple. The sky gradually brightened. Many brothers gathered around Yang Kai, ready to challenge him. In the end, a junior brother who was only at the 4th stage of Qi refining won, beating Yang Kai and leaving. Lying on the ground, gasping for breath, Yang Kai slowly clenched his fists as he felt the pain in his body. As if he had noticed something, his line of sight shifted towards a tree not far away. On the tree, there was a figure quietly standing with one foot on the crown. Her face could not be seen clearly because there was a veil covering her face. Her figure was graceful, and there was a sapphire-like ornament on her forehead. Her eyes were clear and innocent, as flawless as water. Yang Kai quietly looked at her. He inexplicably felt that this woman seemed to be very important to him, but as for why he had such thoughts, he couldn't figure it out. Their eyes met for only a moment before the veiled woman's figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. The woman's disappearance caused him to feel a sudden pain in his heart. It was as if someone had grabbed him, making it hard for him to breathe. Shaking his head, Kai Yang struggled to get up from the ground. Picking up the broom on the ground, he struggled to return to his little wooden hut. In the end, he was unable to complete the sex requirements before the deadline. In the end, he was still unable to become a disciple of High Heaven Pavilion. When he was expelled from High Heaven Pavilion, Yang Kai silently packed up his things, packed them into a small package, and followed the path he had walked countless times down the mountain. Standing in front of the mountain gate, Yang Kai looked back at the plaque engraved with the 3 words, High Heaven Pavilion. He stood there, his thoughts drifting. Today, he was only 15 years old, but regarding the future, he was at a loss. At the foot of the mountain, a group of senior sister and brothers were walking towards him. The leader of the group was a woman with a sword in her hand. Her temperament was ice cold, and her whole person was like an ice doll, exquisite and exquisite. She wore a pure white dress and was surrounded by the others like stars surrounding the moon. The group of people chatted and laughed, and soon arrived not far from Yang Kai. Perceiving his abnormality, the leader of the group stopped and looked at Yang Kai, lightly opening her mouth and asking, "Junior brother, do you want to go down the mountain?" Yang Kai turned his head to look, and after seeing the other party's face, he couldn't help but be slightly startled, blurting out, "Su Yan." As soon as the words left his mouth, Yang Kai was stunned. Although he had been in High Heaven Pavilion for 3 years and was familiar with this senior sister and had seen her valiant and heroic appearance many times, the two of them had never even exchanged a single word. After all, High Heaven Pavilion's senior sister was a high and mighty figure while Yang Kai was just a trial disciple. The difference in strength between the two of them was too great, and they simply weren't people he could talk to. He didn't know why he had suddenly called out the other party's name. Moreover, it sounded so familiar, as if he had called out her name countless times. This name also seemed to be a name that haunted his dreams. Su Yan's brow wrinkled, but she didn't say anything. Instead, the other brothers and senior sisters who were not weak cast contemptuous looks at Yang Kai. One of the hot-tempered brothers coldly snorted and rudely said, "Senior sister's name. Is it something you can call out?" As soon as his voice fell, he suddenly sent a palm towards Yang Kai. The palm wind was powerful and Yang Kai was directly sent flying, his body tumbling through the air a few times before landing with a thud. Blood flowed from the corners of his mouth and his clothes were covered in dust, making him look quite pitiful. Yang Kai remained indifferent to the pain in his body, frowning as he lay on the ground. He fell into deep thought. He didn't understand. Why was he like this? Everything here, to him, was both familiar and strange. A fragrant wind blew past him. A pair of jade feet came to a stop not far in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked up. He saw Su Yan standing in front of him, her beautiful face and inviolable temperament. It made her look like an unattainable goddess. "Senior sister, why bother with him?" The brother who had attacked Yang Kai before coldly snorted, his face filled with displeasure. Su Yan didn't answer and instead stretched out her hand towards Yang Kai, as if she wanted to pull him up. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before placing his hand in Su Yan's palm and using it to stand up. That senior brother who had a lot of opinions about Kai Yang's actions had his face twisted as he watched from the side. His heart was filled with hatred. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that because of his mistake, Kai Yang would have the opportunity to touch his senior sister's skin. Yang Kai stood in place blankly while Su Yan reached out and patted the dust off his clothes. At this moment, the unchanging coldness on her face dissipated. Her gentle appearance caused Yang Kai to be startled, but he also felt that it was only natural. The outside world is very dangerous. "Junior brother, since you want to go down the mountain, you should set out early. Be careful on the road and return early." Su Yan exhorted a few times before giving Yang Kai a deep look before turning around and continuing to walk towards High Heaven Pavilion. Yang Kai stood in place and watched her leave, his heart inexplicably empty. In the distance, the brothers' mocking laughter could be vaguely heard. "Senior sister, that guy is a trial disciple who was expelled from the sect and won't be coming back. You don't need to worry about him, is that so? Su Yan's voice sounded as if she had understood something. He should come back. The figure of the beautiful woman gradually faded away and eventually disappeared. Yang Kai's gaze then turned to the other side. In a distant corner, a senior sister wearing a long green dress and a veil over her face stood quietly. The noisy wind blew and brushed against her veil. Yang Kai saw her red lips move, as if she was saying something to him. However, the distance was too far, so Yang Kai couldn't hear clearly. Just as he was about to shout out and ask, the senior sister had disappeared. In the end, he only knew the name of this senior sister. Xia Ning Chang. This was perhaps a name he would remember for the rest of his life. Yang Kai picked up the package on the ground, turned around, and strode away. In the central capital's Yang family inheritance war, Yang Kai didn't participate because his strength wasn't enough and he couldn't win over too many supporters. Even if he participated, he would only bring shame to himself. His eldest brother, Yang Wei, successfully became the next patriarch of Yang Kai with his own extraordinary strength and connections. The family placed high hopes on him and vigorously cultivated him. Time flew by, and Yang Kai was now 18 years old. His father, Yang Yingfeng, and mother, Dong Suju, arranged a marriage for him. The other party was a woman from his mother's family, so they could be considered a good match. Yang Kai didn't have much choice. His persistent pursuit of the martial Tao didn't bring him much harvest. As a member of the Yang family, when one reached a certain age, they had to make contributions to the Yang family. At the very least, they had to reproduce and maintain the Yang family's prosperity. He married the woman and had a child. During the day, he worked hard for some of the Yang family's businesses, and at night, he returned to his mansion to enjoy the happiness of his family. His wife was obedient to him and his children were also well behaved. This was a very happy family. But, a certain part of Kai Yang's heart had been restless for a long time. He felt that his life shouldn't be like this. He should have another opportunity, another earth-shattering achievement. He tried to dispel these absurd thoughts, but found that these thoughts were like wine in a cellar. The more he hid them, the stronger they became. Not only could he not dispel them, but they also wanted to burst out all the time. Chapter 1756. In addition, there were also some faces that Yang Kai had never seen before flashing through his mind. There were men and women, old and young. Although Yang Kai had never seen them before, he felt that he was very familiar with them and could even call out their names. Old Demon, Ling Tai Su, Chu Ling Shao, Fei Yu, Rimaru, Fei Jian, Zhangyan, Li Rong, Han Fei, Shui Yu, Wu Yi, Yi Shiyun, Dai Yuan, Qian Tong. These people occupied Yang Kai's mind, each of them opening and closing their mouths, constantly trying to tell him something, but Yang Kai could not hear them no matter how hard he tried. The days passed without any surprises or dangers. Yang Kai entered the indomitable state, entered the no-doubt state, reached his 50s, reached his 60s. At the age of 70, he had many children and grandchildren. His parents had long since passed away, so many things had changed. The only thing that had not changed was the faces that constantly flashed through his mind over the years. These faces became clearer and clearer, and faint voices could be heard vaguely. The sudden onset of a serious illness had destroyed Kai Yang's vitality. Lying on the hospital bed, the sound of crying came from outside the room. It was the sound of his children and grandchildren. Yang Kai knew that his days were numbered. The wife who had accompanied him all his life had long since lost her flower-like appearance. At this moment, she was just an ordinary old woman, but in this final moment, she still stayed by his bedside and took care of Yang Kai's daily needs. Such a life seems to be quite good, right? Kai Yang thought dispiritedly. Using his cloudy eyes, he looked at his wife who was by his bedside. Decades of hard work had caused her hair to turn white. Yang Kai squeezed out a smile at her. But what Yang Kai did not expect was that his wife, who had always been obedient to him in the past, suddenly had a cold expression. At this moment, she was staring at him with a pair of cold eyes. You. Yang Kai opened his mouth and spat out a word. The other party's voice was crisp and pleasing to the ear. It was not the voice of an old woman at all. Instead, it sounded like the voice of a young woman. I'm finally free. I've been burdened by you all my life. Only now can I be free. You, why do you say that? Yang Kai looked at her in confusion, his eyes full of pain and disappointment. Then what should I say? The other party sneered. Should I thank you? If it wasn't for the fact that your young family was powerful, you would have been killed. How could I have married into this family decades ago? You, Yang Kai, are just a mediocre person. If you weren't born into the Yang family, I'm afraid you wouldn't even be as good as an ordinary person. Even so, you've only wasted your life. Is this what you think? Yes. Are you disappointed? The other party continued to sneer. His smile was cruel. It was like a sharp knife. He wanted to stab Yang Kai in the heart. Yang Kai chuckled and closed his eyes. The old woman sitting by the bed laughed even more coldly. Yang Kai suddenly opened his mouth and said, "It's not a dream, it's not an illusion. Honestly, you've done a good job these past decades, but I know, this is just an illusion." What? The old woman's face changed greatly. She stood up and looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. Do you know what you're saying? At this time, shouldn't you be tearing off all pretense of cordiality with me, ruthlessly attacking my satisfaction with this life and making me fall into despair? When Kai Yang opened his eyes again, the turbid look in his eyes had long since disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a glint of light as he sneered, "Even those guys who are preparing to cry at my funeral, shouldn't they also rush in and give me a good scolding? Shouldn't they be telling me off for the past few years so that I can die with grievances? How could you?" The old woman's face was extremely pale. Why couldn't I notice? As early as 30 years ago, I already noticed. This is not real, I remember everything I should remember. Since you noticed, why are you still so cooperative? The old woman's face became fierce. Huh. Yang Kai smiled and sat up straight on the bed, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Because this life is something I have never experienced before. Since I have this opportunity, of course I want to experience it. This can also temper my state of mind, isn't it?" The familiar and strange faces that constantly flashed in Yang Kai's mind, the words that constantly rang in his ears, finally made him remember everything from several decades ago in this illusion. At that time, Kai Yang was shocked. He didn't know when he was hit, nor did he notice the existence of any enemy. He remembered that he was protecting Luo Lan and Ni Guang with Shuiyu, and there was no trace of any enemy around. This situation was too strange. This meant that the unknown enemy's spiritual energy was unimaginably powerful and could invade his knowledge sea without him knowing, tamper with his memories, and influence his thinking, making him forget everything he should remember and instead believe in this distorted life. So he didn't rush to act. Firstly, he didn't know who the enemy was, so it might not be appropriate to act rashly. Secondly, as he said, this life was something he had never experienced before, so it was really good. Of course, if this wife, who had accompanied him all his life, could remain calm until the end and send him off, that would be the best. But at the last moment, she wanted to destroy Yang Kai's rare and precious experience, making him feel despair. A person would always only have one life. A second life was just an extravagant hope, and reincarnation was ethereal and unreliable. Even if reincarnation really existed, who could reincarnate with the memories of their previous life and become a new person? Yang Kai had experienced it once, although it was only a short 70 years. When his voice fell, the group of crying children and grandchildren outside stopped their meaningless cries. Then, there was a burst of ghostly wailing and wolf howling, which made one's hair stand on end. The old woman sneered, "Do you think you can sit back and relax after seeing through this illusion? You think too highly of yourself. If you had uncovered it earlier, you might have been able to escape this place. However, in your mind, so much time has passed. Now, you will never be able to escape this place. Your divine soul will only sink in this place forever. Is that so? Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged as he grinned meaningfully. It seems that you don't have any ability to directly attack and can only influence others by manipulating their memories? This sentence obviously exposed the old woman's ability, causing her face to change dramatically. After all, if she had the ability to directly attack, judging from the current situation, the old woman would definitely not have waited for death and would have attacked long ago. On the contrary, her fierce roar betrayed her lack of confidence. Fine, let's stop here, but I still want to thank you. The experience of this life has really steadied my mind and made me more confident about breaking through to the Origin King realm. Yang Kai smiled lightly. His problem was that his strength had improved too quickly. Since he began cultivating, he had reached the third order origin returning realm in less than 40 years. Great strength required a corresponding temperament and cultivation in order to be enslaved. Otherwise, it was very likely that one would become the demon race in the process of cultivation. This was his shortcoming. However, the experience this time had made up for this deficiency. No matter how much time had passed in the outside world, his mind had spent at least 70 years in this place. The cultivation of his temperament that he had accumulated was enough to satisfy the requirements of his own realm. He really wanted to thank the other party for giving him such an opportunity. This alone was enough to make this trip worthwhile. Even if he gained nothing in the following experience, it didn't matter. Yang Kai planned to find a place to break through to the Origin King realm after leaving the severed world, and he had already chosen that place in his heart. He already had great confidence in breaking through to the Origin King realm, and with this experience, he believed that when the time came, it would be a piece of cake. As Yang Kai's voice fell, the uneasy old woman across from him was speechless. Suddenly, her appearance underwent a huge change and she transformed into a mass of black chi. From this mass of black chi, a terrifying roar rang out and she rushed towards Yang Kai. At the same time, outside the room, there was also a lot of black chi that rushed towards Yang Kai with bared fangs and claws. Yang Kai coldly snorted as he opened his eyes and activated his demon eye of annihilation. The demon eye of annihilation had the ability to see through illusions and was the biggest nemesis of this kind of illusion. As soon as the demon eye was activated, the entire world began to collapse, like a broken mirror. This room, the entire Yang mansion, and even the entire central capital began to shatter. The mass of black chi that rushed towards Yang Kai did not harm him in the slightest. Just as he had guessed before, these black chi did not have any direct means of attack. All they did was trigger the negative emotions in the hearts of those who fell into the illusion. The black chi passed through Yang Kai's body and disappeared. In an instant, the illusion was broken. Yang Kai returned to the real world. Before he could react though, a cold wind suddenly blew from behind him. Hurriedly, Yang Kai rolled forward, avoiding the attack from behind, and after stabilizing his footing, he turned his head to look back. He saw the same black shadow that he had seen in the illusion. However, this black shadow was in the shape of a human. It had no facial features, only 4 limbs and a shape. It seemed that the previous illusion was all caused by this black chi, something Yang Kai immediately understood. At this moment, the black chi seemed to have suffered some serious damage. After all, it had used a secret technique to drag Yang Kai into the illusion, and now that this secret technique had been broken, it had also suffered some damage. Roaring, the black chi pounced towards Yang Kai again. Yang Kai waved his hand and sent out a golden blood thread to cut towards the other party, but unexpectedly, the golden blood thread had no effect on the black chi and passed directly through its body, failing to cause any effective damage. Yang Kai frowned and pushed his Saint Chi as he sent out a heaven-covering hand. The huge palm covered the black chi's body but was unable to affect it in the slightest. After a brief moment of hesitation, the black chi had already arrived in front of Yang Kai. Golden blood threads are useless, Saint Chi's secret technique is useless, it seems, only soul attacks are useful against you. Yang Kai sneered again and again, standing in place without moving. In his left eye, the image of a budding lotus flower suddenly appeared. Chapter 1757. Blossoming Lotus Secret Technique. This was Yang Kai's most powerful soul attack method. Facing such a strange black shadow, Yang Kai didn't dare to probe any further and immediately used his strongest move. The lotus flower pattern disappeared in a flash and reappeared inside the black shadow's body in the next moment. The lotus flower began to slowly bloom, and the source of this bloom was the black shadow's source strength. When the black shadow was less than a meter away from Yang Kai, it suddenly stopped and fell to the ground, howling miserably. By the time the lotus flower had fully bloomed, the black shadow had already disappeared and was replaced by a black lotus that immediately collapsed and disappeared. Only now did Yang Kai have time to investigate the situation of the others. Luo Lan was the closest to him, and when Yang Kai turned his head to look, he saw a humanoid shadow standing behind this first-order origin king. This shadow was exactly the same as the one he had just destroyed, a strange existence with no facial features. At this moment, the black shadow seemed to be lying on Luo Lan's back, and from its face, there was something similar to an inhaler that pierced through the back of Luo Lan's head. An evil force was being emitted from the black shadow, affecting Luo Lan's thoughts and pulling her soul into an illusion. However, Luo Lan didn't know what kind of illusion she was experiencing. Her delicate body was constantly trembling, and her complexion was constantly changing. The beautiful hair on her forehead was already soaked with sweat, and between her breaths, her chest was rising and falling. There's more than one. Yang Kai was shocked. He had thought that the enemy that had attacked him and Luo Lan was the same black shadow, but now he understood. Deep underground, there was more than one such thing. Yang Kai then turned his attention to Shuiyu and Ni Guang not far away. The situation behind these two was exactly the same as Luo Lan's. Both of them were being carried by a black shadow, and there was something similar to an inhaler sticking out of the black shadow's face and pouring into their heads. No one noticed when the black shadows had attacked, because even Ni Guang had been hit by them. However, from the looks of it, Yang Kai's situation was definitely the same as theirs. A cold wind blew all around as miserable cries rang out incessantly. Yang Kai suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as he turned his head to look around. His expression could not help but change. While he was in a daze, countless humanoid shadows emerged from the cracks in all directions. As soon as these shadows appeared, they all turned their faces to Yang Kai. Although they had no eyes, Yang Kai still felt like he was being stared at by countless pairs of eyes. So many. This time Kai Yang's face really changed. He no longer hesitated. He quickly rushed towards Luo Lan and condensed his spiritual energy into a sharp spike before shooting it towards the shadow behind Luo Lan. His spiritual energy was extremely powerful, not the slightest bit inferior to a master like Ni Guang, so with just a single attack, the black shadow that attacked Luo Lan swayed. Its body seemed to have become much dimmer, as if it had suffered heavy injuries. When Yang Kai used his divine sense to attack it again, it actually let out a miserable howl and directly disappeared into thin air. Kai Yang's heart relaxed, only then did he realize. It was actually not difficult to destroy these black shadows with the power of his divine soul. 2 impacts were enough. It was just that, there were too many of them. When the black shadows were destroyed, Luo Lan could not help crying out as she broke free from the illusion. When she opened her eyes, she saw Yang Kai standing right in front of her, her eyes still filled with confusion. Obviously, she had not completely broken free from the illusion just now. Yang Kai shouted at her, "Senior Luo, if you don't want to die, wake up quickly and use your spiritual energy to deal with them." Them? Luo Lan frowned slightly. Who are they? There was no need for Yang Kai to answer. Amidst the howls, many black shadows rushed towards Luo Lan and Yang Kai. Luo Lan let out a strange cry as she finally reacted. Stretching out her hand, she summoned a hiltless short sword that exuded a dazzling light. Under her control, this short sword danced up and down, and any black shadow that approached it was cut down and reduced to nothingness. In the end, she was an Origin King Realm Master, and this dazzling short sword was obviously a powerful soul-type artifact. Driven by her spiritual energy, it was the nemesis of these black shadows. Seeing this, Yang Kai relaxed and shouted, "Hold on, I'll go wake up Senior and I and Shuiyu." "Hurry up." Luo Lan's forehead oozed cold sweat. Although she had only fought with these black shadows for a moment, she had already realized how difficult it was to deal with them. There were simply too many of them. Luo Lan retreated as she fought, rushing towards Enai Guang and Shuiyu together with Yang Kai. Along the way, the black shadows that tried to block their path were all destroyed by Yang Kai's spiritual energy. Although he did not have a soul-type artifact like Luo Lan's, his own divine sense was very strong, so he was able to pass through unhindered. A moment later, he arrived at Enai Guang's side and used his spiritual energy to attack the humanoid shadow behind Enai Guang. After 2 attacks, Enai Guang was saved. The moment the black shadow was defeated, Enai Guang opened his eyes, a monstrous anger flashing across them as his robes fluttered despite the lack of wind. Standing up, Enai Guang shouted sternly, "You dare disturb this old master's state of mind? You almost succeeded." Seeing this, Yang Kai knew that Enai Guang's situation was much better than Luo Lan's. At the very least, even if Enai Guang had been hit, he was aware of his situation. The reason he had not woken up on his own was definitely because he could not escape from this illusion. After receiving Yang Kai's help, Enai Guang immediately recovered his strength. With a flick of his sleeve, countless attacks shot out in all directions, accompanied by a series of whooshing sounds. "Senior and I, these things do not fear Saint Chi or artifacts, so you must use your spiritual energy to attack them." Yang Kai saw Enai Guang stunned and quickly reminded him. "So that's how it is." Enai Guang suddenly understood and opened his mouth, spitting out a round bead. As soon as this bead appeared, it immediately bloomed with light. Although this light was dazzling, it was extremely soft, and in an instant, the depths of the underground became as bright as day. With this round bead as the center, everything within a 10-meter radius was illuminated. All the black shadows that rushed into the area covered by this light were distorted and distorted. They let out miserable howls as their color faded and they quickly dissipated. This scene was like snowflakes falling into the crater of a volcano, evaporating without a trace in a very short time. Seeing this, Yang Kai's heart calmed down and he shot towards Shuiyu, using the same method as before to kill the black shadow hiding behind her. Shuiyu's situation was undoubtedly the worst. Although she was the young master of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce, had heaven-defying aptitude, and had already reached the third-order origin returning realm at such a young age, her heritage was incomparable to the other 3 present. When Luo Lan was rescued by Yang Kai, although she was confused for a moment, she quickly figured out the situation. On the other hand, after Yang Kai rescued her, Shuiyu's eyes were still closed, showing no signs of waking up. However, the expression on her face was extremely strange. Her lips were curled into a smile and her whole body was relaxed. This smile was full of happiness and sweetness, as if she was experiencing something good in an illusion. "Shuiyu." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and put it on her shoulder, shaking her as he called out. After 2 or 3 times, Shuiyu frowned and opened her eyes with some displeasure, but when she saw Yang Kai standing in front of her, she suddenly smiled and reached out to brush her hair behind her ear, acting like a little woman. However, she was doing this in the image of a man, so it was a bit unsightly. Fortunately, besides Yang Kai, Enai Guang and Luo Lan were both attacking the black shadows, so no one noticed this detail. She asked softly, "You're awake?" "What do you mean I'm awake?" Yang Kai was confused and shouted, "You should wake up quickly." "Me?" Shuiyu looked at Yang Kai blankly, her beautiful eyes filled with happiness and sweetness gradually becoming sober. Immediately, as if she had finally recovered, she began to look around. With a single glance, Shuiyu instantly understood everything, her beautiful eyes filled with disappointment, as if she didn't want to wake up from the illusion just now. There are too many of these things, we can't kill them all, it's best to leave first. Ni Guang saw Yang Kai wake Shuiyu up, so he quickly shouted, throwing the round bead exuding a soft light into the sky as he followed closely behind, shouting, "Come with me. You go first, this mistress will bring up the rear." Luo Lan was very good, not in a hurry to leave, instead taking the initiative to take up the task of bringing up the rear. Yang Kai nodded, stretched out his hand, grabbed Shuiyu's arm, and flew up with her, Luo Lan following closely behind. The group of 4 flew away at an extremely fast speed, trying to escape from this dangerous place. However, the dark shadows down below were hot on their heels, and from the surrounding cracks, more and more dark shadows were constantly rushing out, each of them howling and sending out energy fluctuations similar to spiritual energy attacks. This kind of attack was invisible, and although 1 or 2 of them weren't powerful, when gathered together, they couldn't be underestimated. These energy fluctuations affected the souls of the 4 people and impacted their knowledge seas, as if trying to drag them down into a bottomless abyss again. However, under the power of Ni Guang and Luo Lan's artifacts, these dark shadows couldn't get close at all and were killed one after another. Suddenly, Luo Lan, who was in charge of bringing up the rear, exclaimed, "This is..." The next moment, she shouted with all her might, "Run!" There was a hint of panic in her voice, as if something bad had happened. Kai Yang took a moment to look back and was immediately shocked by what he saw. He saw that the countless black shadows below were actually beginning to merge as they chased. The black shadows were like water droplets converging towards a certain spot. In the blink of an eye, they had formed an incomparably huge black shadow. Furthermore, with the addition of the smaller black shadows, this huge black shadow was still continuing to grow in size. Its head seemed to touch the sky while its feet touched the ground. This posture alone gave off a strong sense of oppression. After only 3 breaths of time, this huge dark shadow took shape. Chapter 1758. As soon as the huge shadow took shape, it waved its 2 long arms and lashed out from below like 2 pitch-black whips. Its attack was ferocious, and it was as fast as lightning. Feeling the terrifying power contained in these 2 attacks, Luo Lan, who was guarding the rear, paled and without hesitation, bit the tip of her tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. The hiltless long sword in her hand glowed brilliantly and transformed into a giant sword that slashed down fiercely. In a silent collision, the 2 arms of the black shadow were blocked for a moment while Luo Lan's artifact sword was also sent flying. The attacks of the merged black shadow were countless times stronger than those of the small black shadows. Soul-type artifacts were driven by spiritual energy, so although their power was unpredictable, if they were damaged, their soul would be affected as well. So the moment the long sword was knocked away, Luo Lan's pretty face paled and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Even with her powerful origin king realm cultivation, she had been injured in a single blow. Everyone clearly realized the power of these strange black shadows at this moment. Fortunately, at this time, the 4 of them had already escaped from the ground and flew high up into the sky. None of them dared to look back, nor did they dare to linger, simply continuing to fly upwards. From the depths of the gully, a shocking roar rang out and 2 huge black arms stretched out from the ground, spreading out their 10 fingers and transforming them into giant demonic claws that grabbed towards the 4 people. However, the distance between the 2 giant palms and Luo Lan seemed to be insufficient. When the 2 giant palms were a few dozen meters away, they grabbed nothing but air. In the next moment, the 2 giant palms slowly retracted and the howling that had filled everyone's ears gradually subsided, restoring peace to the world once again. Ni Guang, who was leading the group, slowed down and eventually stopped mid-air, looking down thoughtfully. "These things don't seem to want to chase us." Yang Kai also noticed the problem. "It seems so." Ni Guang nodded, agreeing with Yang Kai's point of view, "But we still can't lower our guard. It's best to leave this place first." The other 3 nodded quickly and followed behind Ni Guang, continuing to fly away. A quarter of an hour later, the 4 of them landed in a safe position again. Although the surrounding area was still desolate, there were no longer any crisscrossing gullies, so after confirming that there was really no danger around, the four of them stopped and rested for a while. Even though the crisis that they had faced earlier had been resolved, they still felt a lingering fear in their hearts. Because the attack they encountered this time was simply impossible to guard against. After all, before entering the underground trench, everyone had checked their surroundings. Even with 2 origin kings guarding them, they still could not avoid being attacked, which was a bit unbelievable. Elder Luo, how are your injuries? Ni Guang looked at the pale Luo Lan and asked. Luo Lan frowned and sensed for a moment before replying, "It's nothing serious. It's just that my soul is a little unstable." That's good, Ni Guang also breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought that with his second-order origin king cultivation, he would not be able to escape. Even if his journey in the severed world was not smooth sailing, it was impossible for him to encounter any fatal threats, but after experiencing such an experience, Yang Kai did not dare to think so. If it weren't for Yang Kai's help, he didn't know how long he would have been trapped in the illusion. Perhaps he wouldn't have been able to wake up even if his body had withered. At that time, his soul would definitely be destroyed. Uncle and I, what were those things? Shuiyu asked with some lingering fear. Everything she had experienced in that illusion felt like it was real. Even after being awakened by Yang Kai, she still hadn't been able to adapt to the real world in a short time. I don't know. I have never heard of such things in the severed world. Has Elder Luo ever heard of them? Ni Guang shook his head and asked Luo Lan. This mistress doesn't know much about the severed world, so I have never heard of such strange things. It seems that the people who encountered these things before didn't survive. As such, no information about them has been leaked. Ni Guang said thoughtfully, but fortunately, based on the previous situation, although they are extremely stealthy and even this old master was unable to detect their existence, they can only live in the dim underground. As long as we don't go underground again, we shouldn't encounter them again. Moreover, we weren't delayed for long. In that illusion, this old master seemed to have spent many years, but judging from our current state, we only wasted 1 or 2 hours at most. These things are truly terrifying. Hearing what he said, the other 3 nodded slightly. Elder Luo, you should heal your wounds first. When you're almost done, we'll set off. Ni Guang turned to Luo Lan and said. Then I'll have to trouble you. This mistress will do her best to hurry, Luo Lan said gratefully. She did not have much of a friendship with Ni Guang, but Ni Guang was willing to wait for her at this time, so she was naturally grateful. This also proved Ni Guang's character and that he was a suitable person to cooperate with. Ni Guang was stronger than her, so cooperating with such a person was naturally something Luo Lan wished for. However, it might also be related to her taking the initiative to bring up the rear just now, but Ni Guang's attitude towards her was obviously much more pleasant than before. Luo Lan also did not realize that she had brought Yang Kai into this severed world because she wanted to rely on Yang Kai's attainments in the Tao of space, but because of this, she had received Ni Guang's help. If it weren't for Yang Kai, Ni Guang would not have invited her to act together. Next, Luo Lan took a pill and began to repair the wounds to her soul. Yang Kai, on the other hand, cast his eyes towards the void not far away. He could feel that somewhere in the void there were faint space force fluctuations, and he could even infer from the traces of these energy fluctuations that there was a hidden void crack in that location. It seemed that Luo Lan was right. This severed world was really a dangerous place, and there were indeed some invisible void cracks. But if someone rashly passed through them, they would definitely be cut in half by these void cracks and die with everlasting regret. What are you looking at? Shuiyu suddenly leaned over and asked softly. Yang Kai didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but since just now, Yang Kai noticed that Shuiyu's attitude towards him seemed to have changed subtly. Previously, Shuiyu's eyes had been filled with a mix of love and hate. But now, her eyes were very gentle, and even when they were running away, Shuiyu had clung to Yang Kai's arm without letting go, looking completely at ease. I'm not looking at anything, Yang Kai shook his head. What's wrong with you? What kind of illusion did you experience just now? With your temperament, you shouldn't have been affected so deeply, right? Yang Kai had just asked casually, but to his surprise, Shui Yu's face turned red, as if she had remembered something shameful, snorting as she said, "It's none of your business." Yang Kai was rendered speechless and couldn't help sneering, "Forget it, I won't ask. It can't be anything good." Shui Yu gritted her teeth and glared at him. Yang Kai suddenly felt very uncomfortable under her gaze and quickly glanced around, trying to divert Shui Yu's attention. At this time, Yang Kai noticed that Ni Guang had taken out an animal skin map and was frowning as he stared at it, seemingly searching for something, releasing his divine sense from time to compare it with the surrounding terrain. There was nothing clear on the map, most of it just intersecting lines, and there were a few places marked with different markings. Your Chamber of Commerce actually has a map of this place? Yang Kai looked surprised. Shui Yu smiled, "What's so strange about that? It's not the first time our Chamber of Commerce has come to this place, so it's not surprising that we have one or two maps. However, the severed world is too big, so we can't grasp all the maps here. What Uncle Ni has is only a small part of it." "So that's how it is," Yang Kai nodded. "So, you have a clear destination for this trip?" We are going to a medicine valley where there are many spirit medicines that have never been seen before in the territory of the star. Legend has it that the spirit medicines there are all beyond the Origin King grade. Some can bring the dead back to life, some can rejuvenate and prolong one's life, some can even greatly increase one's strength. Yang Kai looked at her strangely. "What's wrong?" Shui Yu asked suspiciously. "You really don't have any vigilance, that's not like you," Yang Kai laughed. Although they were now in a cooperative relationship, what Shui Yu revealed was undoubtedly very important information. She was not a brainless woman with big breasts, otherwise, it would have been impossible for her to become the young master of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce. For her to reveal these things to him for no reason really made Kai Yang very surprised. Hearing what he said, Shui Yu was also startled and seemed to realize something, immediately turning her eyes away and sneering, "So what if I tell you? With Uncle Ni here, do you think you can snatch food from the tiger's mouth?" These words were a bit of a cover-up, so Yang Kai didn't ask any more questions. However, in comparison, Yang Kai realized that Luo Lan's actions this time were a bit too rash. Ni Guang dared to enter this place because he relied on his tyrannical cultivation and was prepared, but Luo Lan was obviously hot-blooded, thinking that she could run amok here as long as she brought Yang Kai with her. She didn't understand the severed world at all. In the underground gully where Yang Kai and the others had stopped before, an hour after they left, a figure descended from the sky and landed nearby. This person was wrapped in black qi and exuded an evil and violent aura. This person was none other than the Origin King Realm Master Yang Kai had paid attention to before. After this person landed, he turned his head and looked around before taking a deep breath and letting out a strange laugh. "Very good, you really were nearby. It seems you haven't been away for too long. Young boy, I didn't expect you to grow to this extent after not seeing you for so many years. Truly unexpected." If Yang Kai heard this, he would definitely pale in shock because he didn't know who this Origin King Realm Master was, but from his words, it wasn't difficult to infer that this person obviously knew him and was very concerned about him. Chapter 1759. Oh. This man paused for a while before suddenly seeming to have discovered something. Turning his eyes towards the gully below, he swept it with his divine sense for a while before letting out a laugh and saying, "So there's such a thing here. Although I don't know what you are useful to this old master. Fine, I'll capture you first." As he spoke, he leaped directly into the underground gully. As soon as he landed, countless small black shadows rushed out from the cracks in the ground in all directions, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they pounced towards him. This man showed no fear and instead roared excitedly, "Haha, good, good." As he spoke, he suddenly took out a large, black banner. Instantly, the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves came out from the banner. The sound was so sharp that it actually covered up the pitch of the black shadows underground. On the black banner, there were many struggling human faces. They were twisting their faces and screaming with their mouths open. This man formed a series of hand seals and poured his Saint Chi into the black banner as he shouted, "Go!" In the next moment, the black banner transformed into a black curtain that blotted out the sky and descended. All the small black shadows that rushed over seemed to have encountered some kind of nemesis and were swallowed up by this black banner. As this process continued, the aura emitted by this black banner grew stronger and stronger, and its color became darker and darker. It seemed to be able to devour everything, including light. The terrifying devouring power of this black banner obviously caused these black shadows to panic, and soon, they began to merge and grow, just like when Yang Kai and the others had fled just now, attempting to unite to resist this black banner. Seeing this scene, the Origin King Realm Master wrapped in black chi not only did not panic, but instead showed a look of excitement as he muttered, "You actually have such ability? Good, 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 this king's 10,000 soul banner will be greatly supplemented, ha 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 ha." Laughing loudly, he stretched out his hand and pointed, causing the black curtain that blotted out the sky to suddenly distort and squirm. Immediately after, it transformed into a huge and terrifying human face. That face was ferocious and terrifying, and there were countless pairs of eyes on it. Each of the eyes reflected a dazzling divine light, and the divine light contained an incredible power. In addition, this face also had a bloody maw. From this maw, a violent and strange roar rang out. It opened its huge mouth, which was actually larger than a human face, and bit down viciously at the human-shaped shadow that was converging below. The gigantic black shadow formed from countless small black shadows and naturally wouldn't resign itself to its fate. Its two pitch-black, whip-like hands swung in an attempt to block the 10,000 soul banner's attack. In that instant, sand and stones were flying everywhere in the underground ravine. It was a complete mess. But it was still futile. The 10,000 soul banner was not afraid of the huge black figure's attack. It forcefully pounced forward and bit the huge black figure. Then, it raised its head and swallowed the huge black figure like a bird swallowing food. Vaguely, a sorrowful wail came from within the face. The terrifying human face formed by the 10,000 soul banner revealed a satisfied expression. The countless eyes on the face were flickering with excitement. Burp. It even gave a very vivid burp. The moment the huge black shadow was swallowed up, the remaining fishes that had escaped into the surrounding crevices, not daring to show themselves again. They seemed to have realized that the 10,000 soul banner was their nemesis. There was no way to resist it. Seeing this, the Origin King Realm Master wrapped in black chi waved his hand reluctantly, and the 10,000 soul banner reappeared and flew back into his hand. On the surface, the 10,000 soul banner had not changed much compared to before, but the evil it exuded was obviously stronger. Heh 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 heh. The Origin King Realm Master let out a creepy laugh as he played with his artifact. Nodding repeatedly, he muttered, not bad at all. We've only just entered and we've already obtained such a harvest. As expected of the severed world, this king is looking forward to it. It was as if he had lost his mind. After uttering such crazy words for a while, he laughed and put away the 10,000 soul banner before wrapping himself in a cloud of black chi and leaping out of the gully, accurately chasing in the direction Yang Kai and the others had left. Somewhere in the severed world, Sword Union Elder Chui Hong was desperately urging his artifact to fight a several dozen-meter-long monster beast that resembled a winged serpent. His luck was not very good. Not long after entering the severed world, he had broken into the territory of this monster beast. After being discovered, he naturally began fighting with it. In the severed world, the most dangerous thing was the invisible void cracks. These void cracks were scattered irregularly and could not be seen with the naked eye or sensed with one's divine sense. Even if an Origin King Realm Master encountered one, even if they did not die, they would suffer severe injuries. The second most dangerous thing was the monster beast that lived here. The monster beast here had inherited the bloodline of an ancient species, and under the influence of the world principles of this place, each of them was unable to become stronger. Even monster beasts of the same level were stronger than those in the star territory by at least 30%. The one Chui Hong encountered was a genuine 10th order monster beast. From its appearance, it was obvious that it had inherited the bloodline of the flying feather-winged dragon, but with the passage of the flowing time Great Emperor, the changes in the world principles, and the changes in the tidal force, it had lost the majesty of its ancestor. Otherwise, Chui Hong would have been turned into a corpse in a single blow. However, it was still a 10th order monster beast. In the entire star territory, a 10th order monster beast was equivalent to an Origin King Realm Master, an extremely rare existence. Fortunately, this monster beast seemed to have broken through not long ago, and as a Sword Union Elder, Chui Hong's artifact armor and artifacts were not low grade. In the process of fighting with this winged snake, he did not fall into a disadvantage. Instead, he gradually gained the upper hand by relying on various secret techniques. This winged snake was several dozen meters long and had a pair of bat-like wings on its back. Its long forked tongue flickered in and out of its mouth, and its body was extremely agile. It danced left and right around Chui Hong, flicking its forked tongue like a steel whip from time to time and bombarding Chui Hong's body, causing him to tremble and stagger. After fighting for a full 6 hours, Chui Hong finally killed this winged snake with a single blow, despite suffering injuries. He stood in place, panting heavily, his body dyed red with blood as he cursed angrily. After resting for a while, he finally had the strength to put the winged snake's body into his space ring. At this moment, he did not have the time to take care of this corpse carefully. He could only wait until he left the severed world to deal with it slowly. The value of a 10th order monster beast's corpse was almost unimaginable, especially its monster core, which was a huge attraction to any Origin King. When a cultivator reached the Origin King realm, it was extremely difficult for them to break through because this was the limit of a cultivator in the star territory. If they wanted to reach a certain height, besides meditating for a long time and comprehending the heavenly way and martial Tao, they could only collect rare pills that matched their cultivation. An Origin King might not be able to break through their shackles for 100 or even 1,000 years. This was a very common thing. Because of this, in the entire star territory, peak 3rd order Origin Kings were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns, and each one of them was an old monster. Because there was nothing in this world that could interest them. After resting for a while, Chui Hong immediately left this dangerous place. He was afraid that the smell of blood here would attract other monster beasts. In his current state, he really could not support another battle like the one just now. Elsewhere, Zilong, the master of Sword Union, led Zidong through the severed world. He seemed to have a very clear goal and did not stop at all along the way. Moreover, their luck was quite good. Since entering this place, they had not encountered any danger, allowing them to walk with peace of mind. "Father, is there really an immortal tree in this severed world?" Zidong, who was following behind Zilong, suddenly asked. Hearing the words immortal tree, Zilong's originally calm eyes suddenly burst with a dazzling light, his purple hair fluttering despite the lack of wind as he nodded slightly. "Although father isn't sure, I am 80% sure. After all, this is the information left behind by your great-granduncle. The immortal tree really does exist here. 2,000 years ago, your great-granduncle came here and saw the immortal tree that was very similar to the one in the legends, but he failed to obtain it and was instead heavily injured by the monster beast guarding the immortal tree. He had no choice but to retreat, and in the end died of depression." Zidong's expression changed slightly as he muttered, "This child remembers that great-uncle should be a 2nd order Origin King, but he was seriously injured by the monster beast guarding it? What kind of monster beast was that? Divine bird? Ancient peacock?" Zilong took a deep breath. Divine bird. Zidong could not help paling in amazement. Any monster beast that was related to the word ancient was an existence not to be provoked because they all had the means to destroy the heavens and earth. What's more, each of them had a violent temperament. If such a monster beast were to break into star territory, it would likely destroy countless cultivation stars. When that time came, it was bound to become a disaster for star territory. Zilong quickly added, in star territory, the names of the three great divine waters are widely circulated. One is life-revitalizing jade cream, one is soul-cleansing divine water, and one is immortal source liquid. Among these three great divine waters, soul-cleansing divine water occasionally appears, but in small quantities. It may appear once every few hundred or thousand years, but life-revitalizing jade cream and immortal source liquid have long since gone extinct. At least, in all the years your father has lived, I have never heard of anyone obtaining these two treasures. Each of the three great divine waters has its own special effects and is a supreme treasure that every cultivator can only dream of. Soul-cleansing divine water can cleanse one's soul and make it more condensed and vigorous. It is a supreme treasure for tempering one's spiritual energy, while life-revitalizing jade cream can enhance a cultivator's physique and vitality. A single drop can allow one to be reborn, cleanse their meridians, and make their physical strength extremely powerful. However, compared to the immortal source liquid, these two treasures are far inferior. Father, what does this immortal source liquid have to do with the immortal tree? Zidong asked curiously. Naturally there is a relationship. Zilong, as an overlord, naturally had a dignified air about him, but when facing his son, he maintained a pleasant expression. After all, Zidong had never failed to live up to his expectations and was the successor he had placed high hopes on. Please enlighten me, father. Zidong said solemnly, putting on an expression of humility. Chapter 1760. Zilong pondered for a while before replying, the immortal source liquid is the condensation of the essence of the immortal tree's leaves over countless years. For the immortal source liquid, regrowing a severed limb is nothing more than a waste of talent. It is a natural pills capable of bringing one back from the dead. Bringing one back from the dead. Zidong's face was filled with shock. If this trivial dew has such a miraculous effect, then the immortal tree itself, if I can obtain the immortal tree and refine it, I can obtain an immortal and indestructible body and live as long as the heavens themselves. What? Zidong was truly shocked this time. Even as the young master of Purple Star, he could not help feeling shocked, unable to believe these words if they were not coming from his father's mouth. If I can obtain an endless lifespan, then your father will achieve something unprecedented. At that time, I will surpass the Origin King realm and peer into the mysteries of the realm of the great emperors. When Zilong said this, his whole body was filled with excitement and fanaticism. Zidong stared at his father in a daze. He had not seen such an expression on his father's face for a long time, so he could imagine how great the temptation of the immortal tree was to his father. Father, is this information only known to our Purple Star? Zidong asked again. No. Zilong shook his head, a look of dread appearing on his face. I am not certain about others, but Hangluo Chamber of Commerce definitely knows about the existence of the immortal tree because 2,000 years ago, your great-uncle and the previous president of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce entered together. So, this time, that old fart and I Guang is likely also eyeing the immortal tree. Zidong could not help but frown as he asked suspiciously, if that's the case, why don't you gather more masters? Zilong faintly smiled. This kind of matter isn't something that can be handled with more people. Moreover, there is only one immortal tree. When the time comes, what if we succeed? Who will obtain it? In front of such a supreme treasure, only you can trust yourself, everyone else is your enemy. Zidong pondered for a moment before nodding. This child understands. Good, you are still young. There's still a long way to go. Father brought you here this time to temper you and expose you to some unimaginable dangers as soon as possible. This will be of great benefit to your future growth. I hope you won't disappoint me. This child will do his best. Zidong said solemnly. As the sect master of Purple Star, Zilong had countless children, but the one he favored the most was still Zidong. Among his countless children, only this child stood out. Of course, he had to raise him well. Zidong was also well aware of this, so he had worked even harder these past few years, not daring to slack off in his cultivation. Entering the severed world this time was extremely dangerous, but it was also a good test. As long as he passed this test, his position in Purple Star would be unshakable from now on. Zidong secretly clenched his fists and decided to perform well this time. At the same time, somewhere far away, Yang Kai's group of 4, led by Enai Guang, was advancing through the severed world. Along the way, they did not encounter any great dangers. The exiled grounds did not seem to live up to its name either. However, Enai Guang took out something that Yang Kai was particularly interested in. It was an artifact similar to a communication artifact, but it was somewhat different because there was a needle-like object in the center of this artifact. Enai Guang had taken it out 2 hours ago. He had been holding it in his hand all this time, shaking it from side to side from time to time. As it shook, the needle would occasionally undergo some subtle changes. Every time this happened, Enai Guang would change direction and move in a different direction. Luo Lan was confused by this sight, not knowing what kind of magical effect this artifact had. She secretly guessed that this thing was probably able to avoid some kind of danger, but this was related to someone else's privacy, so she didn't ask and simply kept it to herself. However, Yang Kai was quite surprised, because he found that this artifact could actually detect the location of some hidden void cracks. Whenever the needle on this artifact pointed in a certain direction, Yang Kai could feel obscure space force fluctuations from that direction, but Enai Guang was always able to avoid them in advance. This was obviously a special artifact that had been refined to deal with entering the severed world. The person who had refined it had most likely cultivated the Tao of space. Yang Kai secretly guessed, after all, Hangluo Chamber of Commerce was a big force with many talented people, so it was only natural that some of them had cultivated the Tao of space. However, Yang Kai was keenly able to infer from the reaction of this artifact that its creator's attainments in the Tao of space were far inferior to his own. Because this artifact could not detect all hidden void cracks. Even if there were some void cracks several dozen meters away from the group, it would not respond, but Yang Kai could clearly perceive them. Every time this happened, he would be on tenterhooks, afraid that Enai Guang would rush over. Fortunately, they had not encountered any danger along the way, so Yang Kai did not need to expose his secret to remind Enai Guang to change their route. From time to time, there would be rips in the void, visible to the naked eye. This kind of thing was like a scar in the sky, forever hanging above the void, adding a dangerous atmosphere to the severed world. As they moved forward, whether it was obvious or hidden void cracks, the number of them increased. Yang Kai and the others even saw a heavenly chasm-like crack in the void, and from that crack came a terrifying and strange fluctuation. No one knew what was on the other side of that crack. When he saw this crack, Yang Kai's face was filled with eagerness. He clearly felt that this huge void crack was likely to contain what he needed, the space spirit crystal that had been nurtured in the void, or the insight into the Tao of space that he longed for. He felt that if he rushed in, he would definitely reap great benefits. Unfortunately, he was now acting with Enai Guang and the others, so he did not rashly leave the group and could only pass by this crack. In any case, there were many such opportunities in the severed world, so there was no need to rush. Enai Guang, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped and turned his head in a certain direction, letting out a cry of surprise. Following the direction he was looking, the other 3 immediately saw a person lying on the ground 1,000 meters away. This is... Luo Lan whispered, this person's clothes seem a bit familiar. Is he one of the people who came in with us before? It seems so. Enai Guang's expression became solemn as he released his divine sense to investigate, his expression changing slightly, but he seems to be dead. Luo Lan's pretty face paled. Among the cultivator who entered the severed world before, except for Yang Kai, Shuiyu, and Zidong, the rest were all origin kings, none of them worse than her. But after just a few hours, she actually found a corpse here. It was difficult to imagine what kind of attack this person had suffered. With his powerful origin king realm cultivation, he had actually died here. What's more, from the looks of the surroundings, this person had not experienced any kind of battle at all. It was as if he had been ambushed and killed instantly by something powerful. If she had been in his shoes, Luo Lan felt that her fate would not have been any better. She began to celebrate her good luck. Should we go and take a look? Shuiyu pondered for a moment before pointing in the direction of the corpse. There seems to be something next to his body. There was no need for her to remind them, as everyone noticed that there was indeed something next to this Origin King Realm Master's corpse. It was a small flower that resembled a coxcomb that grew straight out of the ground. Even from 1,000 meters away, everyone could smell a fragrant scent drifting over from it. This aura made people feel relaxed and happy, and it could not help but ease the tension in everyone's hearts. What kind of spirit grass is this? Do any of you recognize it? Ni Guang turned his head and asked. Luo Lan shook her head awkwardly, while Shuiyu also expressed that she did not know. Even the Origin King Grade Alchemist, Yang Kai, was confused. He had never seen this kind of spirit flower before. Logically speaking, the true alchemy enlightenment scripture he obtained in the Emperor Garden not only contained countless lost pill recipes but also detailed records of countless exotic flowers and herbs. It could be said that the scripture contained almost everything. In terms of understanding of herbs, Yang Kai was confident that he was not inferior to anyone in the Star Territory. However, Yang Kai had not seen any similar records in the true alchemy enlightenment scripture. Ni Guang frowned and pondered for a moment before saying, "I'll go take a look, all of you stay here and don't move." Yang Kai was confident in his ability and didn't want to give up on this opportunity. Regardless of what kind of spirit grass this spirit flower was, at least there was an Origin King Realm Master's corpse nearby. As long as he could obtain his space ring, it would be a good harvest. "Do you want this mistress to go with you?" Luo Lan asked. Ni Guang glanced at her and nodded. "Then you be careful." "This mistress will," Luo Lan responded with a smile before she and Ni Guang slowly approached the corpse. Yang Kai and Shuiyu stood in place, nervously paying attention to the situation. The two quickly closed the distance of more than 1,000 meters, but to everyone's surprise, even when Ni Guang and Luo Lan approached the corpse, there was no danger. Ni Guang had a puzzled look on his face. He lowered his head to look at the corpse and exclaimed in a low voice, "This man was killed by a sneak attack from behind. There are 2 bite marks on the back of his neck. It seems to be a snake-type demon beast, and it's highly poisonous." Luo Lan nodded as she also noticed this. Because this corpse was in a face-down position, the situation on the back of his neck was clear at a glance. It was easy to imagine that this person had been caught off guard and bitten on the back of his neck, causing him to fall to the ground and die immediately. This was simply a lethal poison that could kill at the sight of blood. Even an Origin King would not be able to resist it. "Elder Luo, I'll have to trouble you to take this corpse with you. I'll pick up that spirit flower," Ni Guang ordered. "Okay." Luo Lan nodded, not taking this matter lightly. Instead of directly touching the corpse with her hand, she sent out a wisp of Saint Qi to wrap it up and quickly withdraw. Chapter 1761. Luo Lan's movements were careful and swift. Without knowing what kind of dangers were hidden in that place, she didn't dare to stay there for long. While Luo Lan wrapped up the Origin King Realm Master's corpse and retreated, Ni Guang also reached out to grab the coxcomb-like spirit flower. But at that moment, a sudden change occurred. Somewhere behind Ni Guang, the originally flat ground suddenly bulged up and a flat, triangular snake head poked out from the ground, aimed towards Ni Guang's neck, and launched a lightning-fast attack. The whole process was too fast for the eyes to take in, and there were no signs at all. When the snake head drilled out of the ground and attacked Ni Guang, Shuiyu's beautiful face turned pale as she cried out in alarm, "Uncle Ni, be careful." As soon as her voice fell, the snake head bit down on Ni Guang's neck. Shuiyu's face changed drastically. Seeing this scene, how could she not understand how the Origin King Realm Master from before had died? Clearly, just like Ni Guang, the moment his attention was attracted by the coxcomb-like spirit flower, the snake monster beast hiding behind him had launched a fatal sneak attack. She did not know if Ni Guang could cope. After all, judging from the current situation, Ni Guang had also been caught. However, Ni Guang was Ni Guang after all. Not to mention his profound cultivation, how could he not be prepared when he knew that this place was dangerous? As such, while preparing to collect the spirit flower, Ni Guang had been secretly vigilant to guard against the unexpected, paying particular attention to protecting the back of his neck. This sneak attack was destined to fail. Ding! A crisp sound rang out, and a halo of energy suddenly appeared around Ni Guang's neck. Under this attack, Ni Guang's entire body seemed to have been hit by a powerful force, and he was suddenly sent flying forward. Letting out a low shout, Ni Guang forcibly twisted his body mid-air and waved his hand behind him, not forgetting to grab the spirit flower with his other hand. The backhand strike of a second-order origin king was not to be underestimated. The ferocious force knocked the snake's head back, and it was unable to attack again. However, the moment Ni Guang grabbed the spirit flower, his expression changed drastically. He felt a different tactile sensation from the spirit flower. It was definitely not the feeling of gathering spirit herbs. Instead, it was as if he had grabbed onto something cold and slippery, as if he had grabbed onto something alive. He decisively let go. Right at this moment, the spirit flower that was exuding a sweet fragrance suddenly changed, and it suddenly emerged from the ground. The entire flower emitted a green light and pierced into Ni Guang's palm. In an instant, that area was filled with sand and stones, and from time to time, Ni Guang's cold snort and the hissing sound of a spirit snake hissing could be heard. A moment later, Ni Guang jumped out of the battle circle and stood in the air. His expression was extremely solemn. As for Yang Kai and the others, when they looked over, they were also surprised. As the dust settled, they finally understood what the trap in front of them was all about. At the place where the coxcomb-like spirit flower used to be, there was no longer any spirit flower. There was only an earth-yellow demon snake that was about 30 feet long and as thick as an infant's arm. It was coiled up. It was constantly flicking its forked tongue. This monster snake did not give off the slightest discernible aura. If one did not look at it with the naked eye, they would not be able to discover its existence at all. It was as if it was not a living creature. On its tail, there was a coxcomb-like sarcoma. The spirit flower that everyone had seen before was actually this monster hiding its body underground while leaving its tail above the ground. This was an illusion created by it. Anyone who tried to touch the spirit flower was bound to be attacked by it. Tail-crowned snake? Ni Guang's eyes lit up as he called out the name of this monster beast. Fortunately, he was knowledgeable and held a high position in Hangluo Chamber of Commerce, allowing him to come into contact with many ancient books. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to recognize this strange monster beast that had only existed for a very long time. Tail-crowned snake? Luo Lan frowned. Looking at Ni Guang with some admiration, she said, "This mistress has never heard of so many extinct existences in the severed world." The black shadow they had encountered in the underground gully before was also unknown to them, only feeling that it was somewhat similar to a Yin soul. However, this tail-crowned snake was completely different. The other three people had never even heard of it before. The severed world opened up for them like a strange world that they had never come into contact with before. Ni Guang grinned, "Don't worry, although the tail-crowned snake is dangerous, its strength isn't very high. Its strength lies in its ability to conceal itself and launch sneak attacks. Since its sneak attack failed, it can only serve as this old master's prey." Saying so, he rushed straight towards the tail-crowned snake. He didn't use any powerful killing moves, he just approached the tail-crowned snake, his hands like claws, and started to fight with the tail-crowned snake. Yang Kai observed silently and found that this monster beast only had a strength of around the 9th order. In front of Ni Guang, such a creature naturally couldn't pose any threat. Even though it possessed an ancient bloodline, after 10 breaths of time, the tail-crowned snake that had leapt up from the ground and was about to bite Ni Guang was caught by him. Immediately, Ni Guang flicked his wrist like a whip and poured his Saint Chi fiercely into the snake's body. Within the long body of the tail-crowned snake, a series of crisp cracking sounds could be heard. Then, its straight body fell limply to the ground, directly becoming a corpse. Ni Guang stretched out his hand and flicked his finger towards the snake's belly, pulling out an oval-shaped, longan-sized, green snake gallbladder, opening his mouth and swallowing it before letting out a cheerful laugh. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of magical effects the tail-crowned snake's gallbladder had, but seeing Ni Guang's happy expression, it was likely to be of great benefit to him. After doing all this, Ni Guang casually threw the tail-crowned snake's body to the side and said lightly, "This monster beast does not have a monster core. The most valuable thing on its body is its gallbladder." In ancient times, if a cultivator took it for a long time, it was said that they would be immune to hundreds of poisons. Unfortunately, there is only one, but it's better than nothing. Saying so, he walked back to the corpse Luo Lan had picked up, lowered his head, and sighed, "It really is Tong Lei." He was obviously referring to the name of the corpse in front of him. "Does Senior and I know him?" Luo Lan asked. Ni Guang nodded slightly. "We've met once. Back then, he made a deal with this old master, but that was many years ago. I never expected that he would actually die in the mouth of a ninth-order monster beast. In this kind of place, one really can't be careless. In the outside world, how could an Origin King realm master die under the attack of a ninth-order monster beast? A ninth-order monster beast was equivalent to an Origin returning realm cultivator. Once an Origin King entered the territory of an Origin King, a ninth-order monster beast would not even be able to approach, but in this severed world, a ninth-order monster beast could not be underestimated. "Shuiyu, take off this ring," Ni Guang ordered lightly. Shuiyu nodded, bent down, and took off the space ring of the Origin King named Tong Lei, not even bothering to check what was inside before putting it away. Yang Kai and Luo Lan did not say anything. Yang Kai's strength was too low and he had not contributed much in this matter, so naturally, he was not qualified to get a share of the spoils. As for Luo Lan, Ni Guang had already informed her before that even if she followed him, he could not guarantee that she would gain anything, so Luo Lan could not blame him for his current actions. "Let's go, we must be careful from now on. Don't approach anything you find strange," Ni Guang exhorted before preparing to leave. "Everyone, please wait a moment." Yang Kai suddenly seemed to think of something and, while speaking, stretched out his hand and flicked a golden blood thread towards the tail-crowned snake's corpse on the ground. The three of them stood in place and watched this scene strangely, not knowing what Yang Kai was going to do. The golden blood thread instantly sank into the tail-crowned snake's body, and immediately afterwards, a squirming sound came from inside. The tail-crowned snake's corpse seemed to have been sucked dry by something and its flesh quickly withered, leaving behind only its skin. A moment later, the golden blood thread exuding a golden and red light returned to Yang Kai's hand. Ni Guang looked at the golden blood thread in Yang Kai's hand thoughtfully and asked in surprise, "Boy, is this thing a secret technique, or an artifact?" He felt a strange fluctuation from the golden blood thread. The golden blood thread looked like an artifact, but it exuded an extremely rich vitality, as if it was alive, giving it an extremely strange appearance. "It's something between a secret technique and an artifact," Yang Kai smiled lightly and explained casually. The golden blood thread was condensed from the essence of his own golden blood. Strictly speaking, it was a kind of secret technique, but it also had the properties of an artifact and could be retracted and used repeatedly, making it difficult to define. Strange. Ni Guang slowly shook his head. He had lived for so many years but had never seen such a strange secret technique, but the world was so big that nothing was too strange, so he didn't delve too deeply into it. After all, although this golden blood thread looked powerful, it couldn't cause him any harm. Thinking about it for a moment, he asked, "Since this thing can absorb the essence of the tail-crowned snake's flesh, what kind of changes can it undergo?" "It can." Yang Kai grinned, and with a single thought, the golden blood thread wrapped around his hand suddenly twisted and transformed into the appearance of a tail-crowned snake. The tail-crowned snake transformed from the golden blood thread was exactly the same as the one everyone had seen before, the only difference being its color. A living tail-crowned snake was yellow in color, but the one in Yang Kai's hand was a mixture of gold and red. You can actually mimic it? Ni Guang's eyes lit up. Could it be that your secret technique is now equivalent to a real tail-crowned snake? Something like that, Yang Kai nodded, no longer showing off, instead taking back his golden blood thread. Everything he was doing was within the scope of the golden blood thread's transformation technique, the blood beast. A golden blood thread could absorb the essence of a monster beast and transform into the appearance of that monster beast when it was alive. This monster beast was an extremely powerful secret technique. The cultivator who created the golden blood thread's secret technique was a genius, but unfortunately, whether it was him or the later cultivator of Demon Blood Temple, none of them were able to carry forward this secret technique because they were unable to condense too many blood threads in their bodies. Even the beautiful temple master of Demon Blood Temple, after exhausting all of her strength and not hesitating to use yang to supplement her yin, had only been able to condense 2 demon blood threads in her body. Chapter 1762. Because of these various reasons, the original version of the Golden Blood Thread's secret technique, the Demon Blood Thread's secret technique, was very difficult to display in Demon Blood Temple. In particular, its many transformations required the support of a massive number of blood threads. No one in Demon Blood Temple could meet this requirement. It could be said that the cultivator who created this secret technique had only put forward a beautiful idea but was unable to truly perfect it. But Yang Kai was different. This secret technique was simply tailor-made for him. In a sense, as long as Yang Kai had enough golden blood in his body, he could display the full potential of the Golden Blood Thread's secret technique to a level that even its creator could not estimate. As for the Blood Beast's secret technique, Yang Kai had only condensed 2 so far. He had condensed them after killing the 2 thunder flame flying lizards of young Master Demonic Eye on Monster Star. The thunder flame flying lizards were just 9th order monster beast and couldn't play much of a role for the current Yang Kai, so he had never used them in battle. Only when the number of blood beasts reached a certain level could they cause considerable damage. 1 or 2 9th order monster beast blood beasts would definitely not pose a threat to an origin king, but if there were dozens or hundreds of them, even an origin king would have to avoid them. 9th order monster beasts were not easy to find, and Yang Kai had never paid much attention to condensing blood beasts, but in this severed world, he felt that this was a relatively easy task. This place was simply a paradise for high-order monster beasts, and all of them had ancient bloodlines, making it the best place to condense blood beasts. As such, Yang Kai did not avoid suspicion and directly used his golden blood threads to condense blood beasts. In any case, this was not his biggest trump card, so it didn't matter if it was exposed. Seeing that Yang Kai had taken care of everything properly, Ni Guang nodded again and did not say anything, simply taking out the artifact that could detect void cracks and leading the way. The severed world was filled with dangers, but it was also filled with opportunities. There were many extinct spirit flowers and rare grasses here, as well as countless ancient monster beasts that had long been lost in the long river of history. Under the nourishment of the special world principles of the severed world, they continued to reproduce and survive. Although there were 2 third-order origin returning realm masters in this group of 4, lowering the average combat power of the team, overall, the strength of Yang Kai's group was unquestionable. Along the way to the Medicine Valley, there were occasional gains. Just as Yang Kai had expected, there were all kinds of high-level monster beast here. Although Yang Kai dared not say that 9th stage monster beast could be found everywhere, he had not seen one below 8th stage since he entered. The 4 of them even encountered 2 10th grade monster beast. These 2 10th grade monster beast emitted an extremely powerful aura. Even Ni Guang was afraid of one of them and could only avoid it from afar. They didn't dare to provoke it rashly, but the other one met with great misfortune, and was killed by the 4 of them together. Every monster beast that was killed had valuable materials on it, such as its monster core, gallbladder, claws, and teeth. All of these materials were taken away by Ni Guang and Shuiyu. After all, a 9th or 10th grade monster beast's body was already very valuable, so there was no reason to let it go. Luolan also received some monster beast materials as spoils of war. Yang Kai, on the other hand, didn't ask for anything else, just constantly using his golden blood threads to absorb the essence of the monster beast's flesh and blood to condense his own blood beasts and expand their ranks. In just a few days, Yang Kai's army of blood beasts had grown to the size of a dozen or so. Among these dozen or so blood beasts, there was even the 10th grade monster beast that the four of them had killed together, the steel flame ghost spider. This monster beast's body was extremely tough and was surrounded by a pale white spirit flame that was capable of burning anything in its path. An origin-returning realm cultivator would have died upon contact with it, and if not for Ni Guang, the other three probably wouldn't have been able to kill it. This could be said to be Yang Kai's biggest harvest so far. Except for the steel flame ghost spider. For example, the Zhu Zhen bird, star emperor turtle, eight-eyed demon toad, purple thunder sky leopard, all kinds of ancient monster beast with different unique bloodlines were taken under Yang Kai's command. It could be said that on the surface, Yang Kai had gained nothing. However, from a fundamental point of view, he had earned more than anyone else. Because what he had gained was an increase in his own strength, while what others had gained was just external help. Transforming external help into strength required another process. After a few days of getting along, Ni Guang and Luo Lan began to feel shocked. Because they discovered that Yang Kai's golden blood thread seemed to be inexhaustible. When Yang Kai was dealing with the first tail-crowned snake corpse, Ni Guang didn't pay much attention to it. If it was just a blood beast condensed from a single golden blood thread, he really wouldn't put it in his eyes. But now, the number of blood beasts Yang Kai had collected was enough to shock him. If he released a dozen blood beasts like that, even he would have a headache. And from the looks of it, this was far from Yang Kai's limit. Ni Guang found it hard to imagine what it would be like if Yang Kai gathered a certain number of these strange blood beasts. He finally began to take Yang Kai seriously. Along the way, he would occasionally communicate with Shuiyu with his divine sense, wanting to inquire about Yang Kai's details and whether he could win him over to Hangluo Chamber of Commerce. Shuiyu didn't know much about Yang Kai, so she couldn't give a definite answer for the time being, but she did have the idea of inviting Yang Kai to join them. A few days later, Yang Kai's blood beasts had reached more than 20, and his blood beast army was beginning to take shape. Now that they encountered a monster beast, there was no need for Ni Guang and the others to take action. As soon as Yang Kai's blood beast army was dispatched, it would quickly surround the enemy and beat them to death, causing his gains to snowball. On this day, Ni Guang, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped, frowned, and swept his surroundings with his divine sense. "Uncle Ni, what's wrong?" Shuiyu looked around but didn't find any trace of danger, so she couldn't help asking. "Someone's coming." Ni Guang's eyes suddenly flashed as he turned to a certain direction and quickly said, "They're moving very quickly." Hearing this, everyone's complexion couldn't help changing as they followed his gaze. Soon, Yang Kai and Luo Lan also noticed the movement in that direction. Very far away, there were indeed two auras rapidly approaching, and judging from the other party's aura fluctuations, it was obvious they were Origin King Realm Masters. In fact, it wasn't just one, but two. A moment later, two streams of light appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Whether it was intentional or not, the direction these two people were heading towards was exactly where Yang Kai and the others were stopping. After a while, the distance between the two sides rapidly closed. At this time, Ni Guang also recognized the identities of these two people and his expression became cold as he snorted, "Humph, it's actually those two. So it's them." Luo Lan couldn't help paling slightly as a look of dread appeared on her face. Yang Kai also frowned secretly. Before entering this place, Shuiyu had introduced him to the Origin King Realm Masters present at that time, so he also recognized the origins of these two at this moment. Of these two, one was an old man while the other was a middle-aged man, but neither of them was a good person. The old man's name was Kong Fa, and he was an elder of Galaxy Ridge. Galaxy Ridge could be considered a major force in the star field. However, just like another force, Abandoned Lair, it had a notorious reputation. Most of the people gathered in these two great forces were people who committed all manner of evil, and there were also many cultivators who had committed crimes on various cultivation stars who had no choice but to seek refuge with these two great forces. What they liked to do the most was wander around star territory, and whenever they encountered a lone starship, they would rob it. They were the true bandits of star territory. Whether it was Sword Union, Purple Star, or Hangluo Chamber of Commerce, all of them had suffered many losses at the hands of these two great forces over the years. Many of their long-distance starships had disappeared for no reason, and the accompanying cultivator and materials had all gone missing. Although there was not much evidence to suggest that these two great forces were responsible, everyone understood that the ones who dared to act so unscrupulously were most likely this group of lawless people. The people of Galaxy Ridge and Abandoned Lair were both hated and abandoned by the entire star territory. Simply robbing starships was not a big deal. These two forces even occasionally sent a group of people to some cultivation stars that did not have an Origin King Realm Master to plunder cultivation materials and cultivators, bringing them back to their headquarters to enslave them and humiliate them wantonly. It could be said that Galaxy Ridge and Abandoned Lair were the two biggest tumors in star territory. However, because their forces were not weak, they could not be eradicated. Before this, Shuiyu had warned Yang Kai that Kong Fa, who came from Galaxy Ridge, was not a good person and that if he were to encounter him alone in the future, he must be careful. Because although this person appeared to be kind, in fact, he was extremely vicious and merciless. The middle-aged man who came with Kong Fa was another big tumor in star territory, Su Wei from Abandoned Lair. In Abandoned Lair, he was also an elder-level character. It was rumored that he used to be a cultivator from Purple Star, but for some unknown reason, he had defected and fallen into Abandoned Lair. And before he betrayed them, he slaughtered everyone in his own sect, not leaving a single one alive. This incident had shaken all of Purple Star, and Purple Star had dispatched masters to hunt him down, but Su Wei had relied on his superb cultivation to carve out a bloody path and escape into Abandoned Lair. This incident caused Purple Star's face to fall greatly. Many years later, he had established a foothold in Abandoned Lair and taken the position of elder. These two could be said to be birds of a feather, jackals of the same feather. It was unknown how they had joined forces or why they were flying in the direction of Ni Guang. After recognizing these two, Ni Guang not only showed no fear, but instead sneered, "Good, this old master can't act rashly outside, but since you're courting death, this old master will fulfill your wish. Elder Luo, I'll have to ask you to hold back one of them while this old master kills the other before joining you. Leave it to me." Luo Lan's pretty face went cold. "My Sword Union has many grievances with these two. Since we've met here, there's no reason to let them go. You two stand back and pay attention to protecting yourselves." Ni Guang ordered Yang Kai and Shuiyu. Yang Kai and Shuiyu nodded at the same time and prepared to evacuate. A battle between 4 Origin Kings was about to break out, and Yang Kai had no interest in getting involved. Chapter 1763. Just as Yang Kai and Shuiyu were about to quietly withdraw, Kong Fa flew over and shouted, "Is that Senior Ni of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce?" He obviously recognized Ni Guang, but he did not show any intention of evading and instead greeted him head-on. This scene was very unusual because whether it was Kong Fa or Su Wei, both of them had extremely disreputable backgrounds and their hands were stained with the blood of many Hangluo Chamber of Commerce cultivators. Under normal circumstances, they would flee upon encountering Ni Guang, so why would they take the initiative to meet him head-on? Ni Guang froze for a moment before his brow furrowed slightly, wondering if the other party was plotting something. At the same time, he secretly gave Luo Lan a look, telling her to be careful as he coldly snorted, "Yes, it is this Ni." Kong Fa was overjoyed and immediately shouted, "Great, please save us, Senior Ni, this Kong will repay you generously in the future." "Save us?" Ni Guang was startled and seemed to realize something, his eyes instantly becoming deep as he looked behind Kong Fa and Su Wei. In the next moment, his face changed drastically as he exclaimed, "Not good." He finally understood what Kong Fa and Su Wei had encountered and why they had taken the initiative to approach him even though they knew he was here. These two were actually being hunted down by a group of ancient divine spirit. At this moment, Yang Kai and the others also noticed this. Since Kong Fa and Su Wei appeared, there had been no disturbance behind them, but the two of them looked very distressed. Obviously, they had experienced a great battle and were slightly injured. At first, Yang Kai was quite puzzled as to what could cause two origin kings to suffer such a loss, but when Kong Fa shouted for help, a colorful light suddenly flashed less than 3 kilometers behind him. This light was so dazzling that at first glance, it was impossible to figure out what it was, but upon closer inspection, Yang Kai discovered that it was actually a swarm of butterfly-like insects. These insects fluttered their colorful wings and moved about in an unpredictable manner. Every time they flapped their wings, they would perform a teleportation-like movement, closing the distance between them and Kong Fa and Su Wei. From everyone's perspective, there were at least 1,000 butterfly-like insects chasing after Kong Fa and Su Wei. They gathered into a large group, as ferocious as a tide of bugs, not far behind them. What is this? Luo Lan's pretty face paled. Although she didn't recognize what this butterfly-like beast was, seeing how distressed Kong Fa and Su Wei were, she knew it wasn't easy to provoke it. Illusionary void butterfly. Ni Guang quickly replied, they're ancient insects that are born with the ability to manipulate space. Their bodies are harder than steel, and they're extremely ferocious. Once they're out, they're like a swarm of locusts. Before he could finish his sentence, behind Kong Fa and Su Wei, a wider range of 5-colored light flashed as more illusionary void butterflies appeared. That scale was more than 1,000, or even more than 10,000. There were at least several tens of thousands of illusionary void butterflies flying towards them. The scene was extremely shocking. Every time they flapped their wings, traces of visible ripples appeared in that expanse of space, and it seemed as if even space was affected. Run! Ni Guang shouted as he quickly pushed his Saint Chi, wrapped Shuayu in it, turned around, and fled. He was different from Luo Lan. Before entering the severed world, Ni Guang had made a lot of preparations and knew about the existence of illusionary void butterflies here. He also knew how difficult and ferocious they were, so when he discovered that Kong Fa and Su Wei were being chased by such vicious beasts, Ni Guang no longer hesitated and only wanted to escape. Seeing him like this, how could Yang Kai and Luo Lan not understand the seriousness of the situation and quickly used their secret techniques to escape? Luo Lan was an Origin King Realm Master, so her speed was naturally not slow, and although Yang Kai's cultivation was low, he had many advantages over others. However, Yang Kai had an advantage that many cultivators did not possess. Whether it was his physique or the density of his Saint Chi, Yang Kai was far superior to an ordinary Origin returning Realm Master, so in terms of speed, he was able to keep up with Luo Lan. Senior and I. Kong Fa shouted from behind, I hope Senior and I can help this Kong and brother Su escape. Ni Guang was furious and shouted without looking back as he fled, scram. If you dare follow this old master again, I'll take your dog life. Ni Guang was filled with annoyance. After encountering such a situation for no reason, the other party had shamelessly followed behind him, seemingly trying to divert the trouble away from him while constantly shouting for help. If it weren't for Ni Guang also being extremely wary of these illusionary void butterflies, he would have turned around and killed Kong Fa. This was undoubtedly a good opportunity to kill Kong Fa. Is Senior and I really so unreasonable? Kong Fa's voice suddenly became cold. This old master has nothing to do with you too. Ni Guang coldly snorted. Kong Fa grinned strangely, since Senior and I is so unreasonable, don't blame this Kong and brother Su for being disloyal. Saying so, he and Su Wei exchanged a glance before each of them summoned a secret technique and sent it towards Ni Guang from afar. A burst of energy erupted and a bright light flashed across the sky like a meteor, instantly bombarding Ni Guang's path. Ni Guang could not help pausing as he turned around and shouted angrily, "Two bastards, this old master will remember you." Despicable, shameless. Luo Lan also cursed. These two Origin King Realm Masters, who were born in the territory of the Star Field, were both determined to drag Enai Guang and Luo Lan down with them because only in this way could they reduce the pressure on them and escape from the pursuit of these tens of thousands of illusionary void butterflies. This brief pause allowed Kong Fa and Su Wei to quickly close the distance between them while the illusionary void butterflies behind them were also getting closer and closer. After cursing, Enai Guang did not dare to linger at all and did not even have time to counterattack, continuing to flee with Shuiyu. Yang Kai's face also became gloomy as he realized that the situation this time was far from good. According to the current situation, it was only a matter of time before Enai Guang and Luo Lan were involved. Once these two were entangled by the illusionary void butterflies, with the power displayed by these monster beasts, Yang Kai and Shuiyu would be doomed. What's more, there was also Kong Fa and Su Wei, these two insidious and cunning people, stirring up trouble, making the situation even more confusing. Senior and I, since things have gotten to this point, why don't we all join forces to expel these monster beasts first? Seeing that his treacherous plan had succeeded, Kong Fa changed his previous pleading expression and actually began to cooperate with Enai Guang. Enai Guang's face was gloomy and he did not speak, only glancing over at Shuiyu with some worry. With his powerful second-order origin king cultivation, he was not too afraid of these illusionary void butterflies. Even if he was surrounded, he was 80% sure he could escape, but if he had to bring Shuiyu along, the situation would be different. Thinking so, he suddenly sent a divine sense message to Shuiyu: "If we are separated, you must pay attention to protect yourself." Shuiyu nodded imperceptibly. At that moment, Kong Fa and Su Wei used their secret techniques again to delay Enai Guang and Luo Lan. In order to drag these two origin kings down with them, Kong Fa and Su Wei had obviously gone all out, using their strongest attacks right off the bat. By the time Enai Guang and Luo Lan resolved this, Kong Fa and Su Wei were already less than 300 meters away from the group, and the countless illusionary void butterflies chasing them were also closing in. This old master swears that one day, I will grind your bones to dust. Enai Guang saw that he could no longer escape, so he waved his hand and pushed Shuiyu away before turning around and roaring. "Why is Senior Enai so angry? Let's get through this first," Kong Fa said bitterly. Kong Fa laughed bitterly, but before he could finish speaking, his expression changed. This was because Enai Guang had directly attacked him. Kong Fa immediately let out a strange cry as he stretched out his hand and summoned a blood-red shield to protect himself. Kong, with a loud explosion, the violent attack hit the shield and caused it to glow red. Although it managed to resist Enai Guang's hasty blow, the aftershock still sent Kong Fa flying backwards. Under Kong Fa's horrified gaze, he fell directly into the encirclement of countless illusionary void butterflies. The 5-colored butterfly phantoms flew out in all directions and Kong Fa's figure quickly disappeared from the encirclement, followed by a burst of screams and violent energy fluctuations. A moment later, a figure shot up into the sky. Naturally, it was Kong Fa who had just managed to escape. However, in this short period of time, Kong Fa had been seriously injured. He was covered in blood and even half of his nose seemed to be missing. His face was also pockmarked, as if it had been corroded, giving him an extremely terrifying appearance. It was obvious how terrifying these illusionary void butterflies were. Countless illusionary void butterflies gathered together and followed closely behind, forming a 5-colored pillar of light that shot up into the sky, seemingly determined to kill all of them. Kong Fa reaped what he had sown and was now in a bad situation. Enai Guang and Luo Lan, who had been dragged into this by him, also wore nervous looks as they summoned their own defensive artifacts and used their secret techniques to attack the surrounding illusionary void butterflies. Ding ding dang dang. The attacks of the Origin King Realm Masters landed on the illusionary void butterflies and produced a series of metallic clangs. A large number of illusionary void butterflies fell from the sky and died, but more of their companions continued to rush forward. The place where the two of them stood was now completely surrounded. Su Wei, who had been silent all this time, was also in a similar situation. The 4 Origin Kings could only fight on their own for a while and try to protect themselves. Shuiyu, who had been pushed out by Enai Guang before, had now joined up with Yang Kai. She knew that in such a situation, only by joining forces with Yang Kai could they hope to survive. Shuiyu summoned a bracelet artifact that exuded powerful energy fluctuations. Once this artifact was activated, it transformed into 10, and then 100. In a very short time, the entire world seemed to be filled with the phantom image of this bracelet. This was obviously an Origin King grade artifact. With Shuiyu's identity and status, it was natural for her to have an Origin King grade artifact. It would be strange if she did not have one. However, her cultivation was not high enough, so even if she had an Origin King grade artifact, it was only Origin King grade low rank. Under the urging of Shuiyu Saint Chi, the countless bracelet phantoms buzzed and shot out like arrows from a bow, instantly blocking the onslaught of the illusionary void butterflies. From time to time, dead illusionary void butterflies would fall from the sky. However, Shuiyu was not happy at all and instead exclaimed in shock, "These things have strong defenses." Chapter 1764. An Origin King grade artifact was extremely powerful, and Shuiyu was not an ordinary cultivator, so her strength was quite high. Even so, her attacks were unable to kill all the illusionary void butterflies, demonstrating just how terrifying the defenses of these insects were. At the same time as Shuiyu took action, Yang Kai also took action. With a single thought, more than 20 golden blood threads exuding golden and red light appeared and transformed into the appearance of blood beasts. Thunder flame flying lizards, tail-crowned snakes, steel flame ghost spiders, Zhu-Gen birds, star emperor turtles, eight-eyed demon toads, purple thunder sky leopards. As soon as these blood beasts appeared, they spread out and surrounded Yang Kai and Shuiyu, forming a strong protective circle. Immediately, under the control of Yang Kai's divine sense, these blood beasts used various methods to attack the surrounding illusionary void butterflies. The blood beasts had inherited most of the abilities of these monster beasts when they were alive, and although they needed to be controlled, making them somewhat inflexible, they were undoubtedly excellent helpers at this time. As soon as the 20 or so blood beasts of different sizes moved out, they instantly formed an impregnable defense, greatly reducing the pressure on Yang Kai and Shuiyu. Asterisk wang wang wang. Asterisk the sound of the illusionary void butterflies flapping their wings rang out incessantly as they charged forward without fear of death, as if they had no fear of death and only had an instinct to kill the living. The blood beasts, which exuded strong blood aura fluctuations, became the best targets to attract the illusionary void butterflies. Yang Kai and Shuiyu were in the middle, so for a time, they were safe. Seeing this, Shuiyu could not help feeling overjoyed and quickly began manipulating her artifacts to kill the illusionary void butterflies. Yang Kai did not remain idle either. The remaining several dozen golden blood threads shot out and crisscrossed through the void, cutting one illusionary void butterfly after another in half. However, as time passed, Yang Kai found that the situation had not improved. The 4 Origin Kings were still fighting on their own, surrounded by countless illusionary void butterflies. The corpses of the illusionary void butterflies piled up on the ground, forming a thick layer. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. The current situation made Yang Kai realize that it was impossible to kill all these illusionary void butterflies. If they continued to fight like this, Yang Kai's group would eventually run out of strength and be slaughtered by these illusionary void butterflies. As for his 20 or so blood beasts, most of them were also injured, even though they were all transformed from golden blood threads. These blood beasts were not living creatures, but under the constant consumption of the illusionary void butterflies, the vitality fluctuations emanating from their bodies were becoming weaker and weaker. Shuiyu, we have to leave this place, Yang Kai whispered to Shuiyu. But Uncle Ni. Shuiyu hesitantly looked in Enai Guang's direction, but she couldn't see him at all. Everything was wrapped in gorgeous colors, and one could only vaguely sense the intense energy fluctuations coming from within. Mr. Ni's cultivation is very high, you don't have to worry about him. As long as we can escape, he should be fine, Yang Kai comforted. Are you sure you can escape from here? Shuiyu asked. Yang Kai said in a deep voice, whether or not I'm confident, I have to try. It's better than sitting here and waiting for death. Hearing him say so, Shuiyu nodded and grit her teeth. Good, I'll go with you. She had been warned by an Guang in advance and had a hunch that such a situation would happen, so she did not hesitate. Then follow me. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he ordered the 20 or so blood beasts to launch a fierce attack in a certain direction. In an instant, a gap was opened in the illusionary void butterflies that had surrounded the two of them. Go! Yang Kai shouted, his figure flickering as he grabbed Shuiyu's arm and rushed out of the gap. The next moment, the 20 or so blood beasts twisted and turned back into golden and red golden blood threads before being taken back into his body. Suddenly losing their target, the illusionary void butterflies seemed to be startled for a moment. But soon, they flapped their wings and chased in the direction Yang Kai and Shuiyu had fled. At this time, Yang Kai did not have time to worry about such things. Wrapping himself in his space force, Yang Kai flew forward at an extremely fast speed. Using his space force, his speed suddenly increased. Shuiyu was dumbfounded for a moment, because it was not until this moment that she understood what it meant to be as fast as lightning. But soon, Yang Kai frowned because he found that his space force was greatly limited in this severed world. This damned place was filled with void cracks, so the Tao of space was unstable. In addition, when the illusionary void butterfly flapped its wings, it would interfere with the surrounding space, making it difficult for Yang Kai to use his space force. This discovery made Yang Kai's face sink, but what made him even angrier was that after he escaped the encirclement, a person actually chased after him. That person was none other than Elder Su Wei of Abandoned Lair. Su Wei was also struggling at this moment and was exhausted from running. He was being chased by countless illusionary void butterflies, but he did not care and instead desperately chased after Yang Kai and Shuiyu. Even if he was attacked, he showed no intention of fighting back and simply dodged. What does he want to do? Shuiyu faintly realized that the situation was not good. Yang Kai coldly snorted, he just wants to make us his scapegoat so he can escape. There was a saying that when being chased by an invincible enemy, it was not necessary to escape from the enemy, but only to escape from one's companions. Although Yang Kai and Shuiyu were not Su Wei's companions, he obviously intended to chase after them. As long as he could use Yang Kai and Shuiyu to delay the illusionary void butterflies, he would have a chance to get rid of these annoying ancient divine spirit. On the other side, although Ni Guang discovered Su Wei's intentions, he had no ability to stop him. At this moment, he couldn't even move and could only stare at Su Wei's back from afar, roaring furiously. Despicable. After understanding Su Wei's intentions, Shuiyu gritted her teeth and shouted, her face filled with anger. Yang Kai sneered, every man for himself. Since he wants to scheme against us, let's see if he has the ability. Yang Kai was not afraid and did not panic because of Su Wei's actions. In just a dozen breaths of time, Yang Kai and Shuiyu had already fled a few dozen kilometers. As far as their eyes could see, Ni Guang and the others had long disappeared, leaving behind only a large number of illusionary void butterflies and Su Wei. As for Su Wei, he was also being chased by more illusionary void butterflies. While fleeing, Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate the surrounding environment. Soon, he made a discovery and rushed in a certain direction with Shuiyu. In that direction, there was a void crack that could not be seen with the naked eye. Yang Kai believed that at this time, even if Su Wei released his divine sense, he would not be able to detect it. As long as Su Wei followed Yang Kai's footsteps, there was a chance he would run into that void crack. If that happened, even if he did not die, he would at least lose a layer of skin. Yang Kai deliberately brought Shuiyu close to the void crack in order to interfere with Su Wei's judgment. However, what Yang Kai never expected was that the countless illusionary void butterflies chasing after him were able to discover the existence of the void crack and quickly flew around it. This scene was naturally imprinted in Su Wei's eyes. Su Wei was an Origin King Realm Master, so he was naturally extremely experienced and cautious. Although he could not detect the void crack, from the movements of the illusionary void butterflies, he could infer that there was something strange about it. As such, he directly followed the path of the illusionary void butterflies and avoided the void crack unscathed. Yang Kai almost cursed out loud as he did not expect that Su Wei would be saved by the illusionary void butterflies in this situation. As time passed, whether it was the illusionary void butterflies or Su Wei behind them, they were getting closer and closer, and the situation was becoming more and more like they were about to be surrounded again. At this moment, Su Wei relaxed a lot because the illusionary void butterflies that had been chasing him and Kong Fa before had been scattered into several groups. At this moment, there were not many of them chasing after him. With his means, if he fought hard, it was possible for him to kill all the illusionary void butterflies chasing after him. But in that case, he would inevitably lose a lot of his strength and might even be injured. This was not what he wanted. In this severed world, he had to maintain his best condition at all times to cope with possible dangers. As such, he had been using Yang Kai and Xueyu as leverage. The speed of these two juniors surprised him a little, but when he thought about Xueyu's identity, he felt relieved. He thought that Yang Kai and Xueyu's speed was all thanks to Xueyu. This young master of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce must have cultivated some kind of incredible secret technique. But that was the end of it. Looking at the two figures only a few kilometers ahead of him, a gloomy expression flashed across Su Wei's eyes. Immediately, he secretly urged his secret technique while forming a series of complicated seals with his hands. The next moment, a layer of crimson light suddenly emerged from Su Wei's body, as if a blood mist was being sprayed from his pores. The moment this light appeared, Su Wei's speed suddenly increased to an incredible degree. The short distance of a few kilometers was instantly closed by Su Wei and Xueyu, directly overtaking Yang Kai and Xueyu. This was not the end though. Su Wei also sent out a palm strike towards Yang Kai and Xueyu, condensing a powerful Saint Qi into an attack. There was no murderous intent in this palm strike because he had no intention of taking the lives of these two, he just wanted them to delay the illusionary void butterflies. Dead people could not be delayed. Damn it! Xueyu shouted angrily as she threw her bracelet artifact forward to meet Su Wei's attack. Kong, with a loud bang, a burst of energy erupted and the bracelet flashed wildly under the violent force, causing Yang Kai and Xueyu's speed to plummet and they were forced to stabilize themselves. Haha! Su Wei laughed wildly before turning back to look at Yang Kai and Xueyu mockingly. You two brats, try to survive. He wore a look of arrogance, as if his scheme had succeeded. Want to run? Yang Kai's face went cold as he stared straight into Su Wei's eyes, his left eye suddenly turning golden as a budding lotus pattern appeared in his pupil. Chapter 1765. Yang Kai hated Su Wei for using him to escape, so naturally, he wouldn't give up so easily, so he took advantage of the moment Su Wei laughed arrogantly and relaxed to use his blossoming lotus secret technique. Yang Kai wasn't done yet though. With a flick of his wrist, the verdant dragon bone sword shot out, and with a loud dragon roar, a giant dark green dragon pounced towards Su Wei, opening its bloody maw and spitting out a highly toxic and corrosive breath. Su Wei's smile froze on his face in an instant and his eyes could not help trembling slightly. He had not expected that Yang Kai, an origin king, could make such an extraordinary move. In the next moment, he noticed a pure spiritual energy bombarding the barrier of his knowledge sea, causing his origin king realm knowledge sea barrier to tremble and crack. This pure spiritual energy then invaded his knowledge sea through this crack, transformed into a lotus flower, and slowly bloomed while absorbing the strength of his knowledge sea. A splitting headache. Su Wei couldn't help screaming as he hurriedly stabilized his mind and pushed the power of his knowledge sea to resist this strange lotus flower. Fortunately, his cultivation was not weak, so although he had been caught off guard by Yang Kai, he was not completely defeated. As soon as he pushed the power of his knowledge sea, the slowly blooming lotus flower was completely suppressed. However, if he wanted to expel it, it would take some effort. Su Weizhen didn't have time to pay attention to the abnormalities in his knowledge sea because the giant dark green dragon had already opened its bloody maw and rushed towards him. In front of this giant dragon, he was as small as an ant. Seeing that the giant dragon was about to swallow him, Su Wei grit his teeth. The crimson light around his body became brighter and his speed soared, allowing him to narrowly avoid the giant dragon's attack. When he reappeared, he was already 10 kilometers away, but his face was slightly pale and his breathing was rapid. First, he had fled with Kong Fa for a long time, then fought countless illusionary void butterflies, used 2 secret techniques that consumed a huge amount of spiritual energy, and was even attacked by Yang Kai's blossoming lotus secret technique. Even if he was an Origin King realm master, Su Wei was unable to bear it for a while. Su Wei turned around bitterly, looking at Yang Kai and Shuiyu who were being surrounded one after another. "Brat, you better pray that you die here. Otherwise, I will make you regret being born in this world." As an Origin King, he had been caught off guard by an Origin returning realm junior. This was simply a great humiliation. Fortunately, no one else saw the scene just now. At the very least, it allowed him to retain some of his dignity. After he was done, he didn't stay any longer. He immediately fled. Su Wei did not believe that Yang Kai and Shuiyu could survive the attacks of so many illusionary void butterflies. Even he himself might not be able to escape alive under such circumstances. Otherwise, he wouldn't have tried so hard to make use of these 2 juniors. Humph. Yang Kai coldly snorted and stopped moving forward. After being delayed by Su Wei, he and Shuiyu had no way to escape. Now, the number of illusionary void butterflies surrounding them was twice as large as before. After all, Su Wei had disappeared, so the illusionary void butterflies attacking him before had all changed their target. More than 20 blood beasts were once again released by Yang Kai to protect him and attract the attention of the illusionary void butterflies. The giant dark green dragon transformed from the dragon bone sword also joined the fray. Shuiyu, who was standing next to Yang Kai, wore a dignified expression as sweat dripped from the tip of her nose. She was constantly summoning her artifact, consuming a great deal of her Saint Chi, but she had no intention of giving up. While killing enemies, she stuffed pills into her mouth to restore her Saint Chi. Even her symbiotic demon spirit, Xie Ji, was released by Shuiyu. This symbiotic monster spirit was extremely powerful, and in terms of combat power alone, it was not inferior to Shuiyu's. Many years ago, in the Emperor Garden, Shuiyu had used this symbiotic monster spirit to fight Shan Qing Luo's heavenly moon demon spider to a draw, demonstrating just how ferocious it was. Even so, the situation was still unsalvageable. The light on the blood beasts' bodies flickered, as if they could collapse at any moment, causing their defensive perimeter to shrink. "How come you don't look worried at all?" Shuiyu suddenly turned her head to look at Yang Kai and asked with a strange expression. Her hands did not remain idle as she sent out a series of powerful secret techniques, killing a large number of illusionary void butterflies and relieving the pressure on the blood beasts. It wasn't until this moment that she discovered that Yang Kai's face was completely calm, without the slightest trace of nervousness one would expect from someone who had reached a dead end. "What are you worried about?" Yang Kai chuckled and asked rhetorically while manipulating his golden blood threads to accurately harvest the lives of the illusionary void butterflies. "Aren't you afraid of death?" Seemingly infected by his demeanor, Shuiyu's expression also calmed down. "Nonsense." Yang Kai spat disdainfully, "Who isn't afraid of death? But there is a saying that if one dies under a peony flower, even a ghost can die a happy death." Shuiyu was taken aback for a moment before immediately glaring at Yang Kai. "At this time, you're still in the mood to joke around?" Yang Kai just chuckled dryly and did not answer. Although the current situation seemed extremely dangerous, it was actually very easy for him to resolve. He had at least 2 ways to get rid of these illusionary void butterflies. The simplest method was naturally to summon the sealed world bead and take Shuiyu to hide inside the sealed world bead. Once the 2 of them disappeared, it would be impossible for the illusionary void butterflies to remain here. In addition, he could also tear space and escape. Although the Space Force fluctuations here were chaotic and could interfere with his use of Space Force, escaping 100 to 200 kilometers at a time would not be a problem. The only concern was that he might encounter some kind of danger in the void. Both methods were very effective, and Yang Kai was fully confident he could succeed. However, this would inevitably expose some of his trump cards, especially the sealed world bead. This kind of thing had its own independent world, and its existence was simply too incredible, so Yang Kai did not dare expose it in front of Xueyu. After all, she was the young master of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce, and his relationship with her was not good enough for him to share secrets with her. As such, he had been thinking about how to get the best of both worlds. Yang Kai. Xueyu suddenly called out leisurely. What? Yang Kai turned his head and looked at her, feeling that her tone was a little strange at the moment. Have you always hated me? Xueyu asked, her eyes drifting, as if she did not dare to look at Yang Kai. Why would I hate you? Yang Kai was stunned. Because I sent people to hunt you down, and because I bullied you. Xueyu said softly. Haha. Yang Kai laughed. What are you laughing at? Xueyu frowned, looking at Yang Kai with some displeasure. She wanted to talk to Yang Kai seriously, but the other party was acting so indifferent, making her feel like she was being ignored. Yang Kai looked at her playfully, smiling as he said, the dignified young master of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce has such sentimental moments. After all, a woman is a woman. This sentence seemed to have stirred up a hornet's nest, causing Xueyu to grit her teeth and shout, I am a woman, so what? I was born a woman, and I never wanted to be a man. Do you think I like it? After so many years, who has ever considered my feelings? Saying so, she stretched out her hand and tapped her chest fiercely. With a flash of brilliance, the Xueyu standing in front of Yang Kai instantly changed her appearance. At this moment, she was no longer the heroic and extraordinary man she had been before. Instead, she was a beautiful woman with a graceful figure, long hair that reached down to her hips, and a pair of beautiful eyes staring at Yang Kai as if she wanted to eat him alive. Combined with the man's clothes she was wearing, Xueyu at this moment had a different kind of temptation. Yang Kai stared at her for a moment before rubbing his nose in amazement. I was just saying something casually, why are you reacting so strongly? Xueyu just stared at him, her eyes flashing with a light of love and hate that Yang Kai was familiar with. Hey! Yang Kai looked helpless. Is it okay for you to do this? If someone were to see you like this, it wouldn't be good for your Chamber of Commerce. If someone were to see your special constitution, you might be taken away. Xueyu's special constitution was extremely attractive to Origin Kings. The dragon marrow phoenix body was something that could only be encountered by chance. Any man who obtained Xueyu's primordial yin would be able to greatly increase their strength without any hidden dangers. Xueyu's primordial yin could be said to be the best pills. For Origin Kings who had been cultivating for countless years but were still unable to improve their strength, it was an unimaginable temptation. Even if her identity was the young master of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce, there were bound to be people who would take risks to obtain her. There was no shortage of crazy people in this world. Xueyu sneered, brushed her hair back behind her ear, and squinted towards Yang Kai, saying leisurely, besides you and me, is there anyone else here? Besides, you already knew I was a woman and knew about my special constitution, but I don't see you having any ideas about me. What's wrong? Young lady isn't attractive at all? Why are you bringing this up now? Yang Kai's expression suddenly became unnatural. Although he was well versed in the ways of men and women, sometimes he still felt that some women were unreasonable. In this kind of place, in this kind of environment, Xueyu was actually discussing such things with him. He simply didn't know how to answer. You shameless bastard, you actually know how to be shy? Xueyu blushed slightly, but still continued to despise Yang Kai. I really didn't know you had such thin skin. Back then on that dead star, how could you be so shameless? That was an accident, okay? Yang Kai glared at her. It was so many years ago. What are you doing with it? Didn't we agree to forget it together? Who agreed with you? I will never forget that kind of thing for the rest of my life. Shui Yu's chest heaved violently as her anger erupted, and with a wave of her hand, countless illusionary void butterflies were killed on the spot. Fine, what exactly do you want to do? Yang Kai looked at her dejectedly. Tell me, you're making me very confused. What do I want to do? Shui Yu grit her teeth and shouted, what do you think I want to do? What else can I do? With a hysterical look, she roared 3 times in a row, a trace of grievance mixed with her anger. Chapter 1766. Seeing Shui Yu's unreasonable appearance, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling angry. Staring at her coldly for a moment, Yang Kai suddenly snorted and took a step towards her, a fierce light flashing across his eyes, causing Shui Yu's face to pale slightly. The next moment, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pulled Shui Yu's tender body into his arms, and under her stunned and horrified gaze, he leaned over and kissed her thin and tender lips. At the same time, his other hand covered her private part and began to rub vigorously. His actions were extremely rough, as if he didn't have the slightest intention of showing any tenderness towards the fairer sex. Ouch, you bastard! Shui Yu screamed in panic as she stretched out her hands to push Yang Kai away, but no matter how hard she tried, she was unable to push him away. The stalwart body that was pressed against her was like a towering mountain, unmoving. Amidst the pain, a strange feeling spread throughout her body. With a soft moan, Shui Yu struggled a few times before her body soon softened. The surrounding illusionary void butterflies flapped their wings, making a buzzing sound as the colorful butterflies wrapped around the two of them. The blood beasts fought fiercely while the giant dark green dragon roared. After a long time, their lips parted. Yang Kai pushed Shui Yu away and squinted at her, a look of abandonment on his face. Shui Yu's cheeks were flushed red and her slender white neck was also flushed red. Her body seemed to have gone limp, and after leaving Yang Kai's embrace, she staggered slightly, but at this moment, she was looking around, her eyes drifting, no longer showing the aggressive posture she had before. Satisfied? Yang Kai snorted. You. Shui Yu's face flushed red as she opened her mouth but did not know what to say. Damn, you're never done. Yang Kai cursed, why don't you take a look at when you're still bothering me? You really don't know what you're doing. Shui Yu suddenly wore a look of grievance as her eyes turned red and she began to cry, but she quickly adjusted her mood and took a deep breath. Gritting her teeth, she said, so what? I got what I wanted anyway. Is this what you want? Yang Kai looked at her sarcastically. So what if I am? Shui Yu pursed her red lips. In this world, besides my father and the Chamber of Commerce's elders, only you know that I'm a woman. I don't want to die without experiencing what it's like to be a woman. So you thought you were dead for sure. Yang Kai suddenly realized why this woman was so crazy. That's right. You said it yourself. Even if I die under a peony, I'll still be a romantic ghost. So what if I let you be a romantic? Shui Yu giggled like a beautiful fairy. At the very least. If I really die here, I'll die as a woman. At least I'll have one of my wishes fulfilled. Unreasonable indeed. Yang Kai shook his head slightly. Shui Yu twisted her neck and snorted, whatever you say. After speaking, Shui Yu seemed to relax a lot. Her whole person became more spirited, and even her face was brimming with a dazzling brilliance. Let me say this first. You forced me to do this today, so I won't take responsibility. Yang Kai raised a finger and waved it in front of Shui Yu's face, as if he had eaten her dry and wouldn't take responsibility. Who wants you to take responsibility? Shui Yu curled her lips. I know you have women, and more than one, but, as the saying goes, a wife is better than a concubine, and a concubine is better than a lover. You know quite a lot. Yang Kai chuckled before suddenly sighing and looking at Shui Yu with a solemn expression. He whispered, it's not easy for you either. Shui Yu pouted, it's good that you know. As she spoke, she took the initiative to lean towards Yang Kai and extend her jade white hand towards Yang Kai. Kai Yang held her hand in his and teased, what's wrong? Are you ready to go to the Yellow Springs with me? In any case, it's already like this, so if you have any other methods, hurry up and use them. Otherwise, I'm afraid your women will become widows and I won't have the strength to fight anymore, Shuiyu said indifferently, as if she was mentally prepared to die. Yang Kai nodded and reached out to hug Shuiyu's waist. Seeing this unfathomable look on his face, Shuiyu's eyes couldn't help lighting up. She was really prepared to die here, but seeing Yang Kai's posture, it was obvious he still had some strength left. She couldn't help flashing a brilliant light as she secretly looked forward to seeing what cards Yang Kai still had up his sleeve. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and was about to use his space force to tear space and escape with Shuiyu when he suddenly remembered something. Pausing for a moment, Yang Kai took out what he was looking for. It was a bracelet-like artifact, but it was simple in texture and was obviously quite old. What's more, this bracelet seemed to be engraved with countless complex runes. Staring at this bracelet, Yang Kai turned to look at the illusionary void butterflies surrounding them and with a thought, poured his Saint Chi into the bracelet. The next moment, the bracelet exuded a faint light and the runes engraved on it seemed to move for a moment, releasing a mysterious wave of power. An incredible scene happened next. When this wave of power swept out, the illusionary void butterflies that had been besieging the blood beasts without fear of death seemed to have encountered nemesis and fell from the sky. Looking at this situation, it was as if the power of these illusionary void butterflies had been restrained. What is this? Shuiyu looked at the bracelet in Yang Kai's hand in surprise. Yang Kai didn't speak and simply continued to pour his Saint Chi into it. Another wave of energy burst out and more illusionary void butterflies fell to the ground. In a short time, nearly half of the illusionary void butterflies that had surrounded the two of them had lost their ability to move while the rest were forced to flee in horror. This thing can actually be used like this. Yang Kai also had a look of surprise. What the hell is this? Shuiyu asked again as she looked at the bracelet in amazement. Under the investigation of her divine sense, she was unable to tell what grade this artifact was. The insect enslavement bracelet. Yang Kai replied casually, someone told me that it has a magical effect on some exotic insects. I just wanted to try it out, but I didn't expect it to really work. The insect enslavement bracelet was an emperor artifact, an artifact refined by the insect emperor. Countless ferocious exotic insects were sealed inside it. After Yang Kai killed the insect emperor, this insect enslavement bracelet became his trophy, but because his cultivation was not high enough, he did not dare refine it easily and had been storing it in his space ring. Yang Yen had told him that this insect enslavement bracelet was a powerful artifact that the insect emperor had relied on to become famous. The aura it emitted could naturally restrain all exotic insects, and judging from the situation in front of him, the illusionary void butterflies were undoubtedly restrained by this insect enslavement bracelet. Although Yang Kai had not refined the insect enslavement bracelet at all and had only slightly stimulated its power with his Saint Chi, he was still able to make these illusionary void butterflies lose their ability to move. The strength of an emperor artifact was obvious. However, Yang Kai was unable to exert its full power, so the illusionary void butterflies did not die. They simply instinctively feared the aura of the insect enslavement bracelet and lost their ability to move or even their desire to attack. A thick layer of illusionary void butterflies covered the ground, all of them struggling but unable to fly up. Even more illusionary void butterflies fled into the distance, but they did not disperse and instead surrounded Yang Kai, sealing off the surrounding space. Yang Kai laughed and waved his hand to take back his severely damaged blood beast army. At the same time, he also put away the dragon bone sword, held the insect enslavement bracelet high, poured his Saint Chi into it, and strode forward with Shuiyu. Wherever he went, the illusionary void butterflies would constantly retreat, always maintaining a certain distance from him. Once the distance was closed, the illusionary void butterflies would inevitably fall to the ground and wait until he was far away before flying up again to continue their pursuit. Shuiyu was pleasantly surprised. Although she had been prepared to die before, if there was a chance to live, no one was willing to die so easily, especially since she had just spoken with Yang Kai and was filled with hope for the bright future ahead of her. Like this, The group advanced for 100 kilometers without any worries, but the illusionary void butterflies never dispersed and continued to follow Yang Kai and Shuiyu. These annoying things, Yang Kai frowned, realizing just how troublesome this ancient divine spirit was. Why don't we kill them all first? Shuiyu proposed. In any case, with the suppression of the insect enslavement bracelet, the illusionary void butterflies could not pose a threat to her and Yang Kai. All they needed was time. Too troublesome. Yang Kai shook his head, looked around, and after a moment, his eyes lit up and he pointed to a certain direction. Let's go there. Saying so, Yang Kai took Shuiyu and flew over. Hey, what do you want to do? Shuiyu was shocked because in the void in front of them was a void crack that was visible to the naked eye, more than 1,000 meters long, and exuded a terrifying aura. The direction Yang Kai was heading was straight towards this void crack, without the slightest intention of avoiding it. What's wrong? Just a moment ago you said you wanted to go to the Yellow Springs with me, but now you're scared? Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. If you're scared, it's not too late to leave. Shuiyu bit her red lips and said, who's scared? Don't try to test my intentions. Saying so, she pushed her Saint Chi in a fit of pique and dragged Yang Kai towards the void crack. Yang Kai remained unmoved and simply let her do as she pleased. The two of them approached the void crack at an extremely fast speed, and when they were so close, Yang Kai could clearly feel Shuiyu's nervousness. After all, there was a huge void crack in front of them, and no one knew what they would encounter or whether they would be able to find their way back. Just as they were about to rush into the void crack, Shuiyu turned her head and glanced at Yang Kai, seemingly making a final inquiry. After failing to obtain Yang Kai's denial, Shuiyu grit her teeth and took the initiative to drag Yang Kai into the void crack. In a flash of light, the two of them disappeared. The illusionary void butterflies that were tailing them didn't stop until this moment, circled around a few times, and after confirming that there was no prey, withdrew like a swarm of bees. Chapter 1767. Surrounded by chaotic nothingness, it was as if they were falling into an endless abyss. Shuiyu couldn't help holding Yang Kai's hand tightly, her whole body clinging to him as she sought a sense of security. She had never experienced such a bizarre experience. Void cracks were regarded as terrifying existences by all origin kings, but this time, she had taken the initiative to rush into them. She didn't know what Yang Kai was relying on, but she could only choose to believe that this man who had just molested her in an extremely rude way would not put her in danger. Yang Kai really didn't disappoint her. In this dark space crack, he didn't show the slightest fear and instead patted his hands to calm himself down. Perceiving Yang Kai's comfort, Shuiyu's mood immediately relaxed. What should we do now? Shuiyu asked. She turned her head back, wanting to see the entrance they had come from before, but she could no longer see it. Void cracks were unpredictable and space was dislocated. If one entered from a certain point, they might appear tens of thousands of kilometers or even 1,000,000 kilometers away in an instant, so it was naturally impossible to find their way back at this moment. Don't worry, Yang Kai's tone had a rare gentleness as he chuckled, just leave this place to me. Shuiyu gently nodded. Yang Kai's words seemed to have a reassuring charm, allowing her to relax both physically and mentally. What strong space force fluctuations. This place is really extraordinary. It seems we should have entered earlier. Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate the surroundings, seemingly a little annoyed. His expression became solemn as he began circulating his space force, feeling the mysteries around him and comprehending the unique power of this void crack. He relished this opportunity. This kind of experience was of great benefit to his cultivation of the Tao of space, so of course he did not want to miss it. After a while, his gaze turned to a certain location and he said, "Come with me." Saying so, Yang Kai pulled Shuiyu and flew in that direction. Inside the void crack. There was nothing here, only chaos. This place was like a world that had never been opened before, with no living creatures or world energy. It was an existence even more complete than a dead star. Shui couldn't sense anything at all. Except for the touch and warmth of Yang Kai's large hand that was holding her, she held it very tightly, afraid that she would be separated from Yang Kai. In this damned place, even the passage of time seemed to be incomparably long, but when Shui stabilized her mind, not only did she not reject this place, but she also felt that this place was extremely dangerous. Instead, he enjoyed this kind of journey. For a man to hold her hand and cut through the thorns in a dangerous place, for a man to bear all kinds of dangers in front while she followed behind with peace of mind, this kind of experience was simply an extravagant hope for her. As the third young master of Shuiyu, as well as the future successor of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce, under normal circumstances, the one who was leading the charge was her. She needed to establish prestige in front of her subordinates, she needed to solidify her position in Hangluo Chamber of Commerce, and she also needed to disguise her gender, her tone of voice, and her style of conduct. Her life was far more tiring than most people. But here, she could put everything aside and simply enjoy the feeling of being taken care of. Yang Kai had just said that it wasn't easy for her. Perhaps he had just said it casually and didn't think too deeply about it, but this sentence had poked the deepest and softest part of Shuiyu's heart. It almost made her cry. At this moment, her heart was filled with warmth, and she only hoped that this kind of time would continue. At this time, if she still couldn't see that Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, then Shuiyu wouldn't be the young master of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce. But she didn't point it out. A smart woman knew when to speak and when to remain silent. After an unknown amount of time, Shuiyu was still immersed in the warm atmosphere, but somewhere in the distance, a faint light suddenly appeared. This light was faint and seemed to be very far away, like a few stars in the territory of the star realm, embellishing this world of nothingness. Haha. Yang Kai laughed loudly, seemingly in an extremely good mood. There really are space spirit crystals here. Luo Lan didn't lie to me. Shuiyu was startled for a moment before suddenly realizing, are those space spirit crystals? Did you enter this place to look for space spirit crystals? Yang Kai nodded and sped up. These few starlights seemed to be very far away, but in fact, it only took Yang Kai less than half a stick of incense worth of time to reach them. The light was faint, but it was better than nothing, but in this void crack, it was the only source of light. Taking a closer look, Yang Kai discovered that each of these space spirit crystals was about the size of a fist and had a hexagonal shape. They were crystal clear, and there were many fine cracks in them, from which space force fluctuations could be felt. They're quite different from the ones I've obtained before. Yang Kai was extremely surprised, but he didn't rush to take these space spirit crystals and instead began examining them with interest. The space spirit crystals in front of him were indeed very different from the ones he had obtained before, whether it was their shape or the fluctuations of power coming from them, especially the fine cracks on their surface, they were all different from the ones he had obtained before. Naturally, they're not the same. Shuiyu glanced at him, as if she knew something. What do you mean? Yang Kai asked suspiciously. This kind of space spirit crystal is a pure space spirit crystal. A true space spirit crystal is born from space force. The space spirit crystals in the outside world are just the concomitant products of various mineral lodes and contain a lot of impurities. Although they can also be regarded as a kind of space spirit crystal, compared to this kind, their grade is far inferior. Shuiyu reached out and picked up one of the space spirit crystals, the entire process extremely easy, as if this space spirit crystal had been casually thrown away here. Pointing to the fine cracks on its surface, Shuiyu said, "Look at this, its power is enough to affect space itself. If this space spirit crystal is detonated using a secret technique, it can cause space to collapse on a large scale. At that time, no matter who is sucked in, I'm afraid they won't have a good ending. Space spirit crystals can be used like this?" Yang Kai suddenly became interested and looked at Shuiyu thoughtfully. "Does your Chamber of Commerce have such a secret technique?" "There should be," Shuiyu nodded. "I've heard of it before, but I've never come into contact with it." Saying so, she handed the space spirit crystal to Yang Kai and continued, "Moreover, a space ring refined with this kind of space spirit crystal will have a huge space inside, much better than an ordinary space ring, but..." I don't think any artifact refiner would dare use this kind of thing to refine a space ring. Doing so would simply be playing with their lives. Saying so, the only 4 space spirit crystals left here were collected by Yang Kai. Silently probing them, Yang Kai found that the space force contained in these space spirit crystals was beyond imagination. If he could collect 20 of them, it would be enough for him to arrange a cross-cultivation star space array, one that could teleport him further than the ones he had arranged before. This kind of space spirit crystal can't be put into a space ring. What are you going to do about it? Shuiyu looked at the thing in Yang Kai's hand and asked. Even without her reminder, Yang Kai had already noticed this problem. He had just tried to put these space spirit crystals into his space ring, but he had been unable to succeed. The power contained in these space spirit crystals clashed violently with his space ring, making it impossible to accept. Thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai used his divine sense to communicate with the sealed world bead. In the next moment, the space spirit crystal was thrown into the sealed world bead. Yang Kai could not help breathing a sigh of relief. It seemed that the sealed world bead was an extremely high-end existence. After all, it was an emperor artifact, so it had its own independent world and its own world principles, so it should have no problem accommodating space spirit crystals. Shuiyu was surprised for a moment before chuckling lightly. It seems that you have a lot of secrets. Are you more interested in me now? Yang Kai beamed. Cut the crap. Shuiyu glared at him. I do have a lot of secrets, and, when I can tell you in the future, I'll tell you. Yang Kai's expression became serious as he quickly said. Shuiyu slowly shook her head. I don't need to know these things. I just want someone who can treat me like a woman, and that's enough. Hearing her heartfelt words, Yang Kai looked at her for a while before smiling slightly, taking Shuiyu's hand again and flying forward. An hour later, from the void crack, a few more points of starlight appeared in front of the two of them. After repeating this process for a few days, the number of space spirit crystals in Yang Kai's hands had reached nearly 100 pieces. The void crack here seemed to be the best breeding ground for space spirit crystals as the rich space force here condensed and crystallized. Shuiyu silently followed Yang Kai, helping him collect space spirit crystals without any complaints. The dangers of the outside world of the severed world seemed to be extremely distant to the two of them, as if the world they entered had nothing to do with others. On this day, Yang Kai was leading Shuiyu to continue searching for space spirit crystals when Shuiyu suddenly called out, Yang Kai, look over there. What's wrong? Yang Kai stopped and turned his head to look in the direction Shuiyu had indicated, but after a single glance, his expression brightened and he muttered, so many? In that direction, it was like a moonless night with countless stars, bright and dim lights blooming in the void, like bright lanterns in the dark, guiding the way. After staying here for a few days, Yang Kai naturally knew that every light represented an space spirit crystal born here, representing great wealth. He had been very satisfied with the hundreds of space spirit crystals he had obtained before, but when he saw the scene over there at this moment, he realized that his expectations had been too low. There were more than 100 points of light in that direction. That meant there were at least hundreds or thousands of them. Ha ha ha. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing as he stretched out his hand, pulled Shuiyu into his arms, hugged her, and kissed her fiercely on the cheek. This rough treatment made Shuiyu quite unhappy, biting her red lips and wiping her cheeks as she angrily muttered, you vulgar man. Yang Kai didn't answer and simply led her over to the other side like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 1768. The void was vast and boundless, but it was dotted with stars arranged in a spiral shape, and at the center of this spiral, a terrifying power fluctuation was pulsing. Yang Kai and Shuiyu stood above this huge spiral composed of countless space spirit crystals with dignified expressions. When they discovered that there were many space spirit crystals here before, the two of them had rushed over with great interest. But after arriving, Yang Kai discovered that this place was quite strange. The space spirit crystals were still the same space spirit crystals, but they seemed to be attracted by some unknown force and were arranged in a special shape, a spiral. Even Shuiyu, who was not proficient in the Tao of space, could feel a dangerous aura coming from the center of this spiral, as if it was the source of everything. This place was already a void crack, but at the center of this spiral, there seemed to be a strange existence that could even swallow this void crack. Yang Kai. Shuiyu whispered in Yang Kai's ear, "I'm a little nervous." "It's normal, I'm also a little nervous," Yang Kai comforted. Yang Kai comforted her. This was an instinctive fear of the power emanating from the spiral. No one could avoid it, but, "This thing seems to be of great use to me." "What are you going to do?" Shuiyu looked at him in amazement. Yang Kai frowned and pondered for a while before patting Shuiyu's hand and saying, "Help me collect those space spirit crystals first." Shuiyu looked at him deeply, her beautiful eyes bright, as if she could see straight into Yang Kai's heart and understand his thoughts. After a while, Shuiyu nodded meekly, "N." As she spoke, she flew out. Arriving at the space spirit crystals scattered around the spiral, Shuiyu began collecting them one by one. Yang Kai still stood in the same place, staring at the center of the spiral, a dignified look on his face that had never been seen before. After a long time, he released his divine sense to investigate the center of the spiral. He wanted to see what kind of mysteries were hidden inside this spiral, but when his divine sense came into contact with it, he was shocked to discover an astonishing and terrifying attractive force coming from it. This attractive force was so strong that it was simply unheard of, and Yang Kai's mind was instantly drawn in. Not only that. Standing in place, Yang Kai felt as if his body was being held by an invisible hand. Yang Kai disappeared directly, and when he reappeared, he was already at the center of the spiral. "Yang Kai." Shuiyu was shocked and hurriedly called out. However, she did not receive any response from Yang Kai. From her position, she could see everything. Yang Kai was simply standing in the center of the spiral. Motionless. It was as if he had lost all sense of the outside world and was completely unresponsive. Shuiyu's voice with Shuiyu. Shuiyu immediately understood Shuiyu was not daring to act rashly. They could only stand in place anxiously, gazing in the direction of Kai Yang, secretly praying that he was safe. Spinning, endless spinning, Yang Kai felt as if his body and soul were about to be torn apart. The unbearable pain made him want to open his mouth and scream, but he found that he couldn't make a sound no matter how hard he tried. The moment he was pulled into the spiral, his mind was repeating the process of the spiral. This feeling was like being sucked into a violent tornado, and he could only passively endure the destruction of the spiral without being able to do anything to resist. His knowledge sea churning, Yang Kai only felt dizzy, as if his soul was being thrown out of his body by this spinning force. Ever since he had achieved success in his cultivation, he had rarely encountered such a situation that left him at a loss. At any time, in the face of any crisis, he could quickly formulate a reasonable countermeasure to resolve the danger he might encounter. But this time, he found that he was somewhat powerless. While being pulled in by the spiral force, Yang Kai was shocked to find that the strength of his knowledge sea was drying up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Looking inside his body, Yang Kai found that the physique he was so proud of was beginning to show dense scars. Desperately urging his Saint Chi and spiritual energy, Yang Kai tried to break free from this strange spiral force. But he gained nothing. It was as if he had fallen into a quagmire, and the more he struggled, the deeper he sank. In less than a dozen breaths of time, his knowledge sea had dried up. The damage to his soul gave Yang Kai a splitting headache. Inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea, the soul-warming lotus, which was exuding a 7-colored glow, played a crucial role at this moment. While Yang Kai's knowledge sea was exhausted, it immediately began to nourish Yang Kai's soul and repair the damaged areas. The feedback and nourishment of the soul-warming lotus cleared Yang Kai's mind for a moment. But at this moment, Yang Kai suddenly had an unusual feeling. While the spiral force was destroying his body and spiritual energy, it was also adding another kind of force to his body. It was the Tao of space. This allowed Yang Kai to gain a new understanding of the mysteries of the Tao of space in a very short time. Yang Kai was overjoyed and quickly endured the unbearable pain while calmly perceiving his soul. Yang Kai suddenly gained a glimmer of understanding. At a certain moment, Yang Kai resolutely gave up resistance and allowed the spiral force to throw his soul out of his body. In an instant, another kind of vision appeared in front of him. At this moment, it was as if his soul had left his body. His soul covered the void, invisible and invisible, but he could see everything around him. He clearly saw that his body was still standing quietly in the center of the spiral, surrounded by countless space spirit crystals that exuded a faint light. Shuiyu was standing not far away, constantly calling out his name. Her beautiful face was filled with anxiety, her beautiful eyes filled with panic, and her face was pale. Yang Kai tried to send his divine sense to her, but Shuiyu didn't notice him at all and continued to scream. Yang Kai didn't continue because he knew that his soul wasn't truly leaving his body, and because of the influence of the Tao of space here, he couldn't transmit his thoughts to Shuiyu. Yang Kai once again focused his attention on the spiral. Observing from this angle, Yang Kai was able to see more and obtain more. After a short while, Yang Kai thoughtfully urged his space force and released it in the direction of the spiral force. The pressure on him was greatly reduced. Whether it was from his soul or his body, Yang Kai suddenly felt much more relaxed. Yang Kai suddenly understood. This spiral energy was shockingly a type of extremely profound space energy, and it was countless times more profound than what he had comprehended. Before an absolute gap in cultivation, any resistance was futile and would only increase the pain he felt. Only by following the path of the spiral would one be able to comprehend such a profound realm. This was like copying a gourd, although for the time being one could only grasp the shape and not the essence, one could still gain some insights. If one persevered, one would inevitably be able to grasp the essence. After understanding this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and began to urge his space force without restraint, allowing the circulation of his space force to coincide with the spiral's trajectory. This was an extremely difficult process, but also an extremely slow one. Countless wounds began to appear on Yang Kai's body and golden blood began to seep out from them, but instead of spilling out, the blood squirmed like a living creature and began to repair his wounds. Yang Kai's excellent physique played a crucial role at this time, allowing him to persist for a long time. Time passed little by little, and Yang Kai became completely immersed in this wonderful enlightenment, forgetting everything around him. As time passed, the space force exuding from his body not only showed no signs of weakening, but instead became stronger and purer, matching more and more perfectly with the spiral's trajectory. Yang Kai didn't feel much pressure from this. His space force and the spiral began to overlap, and the effect of this rotation on him was negligible. Until a certain moment, the two forces perfectly overlapped. At that moment, the entire void seemed to hum for a moment. Yang Kai suddenly felt an extremely wonderful feeling in his heart. At this moment, he found that he seemed to have become the huge spiral, the two of them becoming one, inseparable from each other. The surrounding light was dazzling, and in the direction of the spiral, the countless space spirit crystals all bloomed with dazzling light before bursting apart under the influence of an inexplicable concept. The bursting space spirit crystals didn't cause the void to collapse, instead, they turned into tiny streaks of energy that flowed along the spiral's trajectory towards its center. These energies were densely packed like black lines, and they were innumerable. And at the center of this spiral was where Yang Kai's body was located. These black threads of energy formed by the bursting space spirit crystals all rushed into Yang Kai's body before disappearing. The dazzling light gradually dissipated and the entire void returned to darkness, without the slightest trace of light. Even the spiral's force had disappeared. Yang Kai, who had been standing in place all this time, finally had time to carefully examine his body. After releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai couldn't help frowning. He found that the state of his body was quite strange at this moment. Black threads were looming over his skin, and when these black threads appeared, it made him look like he was missing a part of his flesh. Only after these black threads disappeared did the missing flesh reappear. Naturally, his flesh wouldn't disappear for no reason. This was just a visual interference caused by the space force being too powerful. It was an interference that could even swallow one's vision and divine sense. Even Yang Kai couldn't stop this kind of interference. Perhaps he would have to wait until he fully familiarized himself with this power before he could eliminate it. However, at this moment, Yang Kai felt better than he had ever felt before. This time's accident had allowed him to swallow and fuse almost all of the wondrous concepts contained in the void spiral and the power of over 1,000 pure space spirit crystals, allowing his comprehension of the Tao of space to reach a new level, a height he had never been able to reach before. Overjoyed, Yang Kai carefully experienced the various changes he had undergone. The more he experienced these changes, the more he found that his previous understanding of the Tao of space was too shallow, and the more he discovered that if he had any attainments in the Tao of space, the more terrifying the means he could display would be. Yang Kai was secretly shocked. Chapter 1769. But now wasn't the best time to experience this. At this moment, it was as if Kai Yang was in possession of a rich treasury, and he had the key to it. In fact, he was already standing inside this treasury. But he had no time to examine and deal with his treasures. Calming his thoughts, Yang Kai turned to look in the direction of Shuiyu. He did not forget that in such a place, there was a person who was worried about him, constantly calling his name and relying on him. But after looking around, Yang Kai could not help frowning because there was no one in that direction. Shuiyu was nowhere to be seen. Looking around, as far as his divine sense could reach, there was no trace of Shuiyu. Where did she go? Yang Kai frowned secretly. Yang Kai didn't think that Shuiyu would abandon him. Although he hadn't had much contact with Shuiyu and didn't know much about her, from the short time they had spent together, he could tell that she wasn't that kind of person. In this void crack, even if she was strong and had not cultivated the Tao of space, she would be like a headless fly. Even if she spent thousands of years searching, she would not be able to leave. As such, it was impossible for her to find a way out on her own. Did she encounter some kind of danger? Yang Kai's heart clenched as he thought of a possibility, but what kind of danger could there be in this void crack? Although this was a place of chaos outside the severed world, the two of them had not encountered any danger along the way. After standing in place and contemplating for a while, Yang Kai began to move. No matter what, he had to find Shuiyu first. Taking a step forward, Yang Kai was already 100 kilometers away, his expression calm, every step taking in accordance with the mysteries of space. The previous Yang Kai. He had to tear space to move hundreds or thousands of kilometers at a time. Later, as his attainments in the Tao of space improved, although he was able to teleport short distances, it was only a dozen or so kilometers. Such a distance was nothing to him. But at this moment, Yang Kai could easily cross 100 kilometers in a single step, and this was far from his limit. As he moved, Yang Kai confirmed the insights he had gained after devouring the spiral force, further improving his understanding of the Tao of space. According to his thoughts, even if Shuiyu left, she couldn't have run too far. After all, in this damned place, she couldn't run far. Therefore, he used the place where he was before as the center and expanded in all directions in a circle to search for him. This was indeed the case. About half an incense stick of time later, Yang Kai discovered Shuiyu's figure. However, at this moment, she was in an extremely sorry state. She was fleeing in panic in the empty space, and her long hair seemed to be slightly disheveled while dark red blood flowed out from the corners of her mouth. Behind her was a strange monster beast that was 70 to 80 feet long. It looked like a sea lion. The monster beast's body was fat and bloated, and it had a wide tail. As it wriggled, it followed behind Shuiyu at a leisurely pace, and from time to time, it would issue an ear-piercing cry. When he saw the monster beast, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed and he was shocked. This was because he clearly felt the fluctuations of power from the monster beast that came from the same source as his own, the Tao of space. Every movement of this monster beast, every movement of its body, contained the mysteries of space. It seemed to be able to slide its body along the tracks of space as it advanced. Therefore, although its movements looked very clumsy, it could still easily follow Shuiyu, who was desperately fleeing. In other words, it didn't have the intention to immediately kill Shuiyu. Instead, it was toying with Shuiyu like a cat playing with a mouse. It took pleasure in chasing her. When Yang Kai saw Shuiyu, this monster beast opened its big catfish-like mouth and spat out a burst of energy visible to the naked eye. This energy was like a sharp blade that easily cut through space and shot straight towards Shuiyu. Perceiving the terrifying power behind her, Shuiyu's beautiful face paled. Opening her mouth, she bit the tip of her tongue and summoned the phantom of her symbiotic monster spirit, the Xiaji, above her head. The Xiaji's body was covered with thick black hair, its eyes were bright and piercing, and it had a single horn on its forehead, giving it a powerful appearance. As soon as it appeared, it opened its mouth and let out a roar before charging forward recklessly. The Xiaji was a symbiotic monster spirit that was comparable to Shuiyu in terms of combat power. An ordinary third-order origin returning realm master was no match for it. However, that attack easily cut the Xiaji's phantom in half. Amidst the mournful howls, the shadow of the Xiaji disappeared. Shuiyu, who was the host of this phantom, also suffered a heavy blow and coughed up a mouthful of blood again. Her tender body trembled and even her speed of escape slowed. Shuiyu didn't dare to look back, her beautiful eyes dim. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky and pulled her into his arms. Shuiyu raised her head with difficulty and immediately saw Yang Kai's resolute face. Even in the darkness, she felt that his face exuded endless light, as if he had lit a beacon for her on the dim road ahead. "You're finally here." Shuiyu squeezed out a smile as she gasped for breath. "There was an accident," Yang Kai nodded. While speaking, he pushed his Saint Chi to investigate Shuiyu's body. His brow furrowed slightly as he found that Shuiyu's situation wasn't ideal. He didn't know how long she had been entangled with this monster beast, but the Saint Chi in her body had almost dried up and her meridians and physique were damaged. If he had arrived a moment later, even if Shuiyu hadn't been killed by the monster beast, she might have died of exhaustion. "How did you provoke it?" Yang Kai looked at the monster beast floating in the air and asked. "It appeared on its own." Shuiyu leaned into Yang Kai's arms and replied softly, "I waited for you there for several days, but you didn't show any movement. I didn't know when this monster beast appeared nearby, but it seemed to have been attracted by you and rushed towards you. I was afraid it would disturb you, so you lured it away?" Yang Kai looked down at her. Shuiyu hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yang Kai sighed softly as his heart filled with warmth. "Your body, what happened?" Shuiyu suddenly exclaimed as she stared at the abnormalities on Yang Kai's body in a panic. The faintly discernible flesh and black lines on his body made Shuiyu think that Yang Kai had suffered some kind of accident, causing her to be on edge. "Some of my strength can't be controlled, but it's not a big problem. As long as I completely integrate with that strength, everything will be fine." Yang Kai explained, patting Shuiyu's back and saying, "Don't worry, what we need to deal with now is this thing." Saying so, he stared at the strange monster beast in front of him with a dignified expression. Shuiyu's face changed slightly as she whispered, "Be careful, it's very powerful. Its strength is definitely not lower than an Origin King's and it is proficient in the Tao of space. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a shocking void beast." Yang Kai grinned, "I know." Yang Kai's main purpose in entering the severed world with Luo Lan was this shocking void beast. But what he hadn't expected was that he would find traces of a shocking void beast in this situation. What else could it be but a shocking void beast that was proficient in the Tao of space and could wander freely through the void? As such, even if Yang Kai had never seen this monster beast before, he could instantly determine what it was. "It's good that you know." Shuiyu relaxed and snuggled into Yang Kai's arms, assuming a comfortable position, and whispering softly, "Now it's up to you, my life is in your hands." Saying so, she directly used some kind of secret technique and fell into a deep sleep. She was an oil lamp that had run out of oil, so she needed to heal her wounds immediately, but the secret technique she used could only be used in a deep sleep. "You trust me so much?" Yang Kai smiled lightly, suddenly filled with a sense of responsibility as he muttered to himself, "Then I can't let you down too much." Saying so, he flipped Shuiyu onto his back and carried her on his back before condensing his Saint Qi into a rope that tightly tied Shuiyu's body to him. After moving his hands and feet to make sure that no matter what he did, he would not be able to throw Shuiyu off his back before turning to look at the shocking void beast. Since Yang Kai appeared, the shocking void beast had not moved. However, on its fat head, its two small eyes flashed a terrifying light as they stared fixedly at Yang Kai, as if to it, Yang Kai was a delicious meal that it could not wait to pounce on. Shocking void beasts were naturally proficient in the Tao of space, and Yang Kai had just swallowed and absorbed the void spiral, causing his comprehension of the Tao of space to rise to a new level. On top of that, the amount of space force contained in his body was somewhat uncontrollable, so the aura he exuded naturally made the shocking void beast extremely happy. Staring at each other, Yang Kai's eyes were aggressive while the shocking void beast's eyes did not shrink back. In this boundless void, one man and one beast both felt the other's fighting intent. "Come." After a long time, Yang Kai beckoned to the shocking void beast, "I want your monster core, and you want my body, so let's see who gets what they want in the end and who ends up working for the other." It was unknown whether the shocking void beast understood Yang Kai's words or was simply angered by his provocative actions, but in the next moment, it let out a heaven-shaking roar, opened its mouth wide, and sent out a jet of black energy towards Yang Kai like a barrage of cannonballs. The speed of these energy attacks was incredibly fast. After all, they were released by the shocking void beast and were filled with space force. In an instant, they closed the distance limit and bombarded Yang Kai. This was a powerful attack that was enough to threaten an origin king. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and in the face of such an attack, not only did he not show any intention of retreating, his fighting spirit instead soared as he flicked his fingers. Secret technique, Space Blade. Asterisk shio shio shio, asterisk a series of crescent-shaped space blades shot out, meeting the void beast's void roar with unerring accuracy. Space Blade was the only offensive space secret technique that Yang Kai had comprehended, and it had always been one of his trump cards. It had never failed him in every battle and had earned him many battle achievements. After swallowing and fusing with the void spiral, the power of this secret technique had increased several times compared to before. Although the size of the space blades he sent out had not changed, he could now control them more precisely and their lethality had increased significantly. Chapter 1770. The space blade collided with the void beast's void roar. Thunderous booms rang out incessantly as a violent burst of space force erupted. 10 feet in front of Yang Kai, space suddenly collapsed. That space was like a broken wall, shattering into pieces in a very short period of time. Chaotic fluctuations of power surged out and sputtered into the void. From the collapsed space, the void beast's huge body eerily stretched out and opened its mouth to bite Yang Kai. Taking advantage of Yang Kai's distraction, it directly approached him. Yang Kai seemed to have expected this, so he did not panic at all. With a slight movement of his feet, his body was shrouded in space force and gradually turned into a phantom. The void beast bit into empty air. The next moment, Yang Kai appeared above the void beast like a ghost and punched out with all his strength towards its head. Asterisk Hong, asterisk fist energy burst out and the void beast was smashed to pieces. However, Yang Kai did not feel the slightest joy after having succeeded. Instead, he frowned and hurriedly dodged. The moment he moved, the void beast that should have been smashed to pieces reappeared behind him and opened its bloody mouth again. The void beast that Yang Kai had smashed to pieces before was also just a phantom. The man and the beast were both extremely fast. Using space force, their movements were enough to interfere with the enemy's vision. A figure flashed and Yang Kai appeared 1,000 feet away. The void beast also stopped and floated in the void, accurately locating Yang Kai's position and looking at him. After a brief confrontation, the first test made the man and the beast realize that the other party was not a soft persimmon that could be crushed at will. In that case. Yang Kai murmured and grinned, then don't blame me for being ruthless. As he spoke, he waved his hand. The next moment, the stone mongoose Xiao Xiao and the artifact spirit Lu Yan, two super helpers, appeared. The stone mongoose carried the heaven-shaking pillar, its small and exquisite body hunched, its eyes darting around, as if it did not know where it was. As soon as Lu Yan appeared, she asked Yang Kai, "Master, what are your orders?" "Kill it." Yang Kai pointed at the void beast 1,000 feet away. Lu Yan looked at the void beast with a solemn expression and said in a deep voice, "It seems to be very powerful." Yang Kai laughed. "If it's not powerful, I can deal with it alone. Why would I call all of you out? It is proficient in Space Force. So you must cooperate with me." Master's orders." Lu Yan nodded and a purple-red flame suddenly appeared on her jade-white hand. There were faint arcs of electricity flickering within it, and a violent force was emitted. "Then let's do it." Yang Kai grinned and his body blurred as he charged toward the void beast again. There was no need to say anything when cooperating with his two helpers because both the stone mongoose and the artifact spirit had a telepathic connection with Yang Kai. They could clearly see through Yang Kai's thoughts and cooperate perfectly with him. As soon as Yang Kai moved, Lu Yan Kai transformed into a ball of fire and followed closely behind Yang Kai. The stone mongoose Lu Yan Kai transformed into a stone giant and dragged the heaven-shaking pillar behind it as it walked through the void, slowly approaching the void beast at a leisurely pace. The void beast was no doubt quite intelligent, so when it saw Yang Kai Lu Yan Kai's two helpers, its beady eyes couldn't help but reveal a look of bewilderment. When it saw Yang Kai and Lu Yan Kai charging toward it, it actually leapt forward. The void in front of it seemed to have turned into a lake, completely concealing its body once it passed through it. Yang Kai Lu Yan Kai's eyes lit up as he sensed the changes in space around him. In the next moment, he gave the stone mongoose Lu Yan Kai a command. The stone mongoose Lu Yan Kai didn't hesitate at all. It let out a deafening roar and swung its heaven-shaking pillar to its left. The heaven-shaking pillar, which weighed several 100,000 kilograms, coupled with the stone mongoose Lu Yan Kai's violent strength, was capable of shattering space itself. The moment the stone mongoose Lu Yan Kai launched his attack, the shocking void beast's head happened to appear right where the heaven-shaking pillar was aimed at. It seemed as if the shocking void beast had taken the initiative to approach the stone mongoose Lu Yan Kai's attack. The shocking void beast obviously intended to attack the stone mongoose first, but its trick was easily seen through by Yang Kai and used to his advantage. At such a close distance, even if the shocking void beast was proficient in the Tao of space, it wouldn't be able to dodge such a sudden attack. If this blow landed on its body, even if the shocking void beast's strength was comparable to an Origin King Realm Master, it would definitely be smashed to pieces. The stone mongoose's full-powered attack was no joke. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he secretly looked forward to the scene of flesh and blood splattering. But to his extreme surprise, the shocking void beast, facing this fatal blow, actually managed to twist its body and release a rich space force fluctuation from its body that transformed into a void vortex that blocked the stone mongoose's attack. The heaven-shaking pillar smashed the void vortex to pieces and the remaining power swept across the shocking void beast's body, causing blood to spurt out as the shocking void beast was sent flying 1,000 meters away. The place where its head was connected to its neck was a bloody mess with white bones vaguely visible. But in the end, the shocking void beast had survived, and its injuries weren't too serious. I knew it wouldn't be so easy. Yang Kai grit his teeth and shouted as he stretched out his hand and pushed his Saint Chi forward, wrapping Lu Yan in his Saint Chi, and instantly arriving in front of the injured shocking void beast. The next moment, the master and servant pair launched a frantic attack on the shocking void beast. Hundreds of golden blood threads were infused with space force by Yang Kai, forming an inescapable net that completely sealed off a large area of space, cutting off the shocking void beast's escape route. At the same time, Yang Kai madly pushed his space blades towards the shocking void beast. On the other hand, Lu Yan's attack was much simpler. Flames mixed with thunder attribute energy gathered around the shocking void beast like falling petals, each of which contained terrifying power. The shocking void beast's body was scorched black the moment it came into contact with these flames. At the same time, fine arcs of lightning were also scattered across the shocking void beast's body, affecting its movements. For a time, the shocking void beast was forced into a position where it could only dodge and was unable to fight back, only able to roar continuously. Asterisk dang 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 dang, asterisk the stone mongoose, wrapped in a layer of cold chi, cooperated with Yang Kai and Lu Yen to restrain the shocking void beast, raised the heaven-shaking pillar high and smashed it down again. As soon as this stick struck, the shocking void beast's eyes flashed with fear. It was not afraid of Yang Kai and Lu Yan's methods, but it was extremely wary of the stone mongoose's simple attack. This was a violent attack that even the shocking void beast's space transference secret technique could not resolve. The shocking void beast roared and struggled to resist, constantly using its void roar secret technique to form a dense barrage of attacks towards Yang Kai and his servant. At the same time, a space transference barrier appeared around the shocking void beast's body once again, forcibly withstanding the stone mongoose's attack. The sound of bones breaking rang out, and the shocking void beast's astonishing aura suddenly weakened for a moment. In such a short time, the shocking void beast had suffered too many attacks and was seriously injured. Facing Yang Kai and his servant, who were like wolves and tigers, the shocking void beast knew that it was no match for them. If it did not escape, it would likely die here. The shocking void beast began desperately urging its space force to interfere with the surrounding space. The hundreds of golden blood threads that had been scattered by Yang Kai were affected and could no longer remain stable, showing flaws. Lu Yen also cried out in alarm, his body covered in thunder fire as he carefully guarded against the shocking void beast's counterattack. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the shocking void beast leapt out and escaped several dozen meters in an instant, breaking free of Yang Kai and his servants' encirclement. "You want to run?" Yang Kai coldly snorted and was about to give chase when the shocking void beast used the same trick again and plunged into the void in front of it, disappearing. Yang Kai frowned and pushed his space force to its limit, but was unable to detect the shocking void beast's aura nearby. Soon, a look of understanding appeared on his face as he muttered, "It actually escaped." The shocking void beast had obviously escaped from the void, so Yang Kai was unable to detect its existence here. Without hesitation, Yang Kai immediately recalled the stone mongoose and Lu Yen and arrived at the spot where the shocking void beast had disappeared. Reaching into the void with both hands, Yang Kai tore at both sides. A void crack suddenly appeared. Yang Kai dove straight in. The next moment, he returned to the severed world. Yang Kai immediately began searching for traces of the shocking void beast. This strange ancient monster beast could freely wander through the void, so if he did not follow it in time, it would be easy for it to escape. The shocking void beast's roar rang out in Yang Kai's ears, and there was a sense of panic in its voice, as if it was being tortured by something. Yang Kai frowned and turned towards the source of the roar, the scene that entered his eyes causing his expression to change slightly. Not far in front of him, a black curtain covered a large area, and inside this black curtain, there were countless faces struggling, twisting, and changing. These faces were like Ein's souls, and the area enveloped by the black curtain seemed to be a place where Ein's souls gathered, exuding an evil and cold aura. Through this black curtain, Yang Kai could vaguely see the huge figure of the shocking void beast, but at this moment, it was surrounded by countless Ein's soul-like creatures, each of which had their mouths latched onto its body and were biting into its flesh. At a rate visible to the naked eye, the shocking void beast's body began to dry up, as if its flesh and blood essence were being sucked dry by these Ein's souls. No matter how hard the shocking void beast struggled, it was unable to escape from this black curtain. It was obviously at the end of its rope. Heh heh heh. A burst of strange laughter suddenly came from nearby. Yang Kai's face could not help sinking as he secretly pushed his Saint Chi and looked towards the source of the sound vigilantly. Over there, a figure shrouded in darkness stood quietly, and in the darkness, there seemed to be a pair of chilling eyes that were staring at Yang Kai. It's you. Yang Kai muttered, his expression becoming dignified. Chapter 1771. Yang Kai recognized at a glance that this person wrapped in darkness was an Origin King realm master he had paid attention to before. This guy seemed to have paid attention to him before entering the Severed World, and Ni Guang had also said that this person was very dangerous and it was best not to provoke him easily. Yang Kai did not expect to meet the other party here. What's more, the other party had used some kind of method to trap his prey. The black curtain that enveloped the shocking void beast was obviously the other party's artifact. However, this artifact exuded an evil aura, and at a glance, it was obvious it was the kind of artifact that required the sacrifice of a large number of lives to refine. It was obvious that the owner of this artifact was not a kind person, and the number of people who had died at his hands was likely innumerable. Kai Yang's brow wrinkled. The current situation was not good for him. Although he was not too afraid of this guy with his background, the shocking void beast was now within the range of the other party's artifact. Yang Kai had worked so hard to seriously injure the shocking void beast, but now someone else had taken advantage of him, which was something he could not tolerate. However, if he rushed into the black curtain and snatched the shocking void beast's monster core, it would not be appropriate. Yang Kai wasn't afraid of the other party and was confident he could escape from under the other party's nose, but that didn't mean he could resist the other party's artifact head-on. If he really rushed into the black curtain, Yang Kai estimated his end wouldn't be much better than the shocking void beast's. What should I do? How can I get the shocking void beast's monster core without angering the other party? Yang Kai thought hard in his heart but could not come up with a suitable answer. Heh. Just as Yang Kai's thoughts were racing, the Origin King realm master wrapped in the black shadow let out an intriguing laugh again, as if he was in a good mood. Immediately after, he said, "Young boy, your luck with women isn't shallow. Even in this kind of place, you actually have such a beauty. This old master is truly envious." As soon as these words came out, Yang Kai's face could not help changing. The other party had called out his surname as soon as he spoke. Obviously, this man recognized him, but Yang Kai could not remember when he had interacted with such an Origin King realm master. The number of Origin King realm masters Yang Kai had encountered so far was not too many, and he had an impression of every single one of them, but none of them matched the one in front of him. Yang Kai stared at him calmly. He asked tentatively, "Senior, do you recognize me?" "Of course this old master recognizes you." What's wrong? Have you forgotten this old master, boy?" The Origin King realm master said in a mocking tone. Yang Kai looked at him and didn't feel any malice from him. He pondered for a moment. Then, he cupped his fists and said, "Forgive me for not recognizing Senior. Since Senior recognizes me, why don't you show me your true face? It's natural that you can't recognize me. After all, my aura has changed a lot compared to back then." The other party didn't seem to be impatient at all. He nodded slightly and said, "Take a closer look at who this old man is," he said. The black chi that had been enveloping him quickly dissipated like a receding tide. In the next moment, the other party's face was imprinted in Yang Kai's eyes. "Ah." Yang Kai was taken aback as he stared at him in a daze, asking in amazement, "Senior Guizhu, how could it be you?" After the black chi dissipated, Yang Kai immediately recognized who the other party was. This Origin King realm master was the first Origin King Yang Kai met when he first entered the Star Territory, the one who called himself Guizhu, who had been trapped on the floating continent for 2,000 years. Guizhu was accidentally swallowed by a void vortex back then. He ended up on the floating continent and ended up there for 2,000 years. During these 2,000 years, he broke through from the Saint King realm all the way to the Origin King realm. He had become a legend. However, for 2,000 years, he had been alone on the floating continent until Yang Kai and the others also ended up there. At that time, Guizhu had been studying space arrays, trying to use them to teleport out of the floating continent, but unfortunately, he failed. In the end, he had to rely on Yang Kai's attainments in the Tao of space to escape. At that time, a total of 7 people had escaped. In addition to Gue Zhu and Yang Kai, there was also Yu Shi and her 2 disciples, as well as Shen Tu, the son of Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce's president AIO, and another woman. The past was like a puff of smoke, but it was the first important thing Yang Kai experienced after entering the star territory, so how could he forget? Gue Zhu was the first Origin King Realm Master he had ever met, so his memory of him was still fresh. However, Yang Kai had never imagined that he would meet the other party in such a place. Although Gue Zhu was cruel and had a violent personality, he was a man who clearly distinguished between gratitude and grudges. Back then, he had accepted Yang Kai's life-saving grace, so after leaving the floating continent, he had kept his promise and let Yang Kai go, even giving him a Star Emperor token as a thank you gift. Without that Star Emperor token, Yang Kai would not have been able to kill Luo Hai on Scarlet Wave Star. So, after learning that the other party turned out to be Gue Zhu, Yang Kai's vigilance immediately relaxed and he grinned at Gue Zhu, a look of surprise and happiness appearing on his face. Of course it is this old master. Gue Zhu's mood was not bad, grinning meaningfully as he looked Yang Kai up and down, nodding lightly and saying in amazement, "Boy, you're quite amazing. How long has it been since we last met? You've actually cultivated to the 3rd order origin returning realm. This old master remembers that you were just a saint back then, right? 2nd order saint." Yang Kai replied with a grin, "Senior Gue Zhu's memory is quite good." Gue Zhu nodded, "It seems that your opportunities over the years have not been small. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for you to have such achievements." "It was all thanks to Senior's blessing," Yang Kai replied. "How has Senior been these years?" "How else could I have been? I can't compare to you young people," Gue Zhu teased. As he spoke, he glanced over at Shuiyu, who was sleeping behind Yang Kai, his words full of meaning. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. That was an accident. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai suddenly said, "By the way, Senior, have you managed to get your revenge?" Back then, Gue Zhu had said that after leaving the floating continent, what he wanted to do was take revenge. Before arriving on the floating continent, he seemed to have been framed by someone who was extremely powerful, and with his strength at the time, he was powerless to do anything, but after breaking through to the Origin King realm, he vowed to avenge his past shame. Now that so many years had passed, Yang Kai wondered if his wish had been fulfilled. Gue Zhu's expression became gloomy as he fell silent for a while before shaking his head and saying, "This old master's revenge is not so easy to avenge." "What's wrong? Boy, do you want to help this old master?" "Senior must be joking." Yang Kai quickly waved his hand. "Junior's strength is too low, how could he help Senior? If he were to become a burden to Senior, even 10,000 deaths would not be enough to atone for it." He did not dare to agree casually. Although he and Gue Zhu had some friendship before, he naturally would not rashly intervene in this kind of matter. "Heh heh, it's just a joke, don't take it so seriously," Gue Zhu chuckled. "But you don't need to belittle yourself, boy. You were able to seriously injure this shocking void beast, so this old master has some idea of your strength." Yang Kai rubbed his nose but did not respond. As the two of them spoke, the shocking void beast had already been tortured to the point of being unable to bear the sight of it. Countless human faces that seemed like spirits were pouncing and biting its body, devouring its flesh, blood, and essence, causing its body to ceaselessly shrivel up. However, no matter how it struggled, it was unable to escape the envelopment of the black veil of light, so all its resistance was in vain. By this time, the shocking void beast's screams had gradually become inaudible and its struggles had also become weaker and weaker. After a while, the shocking void beast finally stopped moving, leaving behind only the countless ghostly faces that howled and shuttled through the black curtain, a terrifying sight to behold. Gue Zhu stretched out his hand and the black curtain immediately turned into a black flag that flew back into his hand. Seeing this black flag, Yang Kai suddenly understood. He had seen Guizhou use this black flag-like artifact back on the floating continent, but at that time, how could this artifact possess such power? It was obvious that Guizhou had used some unknown method to greatly enhance this artifact's power over the years. The black banner flew back, and the black curtain that covered the sky also disappeared. Only the shriveled body of the shocking void beast was left behind. As the wind blew, the shocking void beast's fur actually turned into powder, revealing the bones inside. Its bones seemed to have become extremely fragile, and under the influence of external forces, they were reduced to dust. Amidst the dust, there was only a small rolling object about the size of a fist that exuded an inexplicable luster. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he stared at this object with fiery eyes. Guizhou chuckled, stretched out his hand, and sent this object flying over to Yang Kai. "If you want it, just tell this old master, what's there to be embarrassed about?" Yang Kai couldn't help feeling overjoyed and quickly accepted the monster core. After examining it for a while, he confirmed that it was indeed the monster core of a shocking void beast and that it was completely undamaged. The energy contained in this monster core had not leaked out in the slightest before smiling and saying, "Many thanks, Senior. It was yours to begin with." Guizhou didn't care. This old master also knows that you are proficient in the Tao of space, so naturally, you would leave this monster core behind. With it, your attainments in the Tao of space will be further improved, yes? Yang Kai didn't conceal anything and nodded, and, "My purpose in coming here was to obtain this shocking void beast's monster core, and now I've obtained what I wanted." "Boy, your courage is quite big, daring to enter this damned place." Guizhou looked at Yang Kai with some admiration. "Since you've obtained what you wanted, I wonder if you can help this old master achieve the same? What can Senior help with?" "If this junior can help, he will not refuse." Yang Kai carefully put away the shocking void beast's monster core before turning to Guizhou with a solemn expression. Although Guizhou didn't look like a good person, to be honest, he gave Yang Kai a good feeling. Especially after this meeting, Guizhou seemed quite approachable and amiable, so Yang Kai decided to return the favor. Chapter 1772. What's more, Guizhou was so powerful that even Ni Guang feared him, so building a good relationship with him was not a bad thing. Perhaps Yang Kai would need his help in the future. There is a place that requires your help to enter," Guizhou nodded. "With this old master's strength alone, he doesn't dare to rush in. Come with me." Guizhou was a straightforward person, so after saying so, he led the way. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and supported Shuiyu on his back so that she could lean better against him before hurriedly following. Along the way, after chatting for a while, Yang Kai learned that Guizhou had been following him since the moment he entered the severed world. After all, there were many void cracks inside the severed world, and only those who were proficient in Space Force could travel through them safely. Guizhou happened to know that Yang Kai had great attainments in the Tao of space. Guizhou's original plan was to find an opportunity to abduct Yang Kai from Ni Guang and Luolan and then take him to explore the severed world together, but after entering here, he was unable to find Yang Kai immediately and only vaguely determined the direction Yang Kai was heading, so he had been tailing him. However, there was an accident later and he lost track of Yang Kai. That was until just now when Yang Kai suddenly rushed out of a void crack and appeared in front of him. "It seems that Senior and I are fated to meet," Yang Kai laughed after listening to his explanation. The void crack that connected the severed world to the void crack was impossible to predict. The shocking void beast had been injured and fled, but it just so happened to appear in front of Guizhou. This old master was also quite surprised. "I thought that I couldn't count on you." Guizhou wrapped himself in black qi again. No one could see his face clearly, but from his tone, it was clear that this encounter was a pleasant surprise for Guizhou. "By the way, Senior, where are you taking me?" "A medicine valley." Guizhou ran ahead and replied without turning his head. "When this old man passed by that place, I saw many rare spirit herbs. Unfortunately, that damned place is full of spatial cracks." This old man didn't dare to rashly enter. I only collected a few enlightenment flowers before I had to retreat. Enlightenment flower. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Enlightenment flower. That was an origin grade mid-rank spirit herb. Moreover, there were only a few of them in the entire territory of the star realm. This was because the laws of heaven and earth were not suitable for the growth of this kind of ancient spirit herb. Only in the environment of ancient times could the enlightenment flower survive. In the severed world, it could be said that there was a trace of ancient aura everywhere, so it was not surprising that there were enlightenment flowers here. It was an ancient spirit herb. Whether it was used to refine the enlightenment pill or consumed directly, it was of great help to an origin king realm cultivator in improving their strength and state of mind. No wonder even with Guizu's cultivation, he could not forget that place. It turned out that he had obtained several enlightenment flowers there. And, in addition to the enlightenment flowers, there are many other good things there. There are some things this old master does not recognize, but that is definitely a paradise for an origin king realm cultivator. If I can really obtain enough benefits from that place, this old master is confident he can break through to the third order origin king realm in this lifetime. Guizu's voice contained a hint of fanaticism. Hearing him say this, Yang Kai's brow rose as he secretly speculated that Guizu should already be a second-order origin king. Otherwise, he would not have said he wanted to break through to the third order. It seemed that Ni Guang's fear of him was not unreasonable. After this old master withdrew from that place, he wanted to see if he could find you. If there is anyone here who can safely enter that medicine valley, I'm afraid it's you. This old master did not have much hope, and it can only be said that this old master's luck was quite good. Guizu said. Then it should be the Medicine Valley Uncle Ni was talking about. As soon as Guizu's voice fell, Shuiyu's voice came from behind Yang Kai. Her voice was still a little weak, but it did not sound like she had suffered any serious injuries. You're awake? Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at her, finding that Shuiyu's face had become much rosier. It seemed that her healing secret technique was indeed quite extraordinary, allowing her to stabilize her injuries in such a short time. I was in a daze a moment ago, but now I'm awake, Shuiyu nodded. She did not show any intention of getting down from Yang Kai's back, instead hugging him tighter, enjoying the warmth of Yang Kai's care. She then glanced at Guizu suspiciously and asked Yang Kai vigilantly, This is Senior Guizu. Yang Kai chuckled, Don't worry, Senior and I are old acquaintances. Jia. Guizu laughed strangely, Little girl, you are young, but you have many thoughts. If this old master really wanted to kill you, would you still be alive? Rest assured, as your sweetheart said, we are old acquaintances. Encountering each other in this damned place can be considered an old acquaintance. This old master has no malice towards you. Hearing the word sweetheart, Shuiyu's neck could not help blushing slightly, but a smile appeared at the corners of her mouth as she softly said, Senior is magnanimous, this little girl is currently injured, so please forgive her for not being able to greet you properly. It's fine. Guizu did not care, glancing at Shuiyu thoughtfully, but little girl, you are Shuiyu of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce, right? Shuiyu's expression could not help changing, but she quickly recovered and nodded. How did Senior see through me? She had used an artifact to change her appearance and physique, so her appearance in front of others was completely different from her original one. What's more, this artifact was made by an artifact refining Grandmaster of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce, so unless one had a peak third-order origin king cultivation, it would be impossible to see through it. Shuiyu did not know how Guizu had seen through her identity at a glance. This old master is not a fool, Guizu chuckled. There are only a few people who have entered the severed world, and you're wearing the same clothes as Shuiyu and just called out Uncle Ni. If this old master still didn't know about you, wouldn't this old master have lived all these years in vain? Guizu said with a look of relief. He had been very curious about the origins of the woman Yang Kai was carrying. After all, when he entered the severed world before, he had not seen her. Later on, through various clues, he finally understood. So that's how it is. Shuiyu nodded, understanding that Guizhu being able to recognize her was not because he was powerful, but because she had exposed too many flaws. The dignified Hangluo Chamber of Commerce's third young master is actually a woman. That's quite surprising. Guizhu clicked his tongue in wonder. Senior, Shuiyu has some secrets, so she doesn't want anyone to know her identity as a woman, so I hope Senior can keep this a secret. Yang Kai chuckled meaningfully. You also know how big Hangluo Chamber of Commerce is. If this matter were to spread, this old master is not a gossipy person. Guizhu smiled contemptuously. Whether she's a man or a woman has nothing to do with this old master. Many thanks, Senior. Shuiyu bit her red lips lightly and thanked him. After thinking about it for a moment, she leaned over to Yang Kai and whispered into his ear, I'd better change my appearance, otherwise, if I meet someone again, they may see through my disguise again. As you wish. Yang Kai nodded. Shuiyu stretched out her hand and tapped a certain part of her chest, pushing her Saint Qi into the artifact she wore to change her appearance and body shape once again, transforming her into her previous male appearance. Little girl, what you said just now, does your Hangluo Chamber of Commerce know where the Medicine Valley is? Guizhu asked again. Shuiyu nodded gently. Shuiyu gently nodded. Our Hangluo Chamber of Commerce has known about the existence of that Medicine Valley for a long time. Every time the Severed World opens, some people will come and occasionally obtain some gains. However, because there are too many void cracks in that place, no one dares to venture too deep. Our original goal was that Medicine Valley, but we encountered many illusionary void butterflies and got separated from Uncle and I. So it's not a secret. Guizhu was disappointed. Guizhu was disappointed. Young boy, it looks like we'll have to speed up, otherwise, if someone else gets there first, we won't even be able to drink the soup. And let this old master carry you. Saying so, Guizhu formed a seal with his hands and summoned his 10,000 soul banner. In the next moment, the 10,000 soul banner wrapped the three of them up and transformed into a streak of black light that shot forward at double their original speed. Guizhu being able to discover this Medicine Valley was a coincidence. He did not have any special purpose in entering the Severed World, only hearing that there were many good things here that could help Origin King Realm Masters enhance their strength, so he took the risk to explore. While tracking down Yang Kai, Guizhu happened to pass by the Medicine Valley and found several enlightenment flowers. Unfortunately, even with his powerful strength, he did not dare to rush in and could only reluctantly retreat. Now that he had brought Yang Kai with him, Guizhu was naturally complacent and was ready to go in and wash the place in blood. The Medicine Valley was not too far from where he met Yang Kai, but it was definitely not close either. It took the three of them a full day to reach their destination. The 10,000 soul banner was withdrawn, revealing the figures of the three. However, after Guizhu released his divine sense to investigate the surroundings, his face could not help sinking as he coldly snorted, sure enough, there are many people here. Within a 100-kilometer radius of this place, there were many Origin Kings gathered. Yang Kai did not know how these people learned about this place, or if, like Guizhu, they had stumbled upon this place. Yang Kai only glanced around casually when he saw the figures of Purple Star's Sect Master, Zi Long, and Young Master, Zi Dong. Both of them had the same long purple hair and were extremely conspicuous on a small hillside. In addition to them, Su Wei, who had plotted against Yang Kai before, was also here. Even Kong Fa had come. The two of them were still in cahoots, but Kong Fa seemed to be seriously injured, his face slightly pale. It seemed that under the attack of the illusionary void butterflies, he had not been able to gain any advantage and had barely managed to preserve his life. Shuiyu. Not far to the right, a nervous and joyful voice called out. Yang Kai turned his head and found that Ni Guang was rushing over while staring vigilantly at Guizhu. Behind him, Luo Lan followed closely. Chapter 1773. Uncle and I. Shuiyu called out in surprise from Yang Kai's back. In this damned place, there was nothing happier than seeing one's loved ones. Although she felt at ease when she was with Yang Kai, she was still worried about Ni Guang's safety. Now that she saw Ni Guang unharmed, Xueyu naturally relaxed. What's going on here? Ni Guang didn't walk too close and instead stood about 10 meters away from Yang Kai and the others, asking while looking at Gue Zhu vigilantly. He was afraid that Yang Kai and Xueyu had been captured by Gue Zhu, and if that were the case, his actions would definitely be restricted. Ni Guang not having such thoughts wasn't because he wanted to be cautious, but rather because Gue Zhu was obviously an evil person. Anyone with a little common sense would think so. Uncle Ni doesn't need to worry, I'm just a little injured, it's nothing serious, Xueyu answered as she slid down from Yang Kai's back. Hearing what she said, Ni Guang's expression relaxed slightly as he looked at Yang Kai, then at Xueyu, and finally at Gue Zhu. After confirming that the other party had not done anything to Xueyu, Ni Guang cupped his fist slightly and asked, "May I ask who this friend is?" In any case, Gue Zhu had come with Xueyu, so Ni Guang had to ask about the other party's identity. Gue Zhu laughed strangely, his laughter extremely harsh. "You don't need to ask this old master's name or origin, this old master has no intention of joining forces with you. Take your family's juniors and do what you need to do, there's no need to pay attention to this old master." He didn't put Ni Guang in his eyes at all, his tone extremely arrogant and annoying. Yang Kai rubbed his nose to the side. Ni Guang's face couldn't help sinking slightly as he snorted, his expression extremely displeased. He held a high position in Hangluo Chamber of Commerce and was well known throughout the entire Star Territory. Those with lower cultivation than him all treated him with respect, and even those with the same cultivation as him, with the exception of Zilong and a few others, no one dared to be so rude to him. Gue Zhu's words obviously made him a little unhappy. As such, he immediately lost interest in chatting with Xueyu and said coldly, "Let's go." Xueyu opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. She just glanced at Yang Kai and said, "You have to be careful." Yang Kai smiled and nodded. "You too." With the current situation, it was impossible for him to stay with Xueyu. Xueyu would definitely follow Ni Guang while he would act together with Gue Zhu. "Yang Kai, you're not coming?" Luolan seemed to have noticed something and asked in surprise. Yang Kai shook his head, pondered for a moment, and said, "I have some matters to attend to with this Senior Luo. I'm afraid our previous agreement will be voided. If there's a chance in the future, I'll make it up to you." "So that's how it is." Luolan smiled. "It's fine. I wasn't fully prepared this time, and I've dragged you down. Since you've received help from a benefactor, then I wish you good luck." She had a very amiable look on her face. She did not blame Yang Kai for suddenly changing his mind and not acting with her. Little brat, asking a tiger for its skin is destined to not have a good end. Think about it carefully. Ni Guang glanced at Yang Kai coldly and secretly warned him. "Many thanks for Senior's concern, Junior understands." Yang Kai cupped his fists. Gue Zhu laughed strangely to the side, making him even more obvious that he was not a good person. Ni Guang and Luolan took Xueyu back to where they were originally. On the way, Ni Guang naturally asked about the situation after they separated, but Xueyu did not say much. She only told Ni Guang that she and Yang Kai had spent a lot of effort to get rid of the illusionary void butterflies and then encountered Gue Zhu. As for what happened in the void, Xueyu did not dare to say anything. "This person is called Gue Zhu?" Ni Guang frowned. "Why have I never heard of such a character in Star Territory? Elder Luo, have you ever heard of this person?" "This mistress has never heard of him." Luolan shook her head. "Strange. How could a second-order origin king remain unknown all this time? Especially since this person's aura is so special." Ni Guang Ru couldn't figure out why he had never heard of the name Gue Zhu before. This person seemed to have jumped out of a rock without any warning, but his sudden appearance was simply too shocking. "Uncle Ni, what's the situation here?" Xueyu asked in a timely manner. the situation doesn't look good. That bastard Kong Fa followed this old master and elder Luo all the way to this medicine valley. After he arrived here, he used a secret technique to call Su Wei over. Zilong already knew the location of this medicine valley, and old man Meng Tong also came here. I don't know where he got this information from, but he also came here. Meng Tong? Shuiyu frowned as she turned her eyes in a certain direction and saw a short old man squinting his eyes and looking around like a thief, looking quite comical. However, this person was a genuine Origin King realm master, and although he was only a First-Order Origin King, he was at the peak of the First Order. It was rumored that Meng Tong had broken through to the Origin King realm 1,000 years ago, but had never had the opportunity to break through to the Second Order. If he could obtain some kind of opportunity, breaking through would only take a blink of an eye. Meng Tong's origins were very mysterious, and no one knew where he came from. What's more, this person had not attached himself to any great force and had always cultivated alone. It was extremely difficult for a cultivator who did not belong to any sect to cultivate to a high realm because there was no one to guide them, so they had to rely on themselves to find their way forward. It was very likely that they would make mistakes along the path of cultivation and fall short of success. Not to mention this, a cultivator who did not belong to any sect had no resources to rely on, so they had to rely on themselves to find what they needed to cultivate, wasting a lot of time. As such, the achievements of such a cultivator would generally not be too high. Being able to cultivate to the origin returning realm was already quite remarkable. Meng Tong, on the other hand, was an Origin King. It could be seen that his luck and opportunities in this life were quite good, and coupled with his perseverance and perception, he was able to achieve his current achievements. Therefore, although Meng Tong's cultivation was not the highest in Star Territory, his reputation was quite high. This was because the cultivator who did not belong to any sect regarded him as a goal to strive for and an object of worship, and the base number of such cultivators was very large. Purple Star, Sword Union, Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce, all the great forces in the star field had once extended an olive branch to Meng Tong, wanting to recruit him, promising him great benefits and the status of an elder. Unfortunately, Meng Tong had never agreed to any of them and had always been a lone wolf, not even accepting a disciple. In a sense, he was another legend in Star Territory. He did not become hostile to any great force, nor did he get too close to any of them, living a very comfortable life. Sometimes, Ni Guang envied Meng Tong's life and yearned for it. However, if he really had to abandon everything and live like Meng Tong, he would not be willing. Among the cultivator who entered the severed world this time, Meng Tong was also among them, and he had even come to the treasure house of the severed world. No matter how he came here, it was obvious that his luck was extraordinary. Counting Meng Tong and Gue Zhu, who had just arrived, there were as many as 7 Origin Kings present. This number accounted for at least 60% to 70% of the cultivator who entered the severed world, and if those who died in the severed world were also counted, the Origin Kings who came to the Medicine Valley might account for 80% of the total number of people still alive. The spirit medicines in the periphery of the Medicine Valley have been divided up, and Guang gestured to the huge mountain valley ahead. Divided up? Shuiyu was stunned. How was the harvest? Guang smiled slightly. Not bad. Although there weren't many, all of them were rare treasures. While the two were talking, Luolan also touched her space ring, as if she had gained a lot. The remaining spirit medicines are hidden inside, but we can't enter for the time being. Guang continued. Shuiyu stared at the huge mountain valley in front of her and saw that it was shrouded in a dazzling 7-colored light. This light was like flowing water that filled the entire mountain valley, making it look like the huge Medicine Valley was covered in a multicolored tide. Shuiyu felt a fatal threat from the light that seemed to have condensed into a solid substance. 7-colored radiant light? Shuiyu's face sank as she called out the name of this 7-colored light. Given her status, it was obvious that she knew something about the Medicine Valley. Indeed. Guang gently nodded. This is the 7-colored radiant light produced by the divine bird, the 7-colored radiant peacock. This light ignores all defenses, and whether it is artifacts, secret techniques, or spiritual energy, nothing can stop it. Once enveloped in this light, no matter how high one's cultivation is, it will not take long for them to die. It is extremely terrifying. Then how do we get in? Luo Lan asked worriedly. Although she had followed Enai Guang here a long time ago and had some gains, she still knew nothing about this place. This was the first time she had heard of the seven-colored radiant peacock, and the first time she had heard of the seven-colored radiant light. This light that even Enai Guang felt powerless against was something she could not resolve. Wait. Enai Guang quickly said, this light is produced by the divine bird when it breathes in. Once it absorbs it back, we can enter. Inside this medicine valley, there are countless void cracks. Although there are dangers everywhere, these void cracks are also the best natural barriers. When it breathes out again and spits out the seven-colored radiant light, we only need to find a void crack, hide behind it, and rely on the existence of this void crack to avoid it. Hearing what he said, Luo Lan showed a look of sudden realization. While explaining, Enai Guang suddenly frowned and turned a serious look towards Xueyu. What's wrong? Xueyu wore a stunned expression. Enai Guang did not speak but instead stared intently at a certain part of her hair. A moment later, he suddenly snorted coldly, gritted his teeth, and shouted, despicable. As he spoke, he flicked his finger and sent out a stream of pure energy towards Xueyu. Chapter 1774. Facing Enai Guang's sudden attack, Xueyu stood in place and did not move. She believed that Enai Guang would not harm her, and her uncle Enai must have his reasons for doing so. *Xiao, a strong gust of wind brushed past Xueyu's head, but before the attack could reach her, a wisp of black qi suddenly flew out from Xueyu's hair, circled in the air slightly, and shot towards Guizhu like an arrow from a bow. This black qi fled so fast that even Enai Guang could not stop it in time. He could clearly see that this wisp of black qi was humanoid with a distorted face, like a ghost. It had been hiding in Xueyu's hair all this time, but because it was also black and its aura was concealed, even Enai Guang had not noticed it at first. By the time he noticed, it was already too late. The wisp of black qi quickly arrived in front of Guizhu, and with a strange laugh, Guizhu opened his mouth and swallowed it into his abdomen. Don't you think your excellency's actions are too shameless? Enai Guang looked at Guizhu from afar and shouted coldly. He he he. Guizhu still laughed strangely. This old master does not need others to comment on his actions. Enai Guang's face became gloomy as he stared at Guizhu for a while before waving his hand and saying, this king won't bicker with you now, but I'll definitely ask you for advice some other day. Although he did not believe that Guizhu had done something to Xueyu, now was obviously not the time to fight with Guizhu. While this conflict was taking place, Zilong, who was not far away, had been watching with great interest, seemingly eager to see Enai Guang and Guizhu fight. Enai Guang naturally would not let him do as he wished. What's more, with his eyesight, he could see that Guizhu had not harmed Xueyu and had only done so to eavesdrop on her. Finished speaking. With a cold expression, Yang Kai turned to the Medicine Valley. Young boy, did you hear what they said just now? On the other side, Guizhu whispered to Yang Kai. I heard. Yang Kai looked surprised. Senior, when did you leave that thing on Xueyu? Xueyu had been on his back all this time. He had not noticed when Guizhu had done something. When this old master handed you the shocking void beast's monster core, Guizhu smiled triumphantly. What? Are you dissatisfied with me for doing this? That's not true. Yang Kai chuckled. I just feel that senior is really farsighted. Guizhu laughed. Don't try to flatter this old master, it's just that this old master is all alone and needs to be vigilant. Since you've heard what they said just now, then, this old man is counting on you. I'll try my best. Yang Kai nodded and didn't speak too confidently. Outside the Medicine Valley, there was a moment of silence as all the Origin Kings waited quietly like purple dragons. Enai Guang knew what to do next, while Kong Fa, Su Wei, and Meng Tong might not know much about this place, but they were all origin kings with extraordinary observation and analytical abilities, so even if they did not know how to safely enter the mountain valley, they would still be able to do so. After Ni Guang and Zilong took action, they would be able to see some clues. Su Wei glanced over at Yang Kai from time to time, wondering how Yang Kai and Shuiyu managed to survive while surrounded by so many illusionary void butterflies. At that time, he had borrowed the two of them to delay the illusionary void butterflies while he took the opportunity to escape, thinking that these two juniors would definitely die. How could he have imagined that a few days later, he would see them appear in front of him unscathed? Su Wei could only attribute their survival to Gue Zhu, who had come with them, thinking that Gue Zhu had appeared and saved them. Time passed by. About an hour later, from a certain location in the huge mountain valley in front of them, a strange sound suddenly rang out. That sound was like the sound of something inhaling when it was asleep. This sound was like a rolling thunder, like a drum, and was both dull and shocking. Almost all of the origin kings present were shocked. The moment they heard this sound, all of them could not help frowning. As for Ni Guang, Luolan, Zilong, and the others, their spirits shook as they secretly pushed their Saint Qi. The next moment though, a sudden change occurred. The originally calm mountain valley was suddenly swept up by a gust of wind. This gust of wind came from the outside and blew straight into the depths of the mountain valley. At the same time, the sound of inhalation became more and more obvious. Accompanied by this sound, the seven-colored radiant light that had been shrouding the mountain valley seemed to be attracted by something and receded like a tide. In the blink of an eye, the scenery outside the mountain valley was exposed to everyone's vision. Xio. At that moment, Ni Guang, Luolan, and Zilong, the three origin kings, all shot out like arrows from a bow, chasing after the receding seven-colored radiant light and rushing into the mountain valley. Seeing them move, Kong Fa, Su Wei, and Meng Tong, who had been watching from the sidelines, could no longer hold back and used their movement skills, transforming into streams of light that shot off in different directions. Gue Zhu also laughed as he summoned his 10,000 soul banner, wrapped Yang Kai in it, and rushed forward. His cultivation was profound, and among all the origin kings present, only Ni Guang and Zilong could compare to him, so his speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed a distance of 10 kilometers. Inside the mountain valley, there were countless void cracks, large and small, scattered everywhere. These cracks were like scars in the heavens and earth, eternally adorning the landscape. There were even more void cracks that were hidden. Some could be detected by divine sense while others were completely untraceable. Ni Guang and Zilong both carried artifacts that could detect void cracks, and at this moment, both of them were relying on these artifacts to push forward, constantly changing direction to avoid the location of void cracks. As for the other origin kings who were not prepared in advance, they released their divine senses to the greatest extent to avoid danger. After only 10 breaths of time, the difference in speed between everyone was obvious. Although they rushed into the mountain valley almost at the same time, Ni Guang and Zilong were undoubtedly far ahead. Gue Zhu's speed was even more exaggerated. With Yang Kai pointing the way for him, he did not need to worry about the threat of void cracks at all. All he needed to do was follow the direction Yang Kai pointed out, so it only took him a short time to overtake Ni Guang and Zilong, leaving them far behind. That bastard! Zilong looked at Gue Zhu's figure in the distance and could not help cursing. It was unknown how many years it would take for the severed world to open. The spirit grasses and medicines contained inside were all ancient species that had long since gone extinct. Every time the severed world opened, this medicine valley would produce a large number of rare herbs. It could be said that whoever had the advantage in speed would be able to reap the best harvest. Zilong had thought that his biggest competitor this time would be Ni Guang, but he had not expected that Gue Zhu would suddenly appear out of nowhere and catch him off guard. Does that idiot want to die? Zidong, who was following Zilong, also looked forward in amazement, rushing so fast. Once he touches a hidden void crack, even if he's an origin king, he won't be able to bear the consequences. Don't worry about him. Zilong coldly snorted, if he wants to court death, let him. Yes. Zidong thought about it for a moment and agreed. Those who rushed quickly in this medicine valley might not necessarily have good harvests, and they might even die quickly. Immediately, Zidong calmed down. On the other side, Ni Guang, who was almost at the same pace as Zilong, also shook his head and sighed, Shuiyu, I'm afraid that little brat's fate is grim. That guy named Gue Zhu doesn't know how dangerous this place is, so how could he have a good end? That shouldn't be the case, Shuiyu shook her head. Shuiyu shook her head. She knew what Yang Kai and Gue Zhu were relying on, but she didn't explain. Only Luo Lan sighed softly. If Yang Kai had been present at this time, the situation would have been much better, but unfortunately, Yang Kai was not with her. It's about time. Releasing his divine sense and confirming that there was no one within a few dozen kilometers, Gue Zhu suddenly reduced his speed, revealing himself and Yang Kai. There's a medicinal fragrance. Yang Kai suddenly sniffed and said in shock. Heh, it looks like we've already gained something. Gue Zhu chuckled and then turned serious. Gue Zhu chuckled before his expression became solemn and he said, Young boy, this old master will tell you first, whatever we find in this medicine valley, we'll split it evenly. This old master won't take advantage of you, what do you think? As senior says, Yang Kai nodded readily. In this kind of place, although Gue Zhu had to rely heavily on Yang Kai's attainments in the Tao of space, that did not mean that without Yang Kai, Gue Zhu would be unable to move freely. It was just that if he was alone, his speed would be much slower. So, for Gue Zhu, the proposal of dividing the harvest equally was a bit of a loss, so of course Yang Kai wouldn't object. Over there. Yang Kai confirmed the source of the medicinal fragrance before suddenly pointing in a certain direction. As soon as he said so, he rushed over with Gue Zhu following closely behind. A dozen breaths later, the two of them arrived in front of a fruit tree that was only about half the height of a person. The branches and leaves on the fruit tree were not dense, and were even somewhat sparse. There were only a few scattered conical leaves, and the branches of the fruit tree also seemed to be too weak to withstand the wind. On the branches of this fruit tree, for maroon fruits the size of a baby's fist hung neatly. The fruits shone with light, and the skin of the fruit was crystal clear. One could see the sweet flesh inside, and it was enough to make one's appetite wet at a glance. An inexplicable aura lingered around these four fruits, as if they were emitting it from their own bodies. Gue Zhu's whole body was wrapped in black qi, but his eyes seemed to shine brightly as they shone brightly. At a glance, he could tell that these four fruits were extraordinary. These were definitely spirit fruits that would greatly enhance his strength. Divine Nirvana fruit. Yang Kai had been observing this fruit for a long time, and at the same time, his knowledge of the various spirit grasses and medicines he had mastered in his mind. After a while, he finally confirmed what these fruits were and could not help muttering to himself. These are divine Nirvana fruits? Gue Zhu raised his brow and asked in surprise, the kind of spirit fruit that can be used to refine the great Nirvana pill? He had obviously heard of the divine Nirvana fruit before and knew what kind of pill it could be used to refine. Chapter 1775. N. There's no mistake, this is definitely the divine Nirvana fruit. Yang Kai grinned, between heaven and earth, all kinds of spirit flowers and grasses, as long as their names contain the word holy or Tao, are precious treasures. When they grow, they attract the world principles around them, making their growth extremely difficult. If the conditions are not met, they will wither and die. But once they mature, they will contain a trace of principal strength, so whether they are swallowed directly or refined into pills, they are of great use to origin kings. Senior, our luck isn't bad. Heh. Boy, you know a lot about spirit medicines. Gue Zhu was in a good mood and glanced at Yang Kai with surprise. I know a little, Yang Kai chuckled. And there are exactly 4 of them. As we agreed just now, you and I will each take half. Guizhu said as he reached out to grab the divine nirvana fruit that was close to him. Wait. Yang Kai hurriedly stopped him. What's wrong? Guizhu looked at him suspiciously. Senior, although collecting the divine nirvana fruit like this isn't a big problem, if you don't properly store it, the loss of its medicinal efficacies will be serious, Yang Kai reminded. How should I store it then? Guizhu asked humbly. He knew that some rare flowers and grasses needed to be preserved in special ways to prevent their medicinal efficacies from dissipating. The divine nirvana fruit was extremely valuable, so the loss of its medicinal efficacies was an unimaginable loss. Listening to Yang Kai's tone, he obviously knew how to preserve it, so Guizhu naturally had to ask. It's simple, just put it in a metal attribute box. Yang Kai smiled and explained, Senior, look, the area where the divine nirvana fruit grows is filled with a rich metal attribute aura. If my guess is correct, there should be a mineral lode below this fruit tree, and the divine nirvana fruit tree is dependent on this mineral lode to grow. According to its growth habits, we just need to find the right medicine. So that's how it is. Guizhu gently nodded. Among the 5 elements, metal suppressed wood, so it was reasonable to use a metal attribute box to store the divine nirvana fruit. It was just that, this fruit tree actually grew on top of an ore vein, which was somewhat inconceivable. Guizhu naturally didn't care about this and simply took out a crimson metal box from his space ring before turning to Yang Kai and asking, Is there any problem with this thing? A box made of dark gold? Senior actually has such a good item. Of course there's no problem. If you place the divine nirvana fruit inside, even after 1,000 years, its medicinal efficacy won't fade. Yang Kai nodded. If that's the case, then this old man won't hold back. Guizhu laughed heartily as he picked up the 2 divine nirvana fruits and carefully placed them into his netherworld gold box. Take good care of it. Yang Kai also picked up the remaining 2 divine nirvana fruits. Although he didn't have a treasure like the netherworld gold box, as an alchemist, he was naturally equipped with a variety of containers for storing herbs. Naturally, he didn't lack metal attribute containers. After splitting the 4 divine nirvana fruits, the 2 of them excitedly set off again while avoiding the spatial cracks around them. At the same time, they searched for ancient spirit medicines scattered throughout this medicine valley. This medicine valley was extremely huge, and no one knew exactly how large it was. In any case, after Yang Kai and Guizhu rushed in, they hadn't seen anyone else, so they had no idea where they had gone. Moreover, it was extremely convenient to search for spirit medicines in this place because the spirit medicines here were all extremely old and constantly exuded medicinal fragrances. As long as one followed the source of these fragrances, they would be able to find something. Half an hour later, the 2 of them once again used this characteristic to find a palm-sized spirit mushroom. This spirit mushroom grew in a crack in the rocks and was extremely difficult to find. If it weren't for the rich medicinal fragrance, the 2 of them would have missed it. Demon melting mushroom. Now, without Yang Kai's reminder, Guizhu recognized the name of this spirit medicine and couldn't help feeling excited. This is actually a demon melting mushroom. Heh, this old master's luck is really good. Congratulations, Senior. This demon melting mushroom seems to be at least 2,000 years old. If it was used to refine a demon suppressing pill, I estimate that even origin kings would fight over it. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said with a smile. Guizhu glanced at Yang Kai and said, Good, this thing is of great use to this old master, so this old master will take it first. If we find anything else later, no matter what it is, you'll get an extra share. Young boy, is that all right with you? Naturally, Yang Kai replied straightforwardly. The main role of the demon melting mushroom was to resolve heart demons. When a cultivator was cultivating or breaking through, heart demons would occasionally appear. These heart demons were the negative shadows that lurked in everyone's heart. Seeing the strong bully the weak and not pulling out a blade to help out of fear could become a heart demon. Being bullied and not being able to take revenge could become a heart demon. The death of one's beloved and the depression in one's heart could also become a heart demon. Heart demons was a general term that encompassed the various flaws and negative emotions in a cultivator's heart. They were extremely harmful. Normally, heart demons wouldn't have much of an impact on a cultivator, but as a cultivator's strength increased, the degree of harm from heart demons would also increase, especially when breaking through. The power of heart demons would be infinitely magnified, and once they couldn't be suppressed, the breakthrough would fail. In the best-case scenario, one's cultivation would fall, and in the worst-case scenario, one would become the demon race and be consigned to eternal damnation. Therefore, when a high-level cultivator attempted to break through, they would be fully prepared. One of these preparations was to prevent and resolve heart demons. The simplest method was to take some spirit pills. Demon-suppressing pills refined from demon-melting mushrooms were the best pills for suppressing heart demons. Even if they weren't refined into pills, simply taking a piece of demon-melting mushroom in one's mouth would have a miraculous effect when breaking through. Guizhou was now a second-order origin king, so if he wanted to break through to the third-order origin king realm, it would be extremely difficult. Moreover, based on Guizhou's life experience, he had yet to exact his revenge and was cultivating a demonic art, so the power of his heart demons was definitely not small. In this world, only the demon-melting mushroom could suppress the heart demons in his heart. That was why he made such a proposal. Of course, Yang Kai wouldn't refuse. Guizhou treated the demon-melting mushroom as a treasure, but Yang Kai didn't care much. In High Heaven Sect's Ascending Dragon Temple, there was a supreme treasure like the 10,000-year incense. The function of this 10,000-year incense was to resolve heart demons, and its effect was even stronger than that of the demon-suppressing pill. In other words, the demon-melting mushroom was useless to Yang Kai. This old master will remember this favor, Guizhou said solemnly. Guizhou said solemnly before harvesting the demon-melting mushroom. While doing so, he consulted Yang Kai and asked if the demon-melting mushroom needed to be preserved using any special methods. After learning that it wasn't necessary, he began harvesting it. While Guizhou was harvesting the demon-melting mushroom, Yang Kai, who had been standing nearby, suddenly changed his expression and whispered, "Senior, do you hear something?" Guizhou was startled and listened carefully. A moment later, both he and Yang Kai's faces changed drastically as they both shouted, "Not good, the seven-colored radiant light." Who, the sound of breathing came from somewhere in the distance, and along with this strange movement, the Medicine Valley shook slightly. Looking around, in the direction of the sound source, a seven-colored light spread out like a tide and covered the entire Medicine Valley, just as it had just retreated. "Where are the void cracks?" Guizhou immediately looked at Yang Kai and asked nervously. There were originally countless void cracks nearby, but now none were visible. In desperation, Guizhou could only pin his hopes on Yang Kai. The seven-colored radiant light was the aura of the seven-colored radiant peacock divine bird. It was capable of eroding one's soul, corroding one's physique, and ignoring all defenses. Even Guizhou was not confident he could resist the seven-colored radiant light. The only way to avoid it was to rely on the void cracks here. Over here. Yang Kai didn't show any signs of panic, seemingly having a card up his sleeve as he beckoned to Guizhou and quickly shot towards a certain spot in the sky. Guizhou's figure flickered as he transformed into a streak of black light and followed closely behind. A moment later, the two stood motionless somewhere in the void. Are there really void cracks here? Guizhou looked around and saw the seven-colored radiant light from the depths of the Medicine Valley getting closer and closer, about to completely cover this place, causing him to panic. Naturally there are. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Senior doesn't need to be nervous, Junior won't play around with his life. This void crack is quite big, about this long. Yang Kai gestured as he spoke. Seeing him speak so confidently, Guizhou felt a little relieved. At that moment, the seven-colored radiant light swept over. Although he had received Yang Kai's assurance, watching the terrifying seven-colored radiant light approach him still caused Guizhou to break out in a cold sweat. Since breaking through to the Origin King realm, he had not felt such fear for a long time. Without making a sound, the 7-colored radiant light swept past the place where the two were standing and quickly filled the entire Medicine Valley. Where Yang Kai and Gue Zhu were standing, there was a narrow strip of land about 5 meters in length that was not filled by the 7-colored radiant light. The terrifying 7-colored radiant light seemed to rush into a bottomless abyss in front of this strip of land and disappear, leaving behind a safe space behind. Gue Zhu breathed a long sigh of relief and finally relaxed. Yang Kai was right, there was indeed a void crack here. Even though he was so close before, he had not been able to detect it, but now, the 7-colored radiant light had outlined its existence. Whether it was its shape or size, it was exactly the same as Yang Kai's. Looking at Yang Kai beside him, Gue Zhu's gaze became slightly complicated. He had studied the Tao of space before and knew how difficult it was to cultivate. He had stayed on the floating continent for 2,000 years and had not even been able to reach the threshold, but Yang Kai was able to achieve such amazing accomplishments in this territory. Comparing the two, Gue Zhu felt that his own aptitude was simply unsightly. Moreover, when he met Yang Kai, he was only a first-order saint, but now he was already a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. This cultivation speed was so fast that it was likely few in the entire star territory could match him. This little brat will definitely become the most dazzling new star in future star territory, Gue Zhu thought to himself. Chapter 1776. That's right, young boy. While waiting for the 7-colored radiant light to return, Gue Zhu suddenly asked, "This old master noticed that you seem to have studied pills quite a bit. Could it be you also know alchemy?" Although the two of them had only harvested the divine nirvana fruit and demon melting mushroom so far, Yang Kai was always able to describe the spirit pills these two herbs could be used to refine, and he also knew how to preserve them in detail. This made it easy for Gue Zhu to connect the dots. Yes. Yang Kai nodded, not trying to deny it. Oh. Gue Zhu looked at Yang Kai in surprise. In just 30 to 40 years, you being able to grow from the saint realm to the third-order origin returning realm is already enough to surprise this old master, but you still have time to study alchemy? Aren't you afraid you won't be able to master it? Yang Kai chuckled and replied, "My original intention in studying alchemy is to assist my cultivation. I have never given up on my pursuit of the martial Tao." Good, Gue Zhu nodded in approval. Ghost looked at him approvingly. The Tao of alchemy, artifact refining and array formation, although its power is unfathomable, compared to the Tao of martial arts, there is always a little bit of difference. As a cultivator of my generation, the pursuit of the martial Tao is naturally the most important task, and the rest can only be used as support. Gue Zhu spoke earnestly, so Yang Kai naturally nodded. But that being said, if you can achieve something in these 3 territories, it will still be a great achievement. Gue Zhu was very satisfied with Yang Kai's attitude and smiled slightly before asking curiously, "Tell this old master, what kind of pills can you refine now?" Hearing this question, Yang Kai thought about it seriously. Finally, he said solemnly, "Since Senior has asked, this Junior will not conceal it. And this Junior is now an Origin King grade alchemist and can refine Origin King grade spirit pills." As soon as these words fell, Gue Zhu's body shook and he stared blankly at Yang Kai, unable to speak for a long time. "Senior?" Yang Kai laughed dryly. Gue Zhu's reaction was within his expectations. After all, how many Origin King grade alchemists were there in the entire star territory? Which one of those alchemists wasn't famous throughout the world? Which one of them didn't have white hair? At Yang Kai's age, it was simply impossible for him to become an Origin grade alchemist. Gue Zhu was silent for a while before taking a deep breath and asking in a trembling voice, "Are you joking?" He thought that Yang Kai was just teasing him. She had been staring at Yang Kai just now. He also wanted to observe the changes in his expression. However, he didn't see any trace of a joke on Yang Kai's face. He immediately realized that Yang Kai's words might be true. No. Yang Kai shook his head. You're really an Origin King great alchemist? Gue Zhu exclaimed in surprise. He immediately turned his head and looked around, as if he was afraid that his voice would be heard by others. How could this junior joke about this kind of thing? And, although I have only refined a few Origin King grade spirit pills, I have still refined some. According to the classification of alchemists in the Star Territory, this junior should be an Origin King grade alchemist. Gue Zhu sucked in a breath of cold air as he stared at Yang Kai like he was some kind of monster. Just how old was Yang Kai? Not only was his cultivation so high, but he had also reached the Origin King grade in the alchemic way. How did he do it? Even if he didn't rest or sleep all these years, it would still be impossible. Unless he could split into several dozen clones to cultivate together, it would be impossible for him to achieve such a feat. Gue Zhu couldn't figure it out. There are only a few people who know that I am an Origin King grade alchemist. Besides the women around me, only Senior knows, so I hope Senior can keep it a secret from me, Yang Kai said with a grin. He had concealed his identity as an alchemist before because his strength was insufficient and he was afraid of being targeted by others. But now, with the improvement of his strength, the exposure of his identity as an alchemist would not only not bring him any trouble, it might even bring him huge benefits. As such, Yang Kai did not intend to hide it any longer. Hearing this, Gue Zhu breathed a sigh of relief and said in a dignified voice, "This old master knows his strength, so naturally, he won't go around announcing it. What's more, this old master doesn't know anyone, so how could he do such a senseless thing? But, boy, why are you telling this old master the truth? Aren't you afraid this old master will be disloyal to you? You should know how attractive an Origin King grade alchemist is to people like me. If I can capture such an alchemist to refine pills for me, improving my strength will naturally be a cinch." Senior isn't such a person. Yang Kai touched his nose. If I didn't trust Senior, I wouldn't have told you the truth. Besides, between offending an Origin King grade alchemist and befriending an Origin King grade alchemist, which is better and which is worse, Senior must be very clear in his heart. Even if you capture me, I must be willing to refine pills for you. What if there is some kind of poison hidden in the pills I refine? Saying so, Yang Kai winked at Gue Zhu. He had chosen to tell the truth to Gue Zhu after careful consideration, not on a whim. Gue Zhu stared at Yang Kai deeply for a while before suddenly bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. This old master is deeply honored. I never expected that the little brat this old master would not only have such great cultivation but also become an Origin King grade alchemist. If such a thing were to spread, this old master's face would be filled with glory. Senior's praise is too much, Yang Kai said modestly. So, the great Nirvana pill and demon suppressing pill you mentioned before can both be refined? Gue Zhu asked nervously, his mood surging. The great Nirvana pill could help him improve his cultivation while the demon suppressing pill could suppress his heart demons. Both were of great use to him. His original plan was to go out and find the few remaining Origin King grade alchemists in the Star Territory and ask them to help him refine these pills. However, this would undoubtedly come at a huge price, and he might have to wait many years before he had a chance. After all, which alchemy grandmaster did not have a full schedule? It wasn't as if he could ask them to refine pills just by taking these materials and paying them. This would depend on the other party's schedule. Gue Zhu, who had no way out, was a stranger to this kind of thing, but he had some common sense. With his identity and cultivation, he might have to agree to some harsh conditions, such as helping an alchemy grandmaster kill someone or taking some risks, before he could ask them to take action. In short, the price of asking these grandmasters to take action was something even an Origin King realm master might not necessarily be able to afford. But now, there was an Origin King grade alchemist in front of him who had a deep friendship with him. Gue Zhu almost cried out in joy. He secretly rejoiced in his heart, rejoicing that he had not killed Yang Kai back then, rejoicing that Yang Kai had saved his life and forming a friendship with him, and even more rejoicing that he had taken care of Yang Kai in the severed world. Guizhu felt that befriending Yang Kai was the wisest decision he had ever made in his life. The Great Nirvana Pill and the Demon Suppressing Pill are both Origin King grade spirit pills, so it won't be easy to refine them, but as long as the other materials are gathered, it should be possible to try. Yang Kai thought about it carefully before nodding and replying. What's the success rate? Guizhu asked hurriedly. At least 60%. 60%. Guizhu sucked in a cold breath as he realized that he had underestimated Yang Kai. Refining an Origin King grade spirit pill was extremely difficult, and the failure rate was surprisingly high. Even the few remaining grandmasters did not dare boast a 60% success rate. Yang Kai was not the kind of person who spoke without thinking. This was something Guizhu could see. This little brat had a steady temperament and would not easily say things he was not certain of. If he said 60%, then it was definitely 60%. But Yang Kai suddenly laughed. But what? Guizhu's heart clenched. If Senior wants to refine the Great Nirvana Pill and the Demon Suppressing Pill, this Junior can recommend another person. Her attainments in alchemy are much more exquisite than this Junior's, so if she is the one to refine them, the success rate will be higher. See. Guizhu gasped as he stared at Yang Kai incredulously. You know another Origin King grade alchemist? Right, you should have had someone to teach you alchemy. Could it be your honored master? As Guizhu spoke, his eyes flashed brilliantly. Yang Kai's honored master was definitely an Origin King grade alchemist, and one who was definitely more powerful than Yang Kai. This kind of person definitely needed to be made friends with. As long as he could establish a relationship with such a person, he would definitely be able to ask him to refine pills for him in the future. How could he be afraid of not receiving benefits? Guizhu had secretly made up his mind that after this trip to the Severed World, he would definitely visit Yang Kai's honored master. How many Origin King grade masters wanted to meet such an alchemy grandmaster but had no way to do so? Guizhu had not expected to have the opportunity to meet two of them. Guizhu's heart almost bloomed with joy. No, Yang Kai shook his head. The person I'm talking about is my senior sister. He was naturally referring to Xia Ningchang. Although when Xia Ningchang was brought out from Tongxian realm, her attainments in alchemy were not as good as Yang Kai's, many years had passed since then. In High Heaven sect, there were countless herbs to practice with, and the true alchemy enlightenment scripture had been passed to Xia Ningchang. With his little senior sister's special constitution and comprehension ability in alchemy, Yang Kai was confident that her alchemy skills had definitely surpassed his own. Your senior sister is also an Origin King grade alchemist? Guizhu was shocked. Good heavens. This family of three actually has 3 alchemy grandmasters. Just how heaven-defying is that? Guizhu could hardly imagine what kind of sect this was, to have 3 Origin King grade alchemists at its helm. With such masters, wouldn't the disciples of this sect have no shortage of pills? If this news were to spread, Guizhu was certain that the entire territory of Tongxian realm would be in turmoil. Behemoths like Hangluo Chamber of Commerce, Purple Star, and Sword Union would definitely send people to win over Yang Kai's sect. After all, even these 3 great forces did not all have Origin King grade alchemy grandmasters. Among these 3, only Hangluo Chamber of Commerce and Purple Star each had one, while Sword Union had none. Chapter 1777. Little senior sister is indeed an Origin King grade alchemist. Yang Kai nodded and admitted. Yang Kai. Guizhu suddenly took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice, which cultivation star is your sect located on? Is your sect still recruiting? Do you need an elder with a high cultivation? An honored guest is also fine. If that's not enough, you can just accept some empty title. Guizhu was completely unable to remain calm. Although he had always been alone and carefree, only he knew the bitterness of his life. For example, when he wanted to refine a certain pill, there was no one he could ask for help. Another example was when he wanted to enter retreat to cultivate a certain secret technique. No one could guard it for him. Even the materials he needed for his cultivation had to be personally sought out. All these trivial matters wasted a lot of his time. But the origin kings of great forces were different. They had high status, and if there was anything they needed to do, all they needed to do was issue an order and countless disciples would rush to complete it for them. All these origin kings needed to do was cultivate in peace. So sometimes, Guizhou was quite envious of the origin kings of great forces. However, if he was really asked to join a great force, he would definitely not be willing. After all, he was not willing to be restrained by others, nor did he want to tie himself to any great force. But if it was Yang Kai's sect, it was completely different. This sect had 3 origin king grade alchemy grandmasters. This alone was a fatal attraction to Guizhou. Moreover, he found Yang Kai pleasing to the eye. His relationship with Yang Kai was quite good, so he did not feel any sense of rejection towards the sect Yang Kai belonged to. Seeing Guizhou's eagerness, Yang Kai couldn't help smiling. He did not expect that Guizhou would suddenly have thoughts of joining High Heaven sect, but after thinking about it, it made sense. With his and Xia Ningchang's identities as Origin King grade alchemy grandmasters, it was not too difficult for them to win over an Origin King to join High Heaven sect. However, Yang Kai was not too keen on this kind of thing. Origin King realm masters. High Heaven sect did not have one now. But that didn't mean it wouldn't happen in the future. Yi Shiyun was already a quasi-Origin King, and she was bound to break through to the Origin King realm in the future. All she lacked was an opportunity. However, if Guizhou wanted to join, it wasn't impossible. After getting along with each other for a period of time, Yang Kai also saw that Guizhou wasn't as sinister and vicious as he appeared on the surface. His aura was ghostly. It was only because of the cultivation method that he cultivated. His thoughts drifted. Yang Kai grinned. Junior's sect is called High Heaven sect on Shadowed Star. It's High Heaven sect master. Yang Kai briefly explained the situation of High Heaven sect to Guizhou. When he heard that High Heaven sect was actually founded by Yang Kai himself, Guizhou could not help feeling great admiration. After learning that there was not a single Origin King in High Heaven sect, and that there was only one First Order Origin King who had just broken through on Shadowed Star, Guizhou was even more overjoyed. He had thought that a force with several Origin King grade alchemy grandmasters would not be weak, perhaps even having many Origin King realm masters. If that was the case, him joining would only be icing on the cake, but now it seemed that if he really joined, he would directly become the strongest master in High Heaven sect and even on Shadowed Star. His identity and status were completely different from what he had expected before. This was a supreme existence. As such, Guizhou became even more enthusiastic and couldn't wait to ask, Yang Kai, this old master has been alone all his life. After leaving the floating continent, this old master didn't have a place to settle down. How about this old master go to your High Heaven sect? This old master doesn't have any requests, just the title of honored guest elder will allow this old master to enjoy the care of an Origin King grade alchemist and occasionally refine a few spirit pills for this old master, heh. His words were very direct and honest. Yang Kai laughed. If a character like Senior wants to join High Heaven sect, how could this junior refuse? So it's settled then? Guizhou's eyes lit up. Although he knew that Yang Kai would probably not refuse him, when he heard Yang Kai agree, Guizhou was still very happy. This way, he would be able to get close to an Origin King grade alchemist. In the future, as long as he could find the necessary herbs, he wouldn't need to worry about not having someone to help him refine pills. Wouldn't it be simple to improve his strength? Guizhou could already imagine the future. He would definitely be able to break through to the peak of the Third Order Origin King realm in his lifetime and stand at the top of Shadowed Star's territory. It's settled then. Yang Kai nodded happily, but I'm afraid this honored guest elder position doesn't quite match Senior's identity. How about Supreme Elder? Guizhou's body shook as he stared deeply at Yang Kai, unable to calm his heart for a long time. Although he had never joined any great force, he knew the difference between an honored guest elder and a supreme elder. Although honored guest elders were also worshipped by the sect, it was only in name and had no real power. Supreme elders were different. Supreme elders were existences with real power, and strictly speaking, their authority was extremely great, only second to that of the sect master. In some great forces, supreme elders were supreme existences who could easily mobilize the sect's materials and disciples. Their words were absolute orders and disciples had to follow them even if they had to go through water and tread on fire. However, being an honored guest elder also had its benefits. When the sect encountered an unresolvable danger, honored guest elders could choose to help or not depending on their own situation, giving them a high degree of freedom. On the other hand, supreme elders had to advance or retreat with the sect, living or dying together. Generally, only the person with the highest seniority in the sect had the qualifications to assume the position of Grand Elder. Guo Zhu hadn't expected that Yang Kai would directly give him the title of Supreme Elder. Although the risks he would have to take were greater, the benefits and treatment he would receive were far better. Young boy, since you treat this old master with courtesy, this old master will naturally treat you with sincerity. And, whatever this old master says now is nothing but empty words, please wait and see. This old master will make sure your sect's disciples willingly accept his position as Supreme Elder. Guo Zhu quickly declared. He was an old man, but Yang Kai's words had caused his blood to boil, causing him to speak such bold words. Senior is too serious. Since this junior has appointed you as Supreme Elder, naturally he won't doubt you, Yang Kai chuckled. You're still calling me senior? Guo Zhu asked with a grin. Junior greets Supreme Elder. Yang Kai quickly cupped his fists and bowed respectfully. Sect master is too polite. Guo Zhu also returned the courtesy. From now on, this old master will be a member of High Heaven sect. I hope sect master will take good care of me. If you have any instructions, please don't hesitate. Saying so, the two looked at each other and burst into laughter, as if the two of them had just done something shameful together, and, after this trip to the severed world is over, this old master will accompany you back to the sect, Guo Zhu said with a yearning look. Guo Zhu said with a look of yearning. He was very curious about what kind of sect could cultivate a character like Yang Kai. Moreover, since he had chosen to join High Heaven sect, he naturally wanted to take a look at the sect and see what it was like. That's simple, I'll accompany you when the time comes. This news should indeed be passed back to the sect, Yang Kai nodded. Saying so, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed and he said, Supreme Elder, I suddenly thought of something. What is it? We should act separately. This way, the scope of our search will be greatly increased and the number of good things we can find will also increase. What do you think? Yang Kai had not proposed this before, mainly because although he had a good relationship with Guo Zhu, they were not family, so it would not be appropriate for him to make such a suggestion, lest Guo Zhu misunderstand. But things were different now. Guo Zhu was now a member of High Heaven sect, so there was no problem with Yang Kai's suggestion. Guo Zhu thought about it for a while before saying, if we split up, the scope of our search will indeed be greatly increased and our harvest will also increase, but there are too many void cracks here. Although this old master can find them most of the time, some are too well hidden for this old master to see. Without you by my side, this old master has no confidence. Just like the situation just now, when the seven-colored radiant light struck, if Yang Kai had not found a place to hide, Guo Zhu would have been swallowed by it, the consequences would have been disastrous. Since I proposed this, there must be a way for Supreme Elder to find these void cracks, Yang Kai smiled triumphantly, full of confidence. Oh. What method do you have that will allow this old master to find these void cracks? Guo Zhu asked in surprise. Yang Kai grinned, I can leave a space mark on you so you can perceive these hidden void cracks. Can you do that? I should be able to, let's try. Yang Kai did not have much certainty. If it were before, he would not have been able to do such a thing, but after swallowing and fusing with the space spiral, his comprehension of the Tao of space had reached a new height, so this proposal was possible. If you can really do it, then it is undoubtedly a good idea, Guizhu nodded. After getting Guizhu's approval, Yang Kai took a deep breath and pushed his space force. Immediately after, he stretched out his finger and space force began to condense into a spiral shape at the tip of his finger. The next moment, Yang Kai gently tapped Guizhu's chest. The spiral of power suddenly erupted and turned into a mark that remained on Guizhu's body. "Oh, is this space force?" Guizhu whispered in surprise. Even though he was a second-order origin king, he could not help being shocked by the strangeness of space force at this moment. Through the mark on his chest, Guizhu could clearly feel the fluctuations of space force. These fluctuations were constantly spreading out and immediately giving him feedback on the situation around him. There were a few places where the feedback was different from the others. Guizhu looked towards these places and was surprised to find that there were void cracks in them. One of these places was the hidden void crack around him and Yang Kai. Before this, Guizhu had been unable to discover this void crack and could only infer its shape from the 7-colored radiant light, but now, he could clearly perceive it. It was as if some kind of special perception had been unlocked. Chapter 1778. Is it useful? Yang Kai asked. Although he felt that his idea should be correct, using the fluctuations of space force to sense the existence of space cracks, in the end, this was a secret technique he had used on others, so he wasn't completely sure it would work. It's useful, very useful. Guizhu nodded heavily. This old master can now sense the existence of all the space cracks. There are 3 hidden space cracks nearby, right? Yang Kai nodded and smiled. It seems that my idea was correct. Good, now that this old master's problem has been solved, but, are you sure you'll be fine by yourself? Guizhu asked worriedly. Most of the people who entered here were origin kings, and although Shuiyu and Zidong were origin returning realm masters, they were definitely following Ni Guang and Zilong. If Yang Kai was alone, acting here would definitely be risky, and if he encountered some kind of master, he would definitely be attacked. This made Guizhu a little uneasy. No problem. Yang Kai grinned. Supreme Elder, don't forget what kind of power I am proficient in. There are so many space cracks here, it's simply a place tailor-made for me. If I really encounter some idiot, even if I can't beat them, I can still run away. Hearing what he said, Guizhu also nodded. Good, since that's the case, we'll act separately, but we still can't act carelessly. I'll leave something on you, and as long as you and I are within 1,000 kilometers of each other, use it and I'll be able to sense your location. I'll rush to your side as soon as possible. Saying so, Guizhu waved his hand and summoned his 10,000 soul banner before reaching into it and grabbing. The next moment, a Yin soul roared fiercely. It was pulled out by Guizhu. This Yin soul looked extremely terrifying and had clear facial features. It also exuded an extremely powerful aura, one that was no weaker than a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. This is a co-soul from this old master's 10,000 soul banner. It's connected to this old master's soul, so I'll leave it to you for now. Guizhu stretched out his hand and placed this co-soul on Yang Kai's shoulder. The next moment, Yang Kai felt a chill coming from his shoulder, but it did not affect him much. He silently sensed for a moment and confirmed that the co-soul was indeed in his body. Yang Kai nodded gently, indicating that everything was in order. Next, they naturally had to wait for the 7-colored radiant light to recede so that they could move freely. When the light of the treasure covered the valley, no one could move. They could only rely on the existence of the spatial cracks to hide. Yang Kai secretly calculated the time. Finally. At a certain moment, a shocking inhalation came from the depths of the mountain valley. Accompanied by the slight tremor of the Medicine Valley, the 7-colored radiant light covering the Medicine Valley receded like a tide. Sect Master, be careful, Guizhu cautioned. Yang Kai nodded and immediately flew off in different directions with Guizhu. After separating from Guizhu, Yang Kai's speed became much faster, even though he had been following Guizhu before. Although Guizhu were safe, Yang Kai needed to constantly remind Guizhu to change directions, so there was a slight delay. However, if he was alone, he did not need to worry about this at all. In the Medicine Valley, medicinal fragrances filled the air, so it was actually very simple to find precious treasures. Following the source of these medicinal fragrances would always lead to gains. The only thing Yang Kai needed to worry about was the existence of the void cracks and the 7-colored radiant light. However, Yang Kai estimated that the 7-colored radiant light that had just retreated would not return for a while, so Yang Kai felt relieved and began to act boldly. After a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai squatted down happily under the roots of a towering tree and placed a ginseng-like spirit medicine in front of him into his bag. This spirit medicine did not look much different from ordinary ginseng. The only difference was that it was covered in fluorescent light, making it look like a miniature star. Red Star Ginseng, this is really a good place. Yang Kai sighed. Now, all the spirit herbs he obtained were Origin King grade treasures, and all of them had long since gone extinct. If they were used to refine Origin King grade spirit pills, they would definitely be enough to make Origin King realm masters go green with envy. Yang Kai was about to break through to the next realm, so he would need some pills to cultivate in the future. This trip to the Severed World had provided him with such a rare opportunity to collect herbs, so of course, Yang Kai would spare no effort. After another half stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai was already 300 kilometers away. He frowned as he looked at the spirit grass in front of him and the scattered soil around it, secretly cursing himself for being too late. The spirit medicines that grew in this place had already been harvested by someone else. The only spirit grass left behind had just grown and was not mature enough, so even if it was harvested, it would be useless. It seemed that the cultivator who had come here before had not killed the goose that laid the golden eggs. This person had simply taken away the mature spirit grass and left behind this seedling, leaving behind an opportunity for future generations. Yang Kai did not know who this person was though, so he slowly shook his head and did not think too much about it, continuing to follow the medicinal fragrance. Time passed by, and after another stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai finally had some gains. Although the spirit medicines he collected were not as good as the divine nirvana fruit or the demon melting mushroom, they were still priceless treasures. It should be almost time, right? Yang Kai muttered to himself. According to his previous estimate, the interval between each breath of the 7-colored radiant peacock was about half an hour. If this calculation was correct, then the 7-colored radiant light would soon cover the mountain valley again. However, Yang Kai did not know if his guess was correct as it still needed to be verified. For the sake of caution, Yang Kai did not dare to act recklessly, instead paying attention to the location of the void cracks while continuing to search. At this moment, Yang Kai turned his head and looked in a certain direction. At this moment, he noticed that there was a life aura about 30 kilometers away rapidly approaching him. Carefully perceiving this aura, Yang Kai found it to be quite familiar, immediately calling out in surprise, why is it her? Thinking so, Yang Kai had no intention of evading and instead moved in the direction of the approaching person. A moment later, he finally saw a figure not far in front of him. Yang Kai called out, "Senior Luo." Luo Lan had also discovered Yang Kai's tracks long ago, so she had come straight here. After all, in order to investigate the surrounding void cracks, she was constantly releasing her divine sense. Luo Lan pursed her lips and smiled, increasing her speed greatly. "Wait!" Yang Kai suddenly shouted. Luo Lan immediately stopped and asked in surprise, "What's wrong? Is there a void crack in front of me?" Yang Kai nodded, "Yes, if you take another 5 steps forward, you'll touch it." Luo Lan's pretty face paled as she couldn't help feeling some lingering fear, turning her eyes towards a certain spot in the void. "It's here, right? You just need to circle around from both sides," Yang Kai instructed. Luo Lan moved cautiously, circling around in a large circle before arriving beside Yang Kai and saying, "Many thanks. If it weren't for your reminder just now, I'm afraid I would have been beheaded." "It's a trivial matter, Senior doesn't need to mention it," Yang Kai smiled lightly. "By the way, why are you here alone?" Luo Lan looked at Yang Kai and asked curiously. She had clearly seen Yang Kai enter the Medicine Valley with Gue Zhu before, but now, Gue Zhu was nowhere to be seen. "That's what I wanted to ask," Yang Kai chuckled. "I acted separately from Senior Gue Zhu so that everyone could reap some benefits, but Senior Luo, why aren't you with Senior and I?" "It's the same," Luo Lan smiled. Luo Lan said with a smile, "If I follow him, I won't be able to obtain anything good. Rather than that, I might as well take a risk. Although there are some gains, it seems that the reason I haven't had any accidents so far is due to my good luck." If it weren't for Yang Kai's reminder just now, she would have definitely run into that void crack, and the consequences would have been disastrous. Thinking about how she might have passed by countless void cracks without noticing them, Luo Lan broke out in a cold sweat. While the two were talking, another breath came from the depths of the Medicine Valley. Having experienced the same thing before, how could Yang Kai and Luo Lan not know what to do next? Sure enough, the timing is correct, Yang Kai thought to himself. It seems that his previous inference was correct. Every time the divine bird breathed, the interval between each breath was about half an hour. While he was thinking, Luo Lan looked around, trying to find a place to hide, but as far as her eyes could see, there were no cracks visible to the naked eye, so in desperation, she could only turn her eyes to Yang Kai. She didn't panic though. After all, there was still a hidden void crack here that she could use to avoid the 7-colored radiant light. It was just that she couldn't find it. "Senior, this way." Yang Kai didn't hesitate and quickly beckoned to Luo Lan before standing behind the void crack. However, in the next moment, Yang Kai's expression became strange. What's wrong?" Luo Lan, who was standing in front of Yang Kai, saw his expression change and quickly asked. "This void." Yang Kai wore an embarrassed expression. "It seems to be a little small." "Small?" Luo Lan was stunned for a moment before quickly realizing what Yang Kai wanted to say. If the void crack was small, there wouldn't be much space for the two of them to hide. If a man and a woman squeeze together, there may be some inevitable physical contact. Thinking so, Luo Lan's expression also became slightly awkward. Although she was many times older than Yang Kai, she was still a woman, and her appearance was that of a woman in her 30s. "It doesn't matter. It's just for a while." Saying so, she moved closer to Yang Kai, and for a moment, the distance between them was less than a meter. Looking around, she pointed to Yang Kai and asked, "Can I stand here?" Yang Kai shook his head. Luo Lan gave a hollow laugh, realizing that this void crack might really be very small. At that moment, the 7-colored radiant light quickly struck again, covering the entire Medicine Valley. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived behind Yang Kai, passed through the void crack, and pushed forward like an angry horse. Chapter 1779. "Senior, your position is still very dangerous, please forgive me," Yang Kai suddenly said in a deep voice before reaching out, grabbing Luo Lan's waist and dragging her into his arms. Caught off guard, Luo Lan had no time to resist and fell into Yang Kai's arms. "Ah!" she exclaimed as her brow furrowed subconsciously and she pushed her Saint Chi fiercely. "Senior, check your back," Yang Kai said quickly before Luo Lan could take action in anger. Luo Lan was startled and quickly released her divine sense to investigate the situation behind her. After a quick glance, her beautiful face couldn't help paling. Less than an inch behind her, the 7-colored radiant light was flowing past, leaving only a small space. If Yang Kai hadn't pulled her back just now, half of her body would have been enveloped by the 7-colored radiant light at this moment. With the terrifying power of this light, her fate was easy to imagine. Even at this moment, her position was in imminent danger as the seven-colored radiant light that had spread across the void seemed like it would touch her body at any moment. Shuddering, Luolan finally understood what was going on. She also knew that Yang Kai wasn't deliberately taking advantage of her and had simply been forced to do so. Quickly dispersing her Saint Chi, she said awkwardly, "I'm sorry, I overreacted." "It's fine," Yang Kai shook his head and frowned secretly. He was also having a headache right now. Although the hiding space created by the void crack here was just enough to accommodate him and Luolan, the current situation made both of them feel very uncomfortable. The two of them were almost face to face at this moment, their bodies pressed against each other. Yang Kai could clearly feel Luolan's soft breasts pressing against his chest, the amazing elasticity and the two small protrusions on her chest causing him to feel somewhat restless. Especially when Luolan spoke. It was almost as if she was breathing in his direction. If someone who didn't know the truth saw this scene, they would likely think that Yang Kai and Luolan were engaged in some kind of shady business, but in fact, both of them were suffering. Yang Kai was a little better. After all, he was a man. Although he felt a little uncomfortable, after calming his mind and clearing his mind of desires, he didn't feel too uncomfortable. He then thought about Su Yan and Xia Ning Chang in his mind and dispelled all these distracting thoughts. After a while, his expression returned to normal. On the other hand, Luolan's face gradually became redder and redder, her fair and slender neck glowing with a dark red light, causing one's imagination to run wild. As Yang Kai hugged her, her delicate body stiffened, but because of her nervousness, she began to tremble. She had never thought about it. This time's encounter had allowed her to have such intimate contact with a junior like Kai Yang. This was something that had never happened before. That sturdy chest, broad arms, and the masculine scent that was so close to her were like a flood and a fierce beast attacking her mind, making it impossible for her to remain calm. Her cheeks burned as if they were on fire. She was certain that her face was extremely red. Blushing like this in front of a junior. Luolan was so embarrassed that he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. She would never come out. When she thought about how the seven-colored radiant light would take at least half an hour to recede, Luolan felt like she was sitting on pins and needles and felt uncomfortable all over. She couldn't help twisting her body. "Senior, you, don't move around." Yang Kai smiled bitterly. He had just dispelled the distracting thoughts in his heart and was able to maintain his composure, but Luolan's actions made all his previous efforts go down the drain, especially when he felt the two small protrusions pressing against his chest harden. Hearing Yang Kai say this, Luolan became even more embarrassed. Luolan was so embarrassed that she lowered her head and buried it in her chest. "I'll turn around." After a moment of silence, Luolan suddenly suggested softly. The two of them facing each other like this was simply too awkward. If she turned around, the situation would be somewhat alleviated. Yang Kai nodded and loosened his grip on Luolan's waist. Luolan carefully turned around, lest she touch the seven-colored radiant light that was so close to her. After a while, she turned around and faced Yang Kai with her back. Yang Kai immediately found a new problem. When they were facing each other, he could only feel the majesty of Luolan's chest, but now he couldn't feel the other party's soft touch and amazing elasticity, but her round buttocks just happened to be pressed against his lower body. Her round buttocks were firm, and the touch was absolutely first class. Luolan obviously noticed this too, but after turning around, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning and completely froze in place, not daring to move at will. Time passed by, and the two of them felt like years. "Senior." Yang Kai suddenly spoke. "Huh?" Luolan was startled and her whole body trembled. In this awkward atmosphere, Yang Kai suddenly speaking really shocked her, especially when Yang Kai's breath brushed against her earlobe as if someone was gently stroking it, making her feel extremely ticklish. "I'll think about it carefully, but I'll leave," Yang Kai said. "Leave?" Luolan was stunned. "Where can you go now?" After stabilizing her mind, she understood that Yang Kai's proposal was obviously to protect her purity and reputation, and she couldn't help feeling warm inside. She secretly felt that this little brat was pretty good, not taking advantage of her and instead remaining calm, which was quite commendable. But now that the entire Medicine Valley was covered by the 7-colored radiant light, Yang Kai had nowhere to go. Into the void crack. Yang Kai replied. Into the void crack? Luo Lan was surprised. Although she knew that Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of Space, she didn't know how profound Yang Kai's attainments in the Tao of Space were, so when she heard Yang Kai say this, her first thought was that it would be dangerous. If they couldn't find a way out after entering, they would definitely be trapped inside. Yang Kai nodded. This place can accommodate one person to hide in, but for two, it's a bit too crowded. But, are you sure you can come out from there? I can come out, Yang Kai nodded. Yang Kai nodded. He had already traveled through the void once before, so how could he not have confidence in this kind of thing? However, if the place he came out of wasn't the Medicine Valley, but somewhere else in the severed world, his losses would be huge. The only way was to wait for a while before tearing space and returning to the void. However, Yang Kai didn't want to explain this too much to Luo Lan. After all, the relationship between the two of them wasn't very close. Luo Lan was silent for a while before whispering, in fact, you don't have to take such a risk, we can just stay here for a while and wait for the 7-colored radiant light to dissipate. Since Yang Kai was considering her innocence, she certainly didn't want Yang Kai to take too much risk. Many thanks for Senior's kindness, but I'll be going now. Yang Kai smiled and said before preparing to escape into the void crack, but before he left, he suddenly thought of something and said, by the way, Senior, this junior wants to give you something. What is it? Luo Lan asked curiously. As soon as her voice fell, Yang Kai reached out and gently tapped her shoulder. Good luck, Senior. Yang Kai said before his figure disappeared into the void crack, disappearing in the next moment. The sudden emptiness behind her caused Luo Lan to be slightly absent-minded, but after a moment, she moved back a little to make herself safer. It wasn't until now that she had the time to check what Kai Yang had given her. Using her divine sense to investigate her shoulder, Luo Lan exclaimed, this is, she didn't know why, but when she used her divine sense to investigate the place where Yang Kai had just touched, she could clearly feel the surrounding space force fluctuations and perceive the existence of the hidden void cracks around her. She finally understood what kind of gift Yang Kai had given her. With this gift, she could travel unimpeded through the severed world and no longer have to worry about encountering the hidden void cracks. Luo Lan was ecstatic. Thank you. Although she knew that Yang Kai wouldn't be able to hear her thanks, Luo Lan still thanked him for the sake of peace of mind. This encounter allowed her to thoroughly understand what kind of person Yang Kai was and how much potential he had. No wonder young Master Gu Jian Xian admired Yang Kai so much. It turned out that he had such charm and ability. In the past, Luo Lan's attitude towards Yang Kai had been good because of Gu Jian Xian and because she wanted to borrow his space force, but now, even without these factors, Luo Lan would not underestimate Yang Kai just because his cultivation was not yet at the Origin King realm. This little brat's character was not bad and he had great potential, so befriending him was definitely a good choice. She might need his help in the future. Thinking so, Luo Lan secretly made up her mind that after returning to Azure Tree Star, she would take good care of Yang Kai's palace on Twin Shark Island. Inside the void, Yang Kai stood alone. Leaving a space mark on Luo Lan's body so she could perceive the existence of the void cracks was not because Yang Kai was obsessed with her. From the beginning to the end, he had never had any thoughts about Luo Lan. He only felt that as long as Luo Lan was safe and strong, his palace and cross-cultivation star space array on Azure Tree Star would be protected. What's more, leaving behind a space mark was as easy as lifting a finger for him. There was no loss at all. Since that was the case, why not? After entering the void, Yang Kai did not stay in place and instead began searching around. In any case, the 7-colored radiant light would not return for half an hour, so Yang Kai had plenty of time to search for real space spirit crystals in the void. This way, he would not have to waste any time waiting. However, when he went out, he would have to determine his position so he wouldn't accidentally run out of the Medicine Valley. For this reason, Yang Kai deliberately left some traces in the same place to prevent such a thing from happening. If he really couldn't find them, he would return to the place where he and Luo Lan separated. Chapter 1780. Yang Kai searched for space spirit crystals in the void while secretly calculating the passage of time. Feeling that time was almost up, he stopped. Less than half an hour later, Yang Kai also made some gains, but not much, only 5 space spirit crystals that had been nurtured in the void. At this moment, he stopped somewhere in the void, looking forward with a thoughtful expression. While moving through the void, Yang Kai noticed that there were many places in the void where the space force fluctuations were very unstable, giving off strange fluctuations. If he guessed correctly, these unstable places were where the countless void cracks in the severed world were connected to the void. In other words, going out from these unstable places was equivalent to walking out of the void. In order to verify his thoughts, Yang Kai stepped forward directly. The next moment, he left the void and returned to the severed world again. Looking around, there was no 7-colored radiant light around, but behind him, there was a void crack visible to the naked eye that stretched across the sky. He had clearly just walked out of this void crack. Looking at the void crack behind him, Yang Kai nodded secretly. It seemed that his guess was not wrong. In the void crack, all the unstable locations were connected to the void cracks in the severed world. It was just that, he did not know if this place was still the Medicine Valley. Yang Kai looked around carefully, and after a while, when he saw the scenery around him clearly, a look of joy appeared on his face as he muttered to himself, "My luck is quite good." This place was obviously still within the Medicine Valley, because there was still a variety of medicinal fragrances in the air. Moreover, not far from him, there was a short fruit tree. There were 3 pale yellow fruits hanging from it. This was a place that had not been searched by anyone yet. It was not surprising when he thought about it. The Medicine Valley was extremely large and there were not many people who entered here, coupled with the interference of the 7-colored radiant light. This greatly reduced the time it took for everyone to search, so at this moment, there must be a large number of precious treasures in the Medicine Valley. Yang Kai stepped forward and arrived in front of the short fruit tree, squatting down and carefully examining it for a moment before raising his brow and grinning. He recognized what kind of spirit fruit this was. It was actually the rumored longevity fruit. This thing was not useful for cultivation, but it could prolong one's life and was extremely effective. Although a cultivator's lifespan would also increase as his strength increased. If there were no accidents, an Origin King Realm Master could live for 3,000 to 4,000 years or even longer, but there was always a limit to a person's lifespan, and when it came to an end, their body would wither. When the power of qi and blood dissipated, he would definitely enter the cycle of reincarnation. Usually, at this time, these experts would start to look for pills that could increase their lifespan. They hoped that they could live longer and make a breakthrough, which would increase their lifespan. However, ordinary pills had no effect on these masters. Only Origin King grade spirit pills had an effect on them. Within the star territory, how many Origin King grade spirit pills could increase one's lifespan? How many people could refine it? A pill that could increase the lifespan of an Origin King Realm Master was as rare as a phoenix feather or a Qilin horn. And the longevity fruit in front of him could be refined into longevity pills. A single spirit pill could increase one's lifespan by at least 100 years. Although a person could only take 3 pills at most, and the effect would become smaller and smaller. However, if he consumed all 3 of them, it wouldn't be a problem to increase his lifespan by 200 years. 200 years was enough for an Origin King Realm Master to do many things. If they made another breakthrough during these 200 years, their lifespan would be greatly increased again. It could be said that if a longevity pill was refined and sold to the right person, it would definitely fetch a sky-high price. Everyone only had one life, who dared not cherish it? Even those origin kings who were far from reaching the end of their lifespan would want to keep a longevity pill for emergencies. This was a spirit pill that could be passed down from generation to generation like a family heirloom. Yang Kai thought about all kinds of information about the longevity fruit and longevity pill in his heart as he carefully collected the three fruits, ensuring that his harvesting technique would not cause any loss of medicinal efficacies. Only then did he carefully seal them in a wooden box and throw them into his space ring. After obtaining this harvest, Yang Kai was in a good mood and continued to explore the surrounding area. Sure enough, no one came to this area, so in the following time, Yang Kai continued to harvest and earn a lot of spirit stones. Half an hour later, when the seven-colored radiant light struck again, Yang Kai found a nearby void crack and entered it, searching for space spirit crystals in the void. After estimating that it was about time, Yang Kai returned to the Medicine Valley. This process repeated many times. Sure enough, Yang Kai did not waste any time. Not only could he harvest spirit medicines in the Medicine Valley, but he could also collect space spirit crystals from the void crack. Alternating between the two, Yang Kai's harvest was greater than anyone else's. Sure enough, making things convenient for others is also making things convenient for oneself. Yang Kai secretly sighed. At that time, if not for Luo Lan's reputation, he would not have chosen to enter the void crack to hide. If he had not made such a choice, he would not have found such an efficient way to use his time. It was this unintentional move that allowed him to reap huge rewards for his efforts. Time passed by, and Yang Kai did not know how long he had been in the Medicine Valley. He shuttled back and forth between the void crack and the Medicine Valley, collecting more than 200 space spirit crystals and nearly 100 sets of spirit grasses and herbs. Such a harvest could only be described as terrifying. One had to know that whether it was space spirit crystals or herbs, their value was enormous. What's more, Yang Kai was certain that the others had not gained as much as he had. However, since separating from Luo Lan, he had not encountered anyone else, which was quite strange to him. At a certain moment, Yang Kai followed a strange medicinal fragrance to his left. Suddenly, his expression changed and his brow furrowed. His divine sense detected the existence of other people nearby, and there was more than one, actually 3 of them. 2 of them were together, and of these 2, one was a second-order origin king while the other was a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. The third person was alone. Yang Kai and these 3 people formed a triangle at this moment, all of them approaching in the same direction. Obviously, everyone had been attracted by the medicinal fragrance. Because there were not many people who entered the Medicine Valley, Yang Kai was able to determine who these 3 people were immediately. It was the 2 people who were together. It was easy to identify because among the third-order origin returning realm cultivators, besides himself, only Zidong and Shuiyu had such cultivations. However, the other party's aura was not Shuiyu's, so it was naturally Zidong. The one leading Zidong was undoubtedly Zilong, the master of Purple Star. This father and son pair must have been inseparable in the Medicine Valley. As for the lone origin king, Yang Kai could infer his identity from his aura, Su Wei. It was the elder from Abandoned Lair who had used the illusionary void butterfly to trick him before. Since Yang Kai could discover them through his divine sense, it was naturally impossible for them to not discover the existence of Yang Kai. As such, the moment they discovered each other, Zilong and Zidong speed soared, undoubtedly wanting to rush to the source of the medicinal fragrance before Yang Kai and Su Wei did and compete for this unknown treasure. Zilong did this out of confidence in his own strength. A second-order origin king. In the entire Medicine Valley, only Gue Zhu and Ni Guang were his enemies. Everyone else was nothing in Zilong's eyes, especially a junior like Yang Kai. Zilong felt that he could crush Yang Kai with a single finger. On the other side, Su Wei hesitated for a while before also accelerating forward. Facing the temptation of this precious treasure, he was not prepared to retreat, even if the other party was Zilong, let alone an elder of Abandoned Lair. There was no need for him to pay Zilong any respect as they were already enemies, so he was not afraid of offending him again. As soon as the 2 sides increased their speed, Yang Kai also moved. 3 parties, a total of 4 people, all moved towards the center at an extremely fast speed. Courting death. Zilong thought that with his strength, he would be able to deter Yang Kai and Su Wei, forcing them to turn tail and flee, but he hadn't expected that these two would not even try to evade and instead want to compete with him for the spirit herbs. This annoyed Zilong greatly. Zilong felt that he had been underestimated and his face had been damaged. Su Wei was one thing, and although his strength was not as good as Zilong's, he was still an origin king. If Zilong wanted to capture him, he would have to expend quite a bit of effort. In this kind of place, Zilong did not want to waste time with Su Wei. But who did this third-order origin returning realm brat think he was? He actually dared to compete with Zilong for this precious treasure? Did he not know how to write the word death? Father, do you want me to? Zidong's eyes flashed a cold light as he asked in a deep voice. He had long been dissatisfied with Yang Kai. As the young master of Purple Star, the only reason he could enter this place was because Zilong had brought him here. Xueyu was a young talent who could be compared to him, so naturally she was also qualified to set foot here. But who did Yang Kai think he was? Zidong had never seen Yang Kai before, nor had he ever heard of his name. This guy had actually come to this treasure trove just like him and Xueyu. Zidong felt that the grade of this place had been pulled down a lot because of Yang Kai's entry. Entering the same place as an unknown idiot was an insult to him, Zidong. Only by killing this brat could Zidong wash away this humiliation. So, when he noticed the existence of Yang Kai, Zidong was eager to try. He wanted to use his own strength to show Yang Kai that there was a huge gap between him and these geniuses. He wanted to show him that not just anyone could enter the severed world, and that anyone who dared to enter would have to pay the price. He's just a clown, why bother with him? Zilong coldly snorted, if he dares to appear in front of you, it won't be too late for you to act. Yes. Zidong nodded after hearing this and sneered, I'm afraid he doesn't have the guts. As soon as these words came out, Zidong was stunned again because in his perception, Yang Kai not only did not shrink back because of the hidden dangers ahead, but instead moved faster and faster. Interesting, there really are some reckless fools in this world. Zidong smiled wickedly as he stared in the direction of Yang Kai, seemingly eager for Yang Kai to appear sooner. Chapter 1781. While Zilong and Zidong were talking, Yang Kai had already determined the location of the spirit flower based on the richness of the medicinal fragrance in the surroundings. After all, he had been in this medicine valley for a long time and had collected a lot of herbs, and Yang Kai himself was an alchemist, so he had some experience in this area. His luck was pretty good. The unknown spirit flower was the closest to him, and the territory in front of him was filled with a large number of void cracks. As a result, if Zilong and Su Wei wanted to approach the spirit flower, they would definitely be slowed down by these void cracks, while Yang Kai himself would not be affected. Thinking so, Yang Kai accelerated again. Suddenly, Yang Kai sniffed and a look of surprise appeared on his face, more than one. At this moment, he smelled a different medicinal fragrance. It was mixed with the previous fragrance, making it difficult for him to distinguish between the two. Raising his head, Kai Yang saw that 1,000 feet away, on a small hillside, there were 5 small purple flowers fluttering in the wind. Each flower was about the size of a palm and had 9 petals. An inexplicable charm flowed endlessly from each flower. Behind these flowers, there was a huge spatial crack in the sky. It looked like the mouth of a beast that wanted to devour these 5 strange flowers. This is... Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he recognized what these flowers were, enlightenment flowers. These were the enlightenment flowers that Gue Zhu had mentioned before. Gue Zhu had occasionally passed through this medicine valley before and collected a few enlightenment flowers from its periphery, so he realized how precious this medicine valley was, but because of his scruples, he had not ventured too deep. Even so, Yang Kai was very satisfied with his harvest because enlightenment flowers could help a cultivator comprehend the heavenly way and martial Tao, allowing them to improve their cultivation. This was especially important for origin kings. When cultivating, holding a petal of an enlightenment flower in one's mouth would definitely have an unexpected effect. Enlightenment flowers had different medicinal efficacies depending on how old they were. A newborn enlightenment flower would only bloom after 300 years. When a flower bloomed, it would only have 3 petals, but after every 100 years, it would add an additional petal until it had 9 petals. 9 was the extreme number. A 9-petal path understanding flower was at least 900 years old. After that, as the medicinal age increased, the number of petals would no longer increase. However, the color of the enlightenment flower would slowly change. From the initial pure white, it would turn dark red, and then blood red. Then, it would turn purple. Every transformation took a lot of time, and it was much more difficult than the growth of the petals. The 5 enlightenment flowers in front of him were already faint purple. In other words, the medicinal age of these enlightenment flowers was quite high. At least 3,000 years. The benefits of such a thing to an Origin King Realm Master were simply terrifying. If an Origin King Realm Master could collect all 5 of these enlightenment flowers, they would no longer need to take any pills when cultivating in the future. All they needed to do was suck on a single petal at a critical moment to ensure the steady improvement of their cultivation. Therefore, when Yang Kai discovered these 5 enlightenment flowers, he realized their immense value. The heavenly treasures that he had collected before. Only the 2 divine nirvana fruits could compare with the enlightenment flower in terms of value. The others simply couldn't compare. Yang Kai's heart burned with passion as he prepared to rush over to the enlightenment flowers and snatch them. But just as he was about to move, suddenly, his body tightened and he felt a chill run down his spine. At the same time, from the corner of his eyes, he caught a glimpse of a purple light. It was as if a sword had struck him from the left. This purple light contained an indescribable concept, and its power was terrifying to the extreme. This was definitely not an attack that an origin returning realm master could produce. The one who performed this attack was definitely an origin king, and even among origin kings, this person's strength was definitely not low. Zilong. Yang Kai immediately knew who had attacked him. He had heard from Xueyu that the secret art Zilong and Zidong cultivated was called the Purple Qi Eternal River Secret Art. This secret art was famous throughout the entire Star Territory and was Zilong's family's secret art. Zilong being able to break through to the second-order origin king realm in his lifetime was entirely because of this secret art. To cultivate this secret art, one had to wake up early every day and absorb the purple qi that was produced when the sun rose from the east. When cultivated to the extreme, this purple qi could transform into rivers and seas that could easily destroy everything within 1,000,000 kilometers. Under normal circumstances, a master like Zilong would be conceited. Even if he had a blood feud with Yang Kai, it was impossible for him to sneak attack such a junior. If Zilong wanted to kill Yang Kai, he would have done so openly and with absolute strength. He was fully capable of such a feat. However, the situation at hand was somewhat different. Zilong had undoubtedly discovered the 5 enlightenment flowers and knew how precious and rare they were. They were the key to his breakthrough to the third-order origin king realm, so how could Zilong remain stubborn? Yang Kai was obviously the closest to the enlightenment flowers, followed by him and Zidong, while Su Wei was still 5,000 meters away. If he did not delay Yang Kai and allow Yang Kai to reach the enlightenment flowers, Zilong would have no choice but to hold back. As such, the moment he discovered the enlightenment flowers and Yang Kai, Zilong did not hesitate and immediately launched a counterattack. Although this was just a casual blow from a second-order origin king, it was still extremely terrifying and definitely not something an ordinary origin returning realm master could block. After launching this attack, Zilong's speed increased sharply and he did not even spare a glance at Yang Kai. In his eyes, only the 5 lavender flowers remained, a burning light flashing across them. As for whether Yang Kai lived or died, that was not something Zilong needed to care about. It was just an ant, so why should he care? On the other side, Yang Kai cursed loudly as he flicked his 10 fingers, sending out hundreds of golden blood threads. These golden blood threads intertwined and instantly weaved into a shield that blocked in front of Yang Kai. However, this was not the end. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he pushed his Saint Chi through the shield formed by his golden blood threads and sent out a dozen punches. Asterisk peng 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 peng. Asterisk Saint Chi surged as a violent power sputtered out. The light of the golden blood thread shield suddenly dimmed for a moment before it was shattered and transformed back into a golden blood thread, but the purple light did not diminish in the slightest and continued towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's fists collided with the purple light and fused together. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan as his body flew backwards involuntarily, his face slightly pale as he flew through the air. Although he did not suffer any serious injuries, he had suffered a small loss this time. Staring at Zilong, who was rapidly approaching the enlightenment flowers, a look of shock appeared on Yang Kai's face. It was not like he had never fought a second-order origin king before. Luo Hai was a second-order origin king in the past. However, Zilong gave Yang Kai a feeling that he was much stronger than Luo Hai. This person had definitely reached the peak of the second-order origin king realm. Perhaps as long as he had some opportunities, he could break through to the third order. The sect master of Purple Star deserved his reputation. Zilong was also surprised. While flying towards the enlightenment flowers, he turned his head and glanced in the direction of Yang Kai with a look of surprise on his face. He hadn't expected that Yang Kai would actually be able to block his attack. Although Yang Kai's appearance was somewhat disheveled, and that was only his last blow, not his full strength, it was still amazing that an origin returning realm master could accomplish such a feat. This little brat is a bit strange. Zilong thought to himself. Even if Zidong had been the one to resolve his attack just now, he would have been seriously injured at the very least, but Yang Kai was only slightly pale and seemed to be completely fine. Is he even better than my son? When did such a young man appear in Star Territory? What kind of old monster had nurtured this person? In an instant, many thoughts flashed through Zilong's mind as he stared at Yang Kai with a dignified look. At that moment, a loud exhalation suddenly came from the depths of the Medicine Valley. Father! Zidong, who was following behind Zilong, called out in a low voice with a hint of panic in his voice. The 7-colored radiant light was coming. From what he had experienced before, the speed at which the 7-colored radiant light covered the Medicine Valley was terrifying. If he did not find a place to hide in time, he would definitely be enveloped by it. As such, Zidong could not help feeling a little flustered. At this moment, Zilong was less than 1,000 meters away from the enlightenment flower, even closer than Yang Kai was to it. The fruit of victory was within his grasp. But even with such a short distance, it was difficult for him to even move. A look of struggle and hesitation flashed across his face, but in the end, he didn't dare to act rashly. Clenching his teeth, he grabbed Zidong Lai and found a nearby space crack to hide behind. Not far away, Su Wei, who had been rushing over, also stopped and hid behind a void crack. Yang Kai did the same. Fortunately, there were many void cracks in this territory, otherwise, the three of them would have had to take the risk of rushing towards the enlightenment flower and hiding behind it. For a time, the three of them remained motionless. Their distance from the enlightenment flower was almost the same as before, forming a triangle with the enlightenment flower in the middle. Silently, the 7-colored radiant light spread across the entire Medicine Valley. The whole world seemed to fall silent at this moment, with only the faint sound of breathing audible. Yang Kai took a deep breath as he swept his cold eyes over the place where Su Wei and Zilong were, sat down cross-legged, and tossed a healing pill into his mouth. Although he had blocked Zilong's attack just now, his Saint Chi was still unstable and he needed to stabilize it first. Fortunately, this was not a big problem. Yang Kai only needed to circulate his Chi a few times before recovering. All that was left was to wait for the medicinal efficacies to dissolve. Zilong's face was extremely gloomy as he stared at the 5 enlightenment flowers with fiery eyes. motionless. Zilong, who was standing behind him, stared at Yang Kai with contempt and disdain, a sneer on his face. As for Su Wei, he was glancing around, as if he was planning something. Chapter 1782. Heh. While the three parties were in a stalemate, Yang Kai suddenly let out a sly laugh. Zilong frowned, turned his eyes towards him, and asked with some displeasure, "Boy, what are you laughing at?" Yang Kai just glanced at him coldly and did not say anything. Zilong narrowed his eyes as a cold light flashed across them. A trivial origin returning realm master daring to ignore him, this brat simply didn't know how high the heavens were. Although he was annoyed in his heart, he was still able to endure. On the other hand, Zidong, who was next to him, turned to Yang Kai and shouted, "Boy, didn't you hear my father ask you a question? Are you deaf?" Yang Kai glanced at him, pretended to pick his ears, then stretched out his hand in the direction of Zilong and Zidong and sneered, "Do I have to answer his question? What does he count for? And who do you think you are?" Yang Kai had no grievances with Zilong and Zidong, but just now, Zilong had directly attacked him. If it weren't for his strength, he likely would have suffered a tragic fate. The other party was a second-order origin king, so attacking him was already bullying him, not to mention a sneak attack. This annoyed Yang Kai greatly, and at this moment, Zidong was acting so domineering and arrogant, making him even more disdainful. As such, Yang Kai was not polite at all to this father and son pair. Hearing him speak so rudely, the murderous intent in Zilong's eyes intensified while Zidong laughed in anger. "Good, you've got guts. This young master hasn't met someone with such guts in a long time. Just you wait, in half an hour, this young master will personally take your life." "Zidong, is it?" Yang Kai squinted at him with a disdainful expression. "I don't know if you've ever heard of a saying." "What?" Zidong looked at Yang Kai with a sneer. "A dog that bites, doesn't bark. Dogs that bark like you generally don't bite." Kai Yang laughed mischievously. "You're cursing me?" Zidong's face suddenly became cold. His tone became cold. "So what if I scold you?" Laughing heartily, Kai Yang put on a deranged look and winked at him. Waving his hands, he continued to provoke him. "Come and hit me. Come and hit me. Come and kill me if you have the guts, you idiot." Zidong Lai's lungs were about to explode. As the young master of Purple Star, his status was extremely high. His cultivation was not bad, so no matter where he went, he would be praised and supported like a moon surrounded by stars. If he did not see eye to eye with someone, he would give an order, and that person would definitely not live to see the sun of the next day. When had he ever been instigated like this and been unable to do anything about it? If it was any other time, he had already rushed over to teach Yang Kai a lesson, but in this damned place, in this medicine valley covered by the seven-colored radiant light, even if he wanted to humiliate Yang Kai, no matter how much he wanted to vent his anger, he could only think about it. He didn't have the ability to pass through the seven-colored radiant light and reach Yang Kai. He had never encountered such a depressing matter before. He only felt extremely vexed. He couldn't wait to rush over and beat Yang Kai to a pulp. Zidong glared at Yang Kai viciously, his eyes blazing with hatred and anger. "Idiot." Yang Kai coldly snorted and spat in the direction of Zidong and Zilong, a look of disdain filling his face. "Just you wait. Half an hour later, I will let you know the consequences of provoking this young master," Zilong said fiercely. "Do you only know how to shout?" Yang Kai looked at him disdainfully. Zidong looked angry and seemed to want to say something, but Zilong glared at him and said lightly, "Why waste your breath with him? In half an hour, he will be a dead man. What's the point of saying so much to a dead man?" Zidong's heart clenched as he realized that his father was a little dissatisfied with his performance. Quickly nodding humbly, he no longer wasted his breath on Yang Kai, but the look on his face became even more vicious. Obviously, he was thinking about how to deal with Yang Kai half an hour later to wash away his shame. Ha 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 ha. On the side, Su Wei burst into laughter and clapped his hands. Interesting, interesting, very interesting. Boy, you really are interesting. This old master suddenly found himself very interested in you. He had been standing nearby and watching coldly as Yang Kai unscrupulously offended Zilong and Zidong, acting as if he didn't know the difference between life and death. At the same time, he also felt that there was something wrong with Yang Kai's head. Didn't he know that once the seven-colored radiant light retreated, he would definitely die? Furthermore, judging from his cursing and provocation just now, Zilong definitely wouldn't simply kill him. He would definitely torture him properly. This boy was simply asking for trouble. If he had swallowed his anger and taken the initiative to withdraw when the seven-colored radiant light retreated, he might have been able to save his life, but now, Su Wei looked at Yang Kai as if he was looking at a dead man. How about it, boy, are you interested in joining forces with this old master? Su Wei proposed with a smile. Join forces with you? Yang Kai looked at Su Wei and curled his lips. Not interested, this young master hasn't forgotten how you treated me before. Young man, you should speak with some dignity. Su Wei's face went cold. Yang Kai actually dared to call himself young master in front of him. It was no different from cursing him. Do I need to do that for someone like you? Yang Kai sneered. Seeing Yang Kai and Su Wei actually having some friction, Zidong suddenly smiled. At this moment, he also felt that Yang Kai's brain was a bit abnormal. Of the three parties present, he was the weakest, but not only did he not know how to keep a low profile, he even dared to act so arrogantly, offending one party and then the other. This was simply courting death. How did someone with such poor eyesight cultivate to the third-order origin returning realm? Elder Su, this little brat seems to be looking down on you, Zidong sneered as he tried to sow discord. Su Wei frowned and ignored Zidong. After all, Zilong's existence made him extremely wary, so he didn't want to play along with Zidong's words, lest he fall into some kind of trap. Moreover, if he wanted to obtain the Enlightenment Flower, his strength alone was absolutely not enough. Although Yang Kai seemed to be mentally unstable, he had just resolved Zilong's attack, so his strength was quite good. Perhaps Su Wei could use this young man's strength to delay Zilong's speed. As long as there was a moment of opportunity, Su Wei could obtain the Enlightenment Flower and immediately escape. He couldn't beat Zilong, but escaping shouldn't be a problem. Fine, this old master won't bother arguing with you. Su Wei waved his hand in a seemingly magnanimous manner before continuing to look at Yang Kai. In fact, this old master doesn't have much enmity with you, it's just that there were some misunderstandings before. Misunderstandings? Yang Kai chuckled, then this misunderstanding is a bit too big. Su Wei frowned and said with a sincere expression, boy, in this place, every man for himself is a very normal thing to do. This old master's previous actions were indeed wrong, but if you want to pursue the matter, this old master can compensate you. He mentioned it casually, but did not specify what kind of compensation he wanted, instead continuing, but let's not talk about this for now. This old master wants to cooperate with you, what do you think? How do we cooperate? Yang Kai asked casually while dispelling the medicinal efficacies in his body. Simple, the two of us will join forces and exchange a few moves with this Purple Star's sect master. You should know how precious the Enlightenment Flower is, so if you and I don't join forces, neither of us will be able to obtain the Enlightenment Flower and will only benefit others, Su Wei said solemnly. Yang Kai raised his brow but did not answer immediately, seemingly pondering this. On the other side, Zilong's eyes flashed as he stared at Su Wei faintly and said, Su Wei, you're being too presumptuous. Do you think you can snatch the Enlightenment Flower from this king's hands by joining forces with this boy? Su Wei laughed loudly. Whether I can snatch it or not, I'll have to try to find out. 5 Enlightenment Flowers are right in front of me, and this Su doesn't want to miss it. This is something this Su is willing to risk his life for. In that case, This king will wait and see if you and this boy can achieve what you want, Zilong said indifferently. Zilong's expression was indifferent. After he finished speaking, he closed his eyes, looking as if he was not affected by external matters. Boy, have you thought it over? Su Wei urged Yang Kai, look around, there are many spirit flowers and rare grasses here. In addition to the enlightenment flower, there is also heavenly infant grass. Do you know what this heavenly infant grass is? It can be used to refine the Origin King pill. If you can obtain it, your chances of breaking through to the Origin King realm in the future will be much higher. There are also a few Seeking Heart orchids over there. These Seeking Heart orchids are good for tempering one's state of mind. You've achieved so much at such a young age, so your state of mind must be unstable. These Seeking Heart orchids are rare treasures for you. If I succeed, I will only ask for one path understanding flower. Everything else will belong to you. Do you think I am being sincere enough? Indeed. Yang Kai nodded. So you've agreed? Su Wei smiled. Yang Kai shook his head. Su Wei's face sank as he shouted angrily, boy, are you playing with me? Yang Kai just chuckled, old dog, do you really think this young master is stupid? Just because you smacked your lips a few times, he became obsessed and let you drive him around? Can't you grow some IQ? I've wasted so many years of my life. I've never seen someone as idiotic as you. Saying so, Yang Kai shook his head and sighed, a bitter look appearing on his face. Being scolded in front of his face, Su Wei's face was gloomy to the extreme and his eyes were spitting fire. Just like Zidong, he could not wait to rush over and beat Yang Kai to a pulp to vent the hatred in his heart. This time, it was Zidong's turn to laugh. Elder Su, this boy doesn't know the difference between life and death. You shouldn't waste your breath on him. What are you shouting for? Yang Kai turned his head to look at him again and continued spewing venom. Can't you just shut your mouth and be a dog that bites? You've never learned your lesson. If I were your father, I would have strangled you to death when you were born. Being able to give birth to such a stupid son, it seems your father isn't much better. Chapter 1783. The smile on Zidong's face froze in an instant as his face twitched violently. Even Zilong opened his eyes and stared deeply at Yang Kai. Even though his temperament was quite good, he was still enraged by Yang Kai. If it weren't for the seven-colored radiant light being able to devour even spiritual energy, he would have definitely used his soul skill to turn Yang Kai into a real idiot and shut him up completely. But right now, even if he had any complaints about Yang Kai, he could only endure them as he was unable to do anything to Yang Kai. He believed that Yang Kai had also noticed this, which was why he was acting so unscrupulously. I, Zidong, swear that in a moment, I will let you taste the cruelest torture in the world. Zidong grit his teeth and spat out in a resentful tone. He was really angry right now. He had been humiliated by Yang Kai again and again in front of his father, even implicating his own father. How could he endure this? He had to make Yang Kai pay an extremely painful price in order to resolve the hatred in his heart. I'm so scared. Yang Kai looked at Zidong coldly, but boy, an oath is not something that can be casually made. If you fail to fulfill it, you will suffer the wrath of the heavens. Zidong glared at Yang Kai but did not say a word. He could see that he was not Yang Kai's opponent in a war of words. After all, he had never had such experience before. After being instigated by Yang Kai several times, Zidong could no longer maintain his composure and his face was almost distorted. To the side, Zilong frowned. Zidong was blinded by anger and may not have noticed the insidious nature of Yang Kai's words just now, but as an Origin King realm master with rich experience, how could he not understand the implications? Yang Kai's words sounded normal on the surface, as if he was just engaging in a meaningless war of words with Zidong. But if one thought about it carefully, it was extremely vicious. Because once Zidong failed to fulfill his oath, Yang Kai's existence would definitely become his heart demon. Zidong was now in the Third Order Origin Returning Realm and was about to break through to the Origin King Realm. This was an extremely critical and important hurdle. If Zidong's heart demon attacked him while he was breaking through, it would cause a huge disturbance to him, resulting in his failure to break through and his soul dissipating. So when Zilong heard Yang Kai's words, he realized how insidious Yang Kai was. This kid's brain wasn't abnormal at all, so why did he have to challenge his limits again and again even though he was clearly alone? Not only did he offend Zidong but also Su Wei. What was he trying to do? How could he be so confident that he could escape right under Su Wei's and his nose? Although Yang Kai's words, Yang Kai's, Yang's. However, judging from the current situation, this kid absolutely could not be left alive. As long as he lived, he would become a heart demon that interfered with Zidong's breakthrough, so he had to die. Zilong secretly made up his mind that as soon as the seven-colored radiant light retreated, he would use his full strength to cripple Yang Kai and let Zidong fulfill his oath. After crippling Yang Kai, he would then compete with Su Wei for the Enlightenment Flowers. Zilong was confident that with his strength, it would not be difficult to achieve this step. Boy! Su Wei shouted again, his tone impatient. This old master will ask you one last time. Do you want to cooperate with this old master or not? Scram! Yang Kai turned his head and looked in Su Wei's direction with a look of disdain on his face. Who do you think you are? Why would I need to cooperate with you? Good, good, good. Su Wei was also angered by Yang Kai. A cold expression appeared on his face as he declared, then this old master will see how you die. Yang Kai's death was certain, there was no doubt about that. Su Wei believed that he did not need to take action at all as Zilong would not let Yang Kai go, so he was too lazy to try to win Yang Kai over and was prepared to sit on top of the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Don't worry about it. Yang Kai chuckled and stood in place, stretching his body. Twisting his neck and shaking his shoulders, Yang Kai made a cracking sound, as if he was talking to himself. He seemed to be talking to Zilong and Su Wei. That's enough. This young master won't waste his breath on you. He looked as if he was ready to go all out. The other three were stunned, not knowing what Yang Kai wanted to do. But in the next moment, their eyes widened as they stared at Yang Kai's movements in a daze, a look of surprise appearing on their faces. On the other side, Kai Yang actually took a step forward with an indifferent expression on his face. Then, he took another step forward, and then another step forward. After 2 steps, Yang Kai arrived at the edge of the safe space provided by the void crack behind him. As long as he took another step forward, he would rush into the 7-colored radiant light, making the situation extremely dangerous. What's wrong? Feeling that death is certain, you want to commit suicide? Zidong sneered. He could not think of any other possibility, and although this was unlikely, it was the closest guess he could get to the truth. Yang Kai raised his eyes to look at him but didn't pay any attention to him, instead just taking another step forward and continuing forward. Haha. Zidong laughed loudly. It seemed that he did not need to do anything to vent the anger in his heart. But just as his laughter rang out though, it came to an abrupt end. In his line of sight, Kai Yang suddenly disappeared, as if he had never appeared in the first place. In that instant, a wonderful energy fluctuation surged from Yang Kai's body. Where did he go? Zidong was stunned, but in the next moment, from the corner of his eye, he saw a figure suddenly appear on the other side. Zidong Lai looked over and couldn't help but cry out in alarm. The figure that had suddenly appeared, if it wasn't Kai Yang who had just disappeared right under his nose, who else could it be? At this moment, Yang Kai had arrived at another safe zone, and this safe zone was the place where the 5 enlightenment flowers grew. Behind the hillside where the 5 enlightenment flowers grew was a void crack, and it was this void crack's protection that prevented them from being covered by the 7-colored radiant light. When Yang Kai appeared, he happened to be standing right next to the enlightenment flowers. Zidong's face was blank as he looked at Yang Kai and then at the position where he had been standing before, unable to figure out what kind of shocking secret technique Yang Kai had used to cross the barrier of space in an instant and appear 1,000 meters away. Beside him, Zilong's eyes shrank as if he had seen something terrifying, his eyes flashing a shocking light. Space Force. Su Wei shouted as he pointed in the direction of Yang Kai and shouted in a hoarse voice, "Little brat, you're actually proficient in the Tao of space? How come you're proficient in the Tao of space?" Su Wei's expression changed dramatically, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Space Force? Zidong was stunned for a moment, but soon he realized what Su Wei was talking about. For a moment, he stared at Yang Kai with eyes full of disbelief and jealousy. The Tao of space was an extremely obscure force that was difficult to comprehend and even more difficult to master. There were hundreds of millions of cultivators in the entire star territory, but how many of them understood the Tao of space? The number was definitely not more than 1,000. Among these 1,000 people, how many were able to cultivate the power of space to a high level? Zidong did not know, but he knew that such a person was definitely rarer than an Origin King-grade alchemist. Purple Star also had cultivators who cultivated the Tao of space, but it was impossible for them to achieve Yang Kai's feat of disregarding space and teleporting 1,000 meters away. That was true teleportation, not some kind of illusion that was impossible to capture because his speed was too fast. The few cultivators in Purple Star who cultivated the Tao of space only knew how to repair space arrays. They couldn't even use their space force to do anything else. Even so, the status of these people in Purple Star was extremely high and their treatment was even better than ordinary foreign elders. These people could be regarded as Purple Star's treasures. But now, compared to what Yang Kai was doing, the difference was like heaven and earth. If Yang Kai's attainments in the Tao of space made him a master, then these people were like apprentices who had just entered the martial Tao. Even with Zidong's eyesight, he could see that the two were completely incomparable. What kind of opportunity did this unknown little brat have? How could he cultivate the Tao of space and even reach such a high level of proficiency? Zidong stared at Yang Kai with eyes that could spit fire, the flames of jealousy burning in his heart. He was the young master of Purple Star and was in a privileged position, so why couldn't he cultivate the Tao of space? If he could master this kind of power, it would definitely be more powerful than cultivating any powerful secret art. Zidong clenched his fists, his eyes filled with unwillingness. So that's how it is. Zilong took a deep breath, the victorious expression on his face no longer appearing as dignified as before. So this is what you're relying on, no wonder you dared to speak so rudely before. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and did not deny it. Not many people knew that he was proficient in the Tao of space, and he had been concealing it, but at this moment, facing the attraction of these 5 enlightenment flowers, he had no choice but to reveal it. Enlightenment flowers were extremely rare, especially the 5 lavender flowers in front of him. They were quite mature, and if he missed this opportunity, it would be difficult to find another one in the future. Choosing the lesser of 2 evils, this was Yang Kai's choice. Little brat, you seem to be called Yang Kai? Zilong's demeanor was undoubtedly much better than his son's. After learning that Yang Kai was actually proficient in the Tao of space, although he was shocked, he quickly stabilized his state of mind and asked. Although he hadn't paid much attention to Yang Kai, he had vaguely heard Shuiyu call Yang Kai before, so he remembered his name. So what if I am? Yang Kai looked at Zilong with a sneer. Zilong chuckled, not angered by his son's attitude at all, instead saying in a pleasant tone, "This king attacked you before, it was this king's fault." When he spoke, he wore a sincere look. Father. Zidong looked at Zilong in amazement, his face filled with disbelief. Chapter 1784. His father was the sect master of Purple Star, one of the most powerful people in the entire Purple Star territory. With a single stamp of his foot, the entire Purple Star territory would tremble, yet this sect master was actually admitting defeat to a young man who had provoked and insulted him before? Zidong could hardly believe his ears and secretly felt that this world was simply too crazy. You shut up first. Zilong glanced at him faintly with an extremely dignified expression. As soon as their eyes met, Zidong no longer dared to speak. Is this an apology? Yang Kai grinned. Zilong frowned and said lightly, if you say so, then so be it. And, since it's an apology, then I'll reluctantly accept it. Reluctantly, Zidong was so angry he almost vomited blood. The sect master of Purple Star had taken the initiative to apologize, but this little brat not only did not show any gratitude, he even said he was reluctant. Did he not know what kind of honor this was? This bastard was simply unforgivable. But, what do you want to do? Yang Kai ignored Zidong's glare and instead looked at Zilong with a smile and asked meaningfully. Apologizing was something that could only be done with a few words, so Yang Kai didn't take Zilong's words to heart. On the contrary, it was the other party's attitude that made him secretly vigilant. He did not believe that Zilong could not see the heart demon he had planted in Zidong just now. He did not believe that Zilong would be so magnanimous as to not care about his previous provocation and insults. The sect master of Purple Star was truly terrifying. This king doesn't want to do anything to you, it's just, this king wants to ask you, are you interested in joining my Purple Star? Zilong looked at Yang Kai solemnly and asked, extending an invitation. Join Purple Star? Yang Kai chuckled. And, although your cultivation is not yet at the Origin King realm, this king can give you the status of Honored Guest Elder based on your performance just now. Honored Guest Elder. Zidong couldn't help calling out in a low voice. Purple Star's Honored Guest Elder was not an Honored Guest Elder of some sect or family. This represented a kind of strength, a kind of identity. Currently, Purple Star only had 7 Honored Guest Elders, each of whom was an Origin King. What's more, Purple Star's Honored Guest Elders had always been Origin Kings. There had never been a precedent of someone becoming an Honored Guest Elder before reaching the Origin King realm. But now, the sect master of Purple Star was personally inviting a third-order Origin returning realm cultivator to join Purple Star, even granting him such an identity. If word of this got out, the entire territory of the Star Realm would be shaken. Guest Elder. Yang Kai chuckled, not showing the slightest bit of interest as he shook his head and said, no need, I have always been used to being idle and don't like to be bound by any restrictions, so I don't mind not being a Guest Elder. Was this person an idiot? Zidong looked at Yang Kai like he was an idiot. Could it be that he didn't know how much weight the title of Guest Elder represented? She rejected him so easily without any hesitation. Zidong groaned in the depths of his heart. Guest Elders are not bound by my Purple Star and are free to do as they please. Little friend seems to have some misunderstandings about my proposal. Zilong explained patiently. Before he could finish speaking though, he was interrupted by Yang Kai. There's no need to explain. What is a Guest Elder? I know that in my heart, but I don't want to join any force. Zilong narrowed his eyes and said with a faint smile on his face, little friend, don't you want to consider it carefully? You're quite long-winded. Yang Kai looked at him contemptuously, not giving him any face. Zilong's face sank immediately. Huh, boy, you're right to refuse. Su Wei gloated from the side, don't believe his flowery words. If you really agree to his terms, then you'll have no choice but to accept it. If you really agree, you'll be in trouble in the future. However, your temperament is really to this old master's liking. Do you want to consider joining Abandoned Lair? Now that you've offended this guy, it will be difficult for you to survive in the territory of the Star Realm in the future. However, my Abandoned Lair is not afraid of Purple Star. With this old master as your guarantor, there will be no problem in letting you join. With your ability and character, I'm sure you'll soon make a name for yourself in Abandoned Lair. You're also quite long-winded. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Su Wei and sneered, 2 old foxes, do you think I don't know what you're planning? You want to stall for time, don't you? As soon as this statement came out, both Su Wei and Zilong's expressions changed slightly. Obviously, Yang Kai had seen through their intentions. Although Su Wei and Zilong were enemies, seeing Yang Kai in such close proximity, the two of them naturally felt a sense of crisis. Both of them were shrewd and experienced, so there was no need for discussion. They knew what to do to stall for time and wait for the seven-colored radiant light to recede. After being exposed by Yang Kai, Zilong's face suddenly became ugly and he coldly said, "Boy, being too smart is not a good thing. Don't think you can escape from this king's palm just because you're proficient in the Tao of space. You're just an Origin returning realm master and don't understand the terror of an Origin king realm master. This king, on the other hand, is an extremely strong existence even among Origin kings. If you want to rely on your space force, you're making a big mistake. This king will give you a chance now. Pick that enlightenment flower and hand it over to this king, and this king will spare your life." He had completely torn apart all pretenses with Yang Kai. "Ha ha ha." Yang Kai laughed. "What's so great about an Origin king? This father has killed more than one Origin king. Arrogant." Zidong curled his lips fiercely. Even a genius like him who could fight above his realm could not pose any threat to an Origin king at the peak of the Origin returning realm. On the contrary, it would be easy for others to kill him. There was an insurmountable gap between the Origin returning realm and the Origin king realm. As such, Zidong subconsciously thought that Yang Kai was talking nonsense. However, what Zidong did not know was that Yang Kai had really killed more than one Origin king, and had even killed a second-order Origin king. Although he had done so with the help of the Star Emperor token, that was still a kind of experience. If Zidong knew about this, he would definitely feel ashamed of his inferiority. "Forget it, I'm too lazy to talk to you." Yang Kai turned around with some disinterest. Although he had been chatting with Su Wei, Zilong, and the others, he had also been calculating how long it would take for the seven-colored radiant light to recede. There was still a stick of incense worth of time left. "Wow, what a fragrant medicinal aura!" Yang Kai exclaimed exaggeratedly before taking a deep breath of the fragrance emitted by the 5 enlightenment flowers in front of him, a look of intoxication appearing on his face as he muttered, "Worthy of being enlightenment flowers, the Tao aura they contain is truly extraordinary. I feel like my bottleneck is loosening a little. What should I do?" As he spoke, he scratched his head with a troubled look on his face. While he was making a ruckus, Zidong's eyes were bloodshot as he listened to him. Just taking a whiff of the medicinal fragrance had loosened a bottleneck? Yang Kai's cultivation was the same as his, the peak of the third-order Origin returning realm. He was only a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the Origin king realm, and now Yang Kai had undoubtedly grasped this opportunity. Unfortunately, Zidong Lai could only hide a few hundred meters away and watch helplessly. This kind of thing made Zidong feel both physically and mentally tormented, and he could not wait to rush forward and take Yang Kai's place, clenching his fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. No, breaking through in this damned place is tantamount to courting death. I need to quickly suppress this floating aura and wait until it's safe to break through. Yang Kai shouted again. Zidong really wanted to vomit blood. The opportunity he had been looking for was right in front of Yang Kai, but he had forcibly suppressed it. Was there anything more frustrating in this world? Zidong felt that meeting Yang Kai in the severed world this time was the biggest nightmare of his life. He had been beaten black and blue by Yang Kai. Boy, that's enough. Zilong saw his son's expression change and could not help shouting at Yang Kai. Heh. Yang Kai glanced at him sideways before rubbing his hands together, like a pervert who had encountered a naked beauty, saliva dripping from his mouth. This image was simply unbearable to look at as he reached out and grabbed an enlightenment flower in front of him. With just a gentle tug, the enlightenment flower was directly pulled out by Yang Kai, not even damaging its roots. In fact, logically speaking, to harvest this kind of heavenly treasure, one had to cut off the stem somewhere. This way, one would be able to obtain the greatest benefits without having to completely remove the roots. This would allow the path understanding flower to have a chance of survival. After a few thousand years, it might bloom again. Alchemists would do this when they were collecting medicinal herbs. However, Yang Kai felt that even if he left a glimmer of hope for the enlightenment flower, it would only benefit Zilong and Su Wei in the end, so he did not give these two old foxes any opportunity to take advantage of him. Ha, so this is the legendary enlightenment flower. Not bad, 9 petals, and a lavender one at that. It seems to be at least 3,000 years old. Now that I've struck gold, when I break through to the Origin King realm in the future, I won't have to worry about not having anything good to cultivate with. Even if I don't use it for myself, I believe many people will like it. As Yang Kai spoke, he took out a jade box from his space ring, opened it, and carefully placed the enlightenment flower inside. His movements were slow and deliberate, allowing Zilong and Su Wei to see the whole process clearly. Inexplicably, the two Origin Kings felt like their hearts were bleeding. This bastard is definitely doing this on purpose. Su Wei and Zilong had such thoughts in their hearts at the same time as their hatred for Yang Kai deepened. This kind of situation was like a starving person who had not eaten or drunk anything for several days suddenly being presented with a table full of delicious delicacies. Not only were they unable to eat these delicacies, but they also had to endure the torture of watching the person sitting at the table comment on them as they ate. Yang Kai was undoubtedly sitting at the table and eating, chattering endlessly about how delicious these delicacies were. The second one, heh. As Yang Kai spoke, he picked another enlightenment flower and put it into his jade box. His movements were the same as before, so slow that it made one's hair stand on end. Zilong took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He didn't want to watch anymore, so what the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. Chapter 1785. Zilong really couldn't stand Yang Kai's arrogant demeanor, so he decisively closed his eyes, refusing to look at the scene 1,000 meters away that was disturbing his mind. However, Yang Kai had no intention of letting this go. His voice continued to travel into Zilong's ears. Sigh, why isn't this enlightenment flower as big as the first one? The petals look too shabby. They're all crooked and malnourished, so their medicinal effects must not be too good. Forget it. I'll keep it for later. It's better than nothing. Zilong's body trembled slightly as his Saint Chi nearly went out of control. On the other side, Su Wei's forehead was also covered with blue veins, obviously angered by Yang Kai. However, he didn't close his eyes like Zilong and instead stared at Yang Kai's movements, praying that Yang Kai would leave some soup for him to drink after eating the meat. But after watching for a while, Su Wei found that something was wrong. This little brat was too vicious. When he collected the enlightenment flowers, he had pulled them out along with their roots, leaving nothing behind. Su Wei sighed deeply in his heart, knowing that these 5 enlightenment flowers were unlikely to belong to him. Taking a deep breath, Su Wei followed Zilong's example and closed his eyes. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. Wah! Yang Kai shouted, as if he had discovered a new continent, his voice filled with surprise and excitement. Su Wei, who had just closed his eyes, opened them again and stared towards Yang Kai, wanting to see what was going on. Even Zilong couldn't hold back this time. Squinting his eyes, Zilong stared forward. How could he have known that Yang Kai didn't react at all? He just grinned meaningfully as he put the 3rd enlightenment flower into the jade box and continued muttering to himself, "What a close shave. I took the wrong box and almost wasted its medicinal efficacies." Su Wei opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything and just turned his eyes away with a cold expression. Next. The 4th flower. The 5th flower, Yang Kai was like a country bumpkin from the countryside who had never seen the world. Every time he collected the enlightenment flowers, he would make a big fuss and comment on them, making a lot of long-winded remarks. As he spoke, the voice of the old man echoed in the room. Su Wei and Zilong's mood also fluctuated. Those words. It was like they were a stick. They were constantly being stabbed in the heart. It was unbearable. After Yang Kai collected all 5 enlightenment flowers and stored them away, Su Wei and Zilong couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. For some reason, he felt as if he had finally been freed. At this moment, it was as if the world had become a lot brighter. Not bad. Yang Kai patted his space ring with a smile. Su Wei smiled wickedly. We'll talk about it after you take these things away. Although he knew that Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space and could even teleport 1,000 meters, Yang Kai was just an origin returning realm cultivator while he and Zilong were both origin kings. The difference in strength between them was huge, so Su Wei wouldn't let Yang Kai leave easily. He believed that Zilong would never allow him to leave. When the 7-colored radiant light dissipated, it would be time for him and Zilong to take action against Yang Kai. Only at that time, who the enlightenment flowers truly belonged to could be determined. Right now, this little brat was just in charge of keeping them. He didn't really own them. Whether I can take them away or not, you just have to wait and see. Yang Kai replied faintly, not at all worried about the impending crisis. Immediately, he cupped his hands over his eyes and made a gesture of looking into the distance. After looking around for a while, his eyes fixed on a certain direction and he said loudly, "Hey, these seeking heart orchids are also quite good, we can't let them go." He didn't know what was going on with this area. Not only were there many spatial rifts, but there were also other natural treasures like the enlightenment flower. When the 3 parties were in a stalemate before, everyone had noticed this. In addition to the enlightenment flowers, there were also several seeking heart orchids and a heavenly infant grass. The seeking heart orchids could be used to hone a cultivator's mental state and cultivation, while the heavenly infant grass was one of the main ingredients in refining the Origin King pill. The Origin King pill was a spirit pill that could increase the chances of an origin returning realm cultivator breaking through to the Origin King realm. However, of these 3 precious treasures, the enlightenment flowers were undoubtedly the most valuable, so everyone's attention had been focused on the enlightenment flowers before, not paying much attention to the seeking heart orchids and heavenly infant grass. Now that the enlightenment flowers had entered Yang Kai's pocket, he naturally had to change his target. Fortunately, the seeking heart orchids, like the enlightenment flowers, were growing behind a certain void crack and were not covered by the 7-colored radiant light. On the other hand, the heavenly infant grass was completely enveloped by the 7-colored radiant light. So, when he heard Yang Kai say this, Su Wei's heart could not help thumping. It's over, even the seeking heart orchids can't escape from this brat's evil hands. Su Wei's face went black. This was indeed the case. After Yang Kai finished speaking, he pushed his space principles and directly arrived at the location where the seeking heart orchids were growing. Just like when he went to the enlightenment flowers, Yang Kai broke through the barrier of space and instantly moved several dozen meters. Zilong had been staring at Yang Kai the whole time, seemingly trying to see some clues from his movements, but he soon discovered helplessly that the Tao of space was too mysterious and he could not see how Yang Kai moved. He only felt a strange fluctuation wrap around Yang Kai before he disappeared, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived at his destination. The Tao of space is so profound? Zilong frowned deeply as he felt a great sense of powerlessness in his heart. However, this also made him even more determined to kill Yang Kai. Not to mention that if this little brat lived, his son, Zidong, would definitely have a heart demon in his heart. This time, he and Yang Kai had a very unpleasant relationship. If such a young man really grew up and broke through to the Origin King realm, he would be a huge threat to Purple Star. How terrifying would an Origin King who was proficient in the Tao of space be? Zilong could not imagine it. He had to nip this danger in the bud. Hello. While Zilong was contemplating, Yang Kai greeted him and Zidong with a smile. The seeking heart orchid was only 400 meters away from where they were, so Yang Kai was relatively close to them at this moment. Brat, you're going to be as rampant as you want, this young master will definitely teach you a lesson later, Zidong glared at Yang Kai as he ground his teeth and roared. After being humiliated by Yang Kai so many times, Zidong's memory seemed to have not improved at all. He only knew how to constantly throw out vicious words to show his powerlessness. Haha. After Yang Kai responded with a meaningful laugh, he no longer paid any attention to Zidong, instead squatting down and carefully harvesting the Seeking Heart orchids. What made Zilong and Su Wei breathe a sigh of relief was that Yang Kai didn't make a fuss this time and remained silent throughout the entire process of collecting spirit stones. It seems that as time passed, this brat gradually felt uneasy in his heart. The two secretly guessed to themselves. Not long after, the Seeking Heart orchid plants were properly preserved by Yang Kai and stored in his space ring. Huh, little brat, you can't do anything about that heavenly infant grass, can you? Su Wei stood in the distance and laughed. He had been angered by Yang Kai just now, so now that he had finally found a reason to ridicule Yang Kai, he naturally would not let go of this opportunity. Looking at Yang Kai triumphantly, he taunted, "Little brat, aren't you very capable? If you have the ability, why don't you pick that heavenly infant grass for this old master to see?" Whether it was the enlightenment flower or the Seeking Heart orchid, they grew in excellent locations and were not covered by the seven-colored radiant light at all, so Yang Kai was able to use his space secret technique to easily collect them. However, the heavenly infant grass was different. It was now completely enveloped by the seven-colored radiant light, so even if Yang Kai had great ability, he would not be able to collect it. Su Wei's provocation was obviously an attempt to disgust Yang Kai and give him a taste of his own medicine. Zilong smiled faintly and echoed from the side, "Why is Elder Su making things difficult for him? How could he possibly do such a thing? If he can do it, this young master will immediately sever his own meridians." Zidong was even more arrogant. Hearing this, Zilong could not help frowning, secretly feeling that his stupid son was looking for trouble. Ridiculing and provoking Yang Kai was one thing, venting one's anger was understandable, but to say that he would sever his own meridians was a bit overboard. How could such words be casually uttered? However, Zilong did not reprimand his son because in his opinion, it was indeed impossible for Yang Kai to collect the heavenly infant grass. The three of them went back and forth, as if they could not wait to see Yang Kai make a fool of himself. Yang Kai stood in place and looked at Su Wei, then at Zilong and Zilong before chuckling, "It looks like you've forgotten the pain. It seems I was too lenient." When collecting the Seeking Heart orchid just now, Yang Kai did not provoke them again, mainly because he felt it was pointless. Some things could be done once, but not thrice. Yang Kai had not expected them to provoke him in return. Since that's the case, just wait for them to pay the price, Yang Kai coldly snorted in his heart. "Boy, don't talk nonsense, you can't collect the heavenly infant grass anyway. If you have the guts, take everything here and don't leave anything behind for this old master," Su Wei shouted. "What if I can collect it?" Yang Kai looked at him coldly. Su Wei was startled for a moment before he burst into laughter. "Nonsense. Why don't you let this old master have a look?" Yang Kai spat disdainfully and shook his head. "Old man, if you want this young master to enter and collect the heavenly infant grass, you must pay a price. The seven-colored radiant light is not a place one can enter casually, even I will have to take a great risk." Su Wei's eyes narrowed as he shouted, "If you can really collect it, this old master will call you grandpa." Yang Kai was startled, never expecting Su Wei to provoke him to such an extent. It seemed that this old man's hatred for him was not shallow and could not wait for him to rush into the seven-colored radiant light to seek his own death. Sniffing his nose, Yang Kai looked at Su Wei and chuckled, "That's what you said. So what if this old master said it?" Su Wei straightened his neck and took a tough attitude. Chapter 1786. "In that case, you'll have to call me Grandpa." Yang Kai laughed, and as he spoke, his figure flickered and he appeared behind the nearest void crack to the heavenly infant grass. This void crack was less than 200 meters away from the location of the heavenly infant grass. After Yang Kai regained his footing, Su Wei and Zilong both turned their eyes towards him, as if they were watching a good show, paying close attention to Yang Kai's movements. No one thought that Yang Kai could succeed. Standing in place and pondering for a while, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and summoned a golden blood thread. He had never tried the power of this 7-colored radiant light before and had only heard from Ni Guang that it was very dangerous, so he didn't know whether his golden blood thread would be useful or not. A golden light flashed, and under Yang Kai's careful control, the golden blood thread penetrated the 7-colored radiant light bit by bit. However, in the next moment, Yang Kai's face changed slightly. Because the moment the front end of the golden blood thread touched the 7-colored radiant light, a sizzling sound rang out. Under the influence of the 7-colored radiant light, the front end of the golden blood thread was directly corroded. However, this was not the end. The corrosive power followed the golden blood thread all the way to Yang Kai at an extremely fast speed. Yang Kai was taken aback and hurriedly threw out his golden blood thread, but before it could hit the ground, the entire golden blood thread was completely corroded and disappeared. Yang Kai could not help showing a look of shock. The terrifying power of the 7-colored radiant light was truly worthy of its reputation. The golden blood threads were condensed from his own golden blood, and since condensing them, none of them had ever been damaged, but now, under the corrosion of the 7-colored radiant light, they had instantly disintegrated. The 7-colored radiant light ignored all defenses, and not only did it have the ability to corrode flesh and blood, it also had the power to annihilate one's soul. The characteristics of the golden blood thread were perfectly restrained by it. According to this situation, as long as it was a living creature with flesh and blood, once contaminated by the 7-colored radiant light, the consequences would be very serious. On the other side, Su Wei and Zilong, who were paying attention to Yang Kai's movements, were also secretly shocked. This was the first time they had witnessed the power of the 7-colored radiant light. The two Origin Kings knew that if they were accidentally contaminated by this light, they would not be able to bear the consequences. But soon, Su Wei sneered loudly, "Boy, you don't seem to have any skill. Is that it? Why don't you continue?" Yang Kai glanced at him and sneered. The reason why Yang Kai had used the golden blood thread just now was mainly to test whether the power of the 7-colored radiant light was as rumored, but now that he had obtained the results, he naturally wouldn't continue experimenting. How to collect the heavenly infant grass? He already had a plan in mind. In any case, heavenly infant grass was very valuable, so Yang Kai did not want to let it go, let alone let Su Wei and Zilong obtain it. After ignoring Su Wei's ridicule, he sat down cross-legged. Shortly after, Yang Kai waved his hand, and a dazzling golden stone golem suddenly appeared in front of him. Stone Mongoose number 2. Stone Mongoose number 2 was Yang Kai's embodiment. When this stone mongoose was born in High Heaven Sect, it lacked sentience. Although it survived, it did not have its own sentience and was unable to act on its own. It was a dazzling stone mongoose, so Yang Kai used it as his embodiment. Because when it was born, Yang Kai had injected a lot of golden blood into it. As a result, it looked dazzling golden and somewhat different from the other stone mongoose, Xiao Xiao. For a long time, this embodiment had not played much of a role. When fighting with enemies, Yang Kai had Firebird Lu Yen to help him. The existence of this embodiment had always been hidden by him. However, now was a good time to use it. Yang Kai did not dare to release Xiao Xiao. After all, Xiao Xiao was a great help to him. If something happened to him in the 7-colored radiant light, the loss would be great. The stone puppet was not a race of flesh and blood, so it shouldn't be afraid of the 7-colored radiant light. On top of that, it lacked sentience, so it didn't fear the 7-colored radiant light's ability to annihilate its soul. The only thing Yang Kai needed to worry about was his soul clone. If the stone mongoose embodiment wanted to move, Yang Kai would have to infuse the soul clone he had been nurturing in his knowledge sea into the embodiment so that Yang Kai could control it. Yang Kai did not know if the seven-colored radiant light would penetrate the embodiment's body and cause damage to his soul clone. However, this kind of thing had to be tried. Yang Kai made up his mind and stretched out his hand towards the embodiment's head. The wisp of divine sense that had been nurturing in his knowledge sea was immediately poured into the embodiment. The embodiment's dull eyes instantly became lively. As for Yang Kai himself, he felt as if he had been divided into two at this moment. Not only did he have his own vision and perception, but he also had the vision and perception of the embodiment. At this moment, the embodiment also had a strange feeling of being connected to his master. Controlling the embodiment, Yang Kai stood in place and moved its hands and feet a little to adapt to its heavy body. What is this? On the other side, Zidong showed a look of amazement as he stared at the golden stone mongoose in a daze, completely confused. He had never seen such a strange existence before. This stone man did not look like a puppet, but instead seemed to have a life of its own. Although the aura coming from this stone man was not strong, it was something he had never seen before, so he wanted to ask his father about it. He thought that with his father's experience and knowledge, he would definitely know a thing or two, but Zilong was silent for a while before whispering, "Father does not know what this is." Zidong was shocked. There was an existence in star territory that even his father did not know about? Zidong could not help looking over at Su Wei, but he soon discovered that this elder of abandoned lair seemed to know nothing about this strange creature. His brow furrowed as he observed it with a blank look on his face. He didn't know either. Where did this guy named Yang Kai find this thing? Even two origin kings were unable to tell its origin. Zidong was shocked. But in the next moment, Zidong's heart clenched as he subconsciously whispered, "He can't be thinking of taking this thing." Although he did not recognize the stone mongoose, he could tell that the stone mongoose was not made of flesh and blood, so there should be no problem for it to enter the seven-colored radiant light. If that was the case, could Yang Kai really take away the remaining heavenly infant grass? Realizing this, Zidong's face sank as he remembered that he had just said he would cut off his own meridians, causing his mood to sour. Su Wei also had a bad feeling. Zidong had only said he would cut off his own meridians, but he had said he would call Yang Kai grandpa. If Yang Kai really obtained the heavenly infant grass. Damn, why hasn't the seven-colored radiant light retreated? Su Wei cursed in his heart, wishing he could use a secret technique to disperse the seven-colored radiant light and then attack Yang Kai. Under the gazes of the three, Yang Kai controlled his embodiment to take a step forward and enter the seven-colored radiant light. As soon as he stepped into the range of the seven-colored radiant light, Yang Kai felt his whole body sink, as if a 10,000-kilogram boulder was pressing down on him. This seven-colored radiant light actually had the power of an origin king's territory. Wherever this light covered, space would become extremely viscous, making it extremely difficult to advance. Fortunately, after a short period of observation, Yang Kai found that the soul clone he had attached to his embodiment had not suffered any damage. The seven-colored radiant light was completely isolated from his embodiment and unable to penetrate it. This discovery made Yang Kai overjoyed. It seemed that his guess was correct. The seven-colored radiant light's ability to ignore all forms of defense was only effective against those with physical bodies, not physical bodies. If that was the case, if Yang Kai found any precious treasures in the future and couldn't collect them himself, he could simply send out his embodiment. Thinking so, Yang Kai continued to control his embodiment to move forward. That strand of his soul had inherited his will and his understanding of cultivation, so even though the avatar itself was not very strong, it could still use the power of space. A wave of Space Force secret technique lingered around the embodiment, greatly reducing the pressure on it and increasing its speed significantly. The distance of 200 meters was rapidly closed as the embodiment advanced step by step. Su Wei's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He could see that the remaining heavenly infant grass would not be able to escape from Yang Kai's clutches. However, this was not the crux of the problem. The crux of the matter was what he had just said. Naturally, it was impossible for him to call Yang Kai his grandfather. If he did, He would not be able to show his face in public in the future and would be forced to hide in an abandoned lair for the rest of his life. However, if he did not fulfill his promise, he would inevitably be ridiculed by Yang Kai again. Su Wei had already experienced the depth of this little brat's poisonous tongue. Su Wei felt a headache coming on and his expression was ugly. After a dozen breaths of time, the embodiment arrived in front of the heavenly infant grass. Although the stone mongoose's hands were wide and thick, under Yang Kai's control, the embodiment perfectly collected the heavenly infant grass and then turned around and walked back to where Yang Kai was. When the embodiment returned, Yang Kai took the heavenly infant grass and sealed it in a box he had prepared in advance before withdrawing his soul clone and embodiment with a smile on his face. Immediately after, he turned his head and looked at Su Wei. Su Wei's gaze was evasive. "What's wrong? Are you going to deny your loss?" Yang Kai sneered. "Didn't someone just say that they wanted to call me grandfather?" Su Wei suddenly became angry out of shame and glared at Yang Kai with a stern expression, as if he would attack if he dared to speak again. He had already made up his mind to act shamelessly. In any case, Yang Kai couldn't do anything to him. Yang Kai sneered and turned to Zidong. "Didn't someone just say that they wanted to sever their own meridians?" Zidong angrily retorted, "Who do you think you are? You dare tell this young master to sever his own meridians?" Yang Kai clapped his hands and smiled. "So it turns out your words are no different from farts." Zilong coldly snorted, "Boy, this old master advises you to leave some leeway for others in the future. Why do you have to be so ruthless? Leave some leeway?" Yang Kai sneered, "Is there any need to do so for trash like you? Boy, pay attention to what you say. Don't forget, this 7-colored radiant light will soon recede. At that time, can you imagine what will happen to you?" Zilong narrowed his eyes at Yang Kai, a cold light flashing across his eyes. "You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.